5:30 is, yep, 20 minutes.
Our investors can roll what they have and buy plenty of public SaaS. Relative to venture control. Kind of a good one. Apples for apples on growth. Hi, how are you? So I think the public guys are saying, hey, we wouldn't sell Salesforce, Mark,
she printed it just now. That way they can remember me.
There we go. Hello? There we go. Okay. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Steve Kaplan, the Neubauer Family Professor at Chicago Booth and the Kesnick Family Director of the Polsky Center. And thank you so much for joining us for the 26th Annual Edward L. Kaplan New Venture Challenge. We want to give a warm welcome to everyone, the finalist teams, our distinguished judges, our generous sponsors, our coaches, our students, alumni, and live stream guests from around the world. We're celebrating our students and the culmination of months of hard work that has been challenging this year, although less challenging than last year. We are excited to feature 11 finalist teams. They're in a wide range of industries and a wide range of ideas, and I think you'll be very entertained today. Before we begin, I want to say a few words about the program you're about to see. There we go. So this is the 26th year we've been doing this, and over the years we've had a lot of success. Over 300 businesses have been launched. They've raised over $1 billion from investors that include some of the people in the room, firms like Excel, Andreessen Horowitz, and Sequoia. And the investments have helped to create national brands like Grubhub, Braintree Venmo, Simple Mills, Tovala, and Foxtrot. And we hope to create a few more today. To date, those teams have generated at least $8 billion in exit value, and that value grows every year. And the success has led to national recognition of the New Venture Challenge as one of the country's top 2 university accelerators. And the success has also led to 4 other tracks. We have a college New Venture Challenge for college students, a social New Venture Challenge for social enterprises, the Global New Venture Challenge for executive MBA students, and the Alumni New Venture Challenge for alums. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit about our process. So how does this all happen? Well, in early February, we received 62 applications to the New Venture Challenge, and based on feedback from our judges, we chose 30 teams to advance to the second round, which is a course. And in the course, Mark Tebbe took half of the teams, I took half, and we then introduced them to ourselves and our coaches, Michael Alter, Larry Berlin, Moose Chagall, Lindsay Lyman, and Ellen Rudnick. So thank you. Who coached them. Megan, Benjamin, and Phyllis Deely helped them hone their presentations, so thank you. And then once they were in this ecosystem, they got a lot of advice and mentoring from the coaches and faculty. We introduced them to the Booth Polsky Network, numerous other mentors, and they all helped. And you know, if you're here, thank you. If you're watching, thank you. And if you're not here, thank you. The students presented twice in person to class judges, faculty, and students, once in April, once in May. And the feedback, as always, was tough but constructive. And what you'll see today is the students made an incredible amount of progress. They worked extremely hard, and the process added a lot of value. And although it happens every year, it is still stunning and magical to see the progress that they make. So that brings us to this year's finals. We've winnowed the 30 teams down to 11, and we relied on feedback from the classroom and external judges, from the coaches, and our understanding of the strengths of the businesses. And it wasn't easy. We could have put 16 or 17 teams into the finals. You're going to see 11. All of these teams scored well on the plans with the finals judges, and in their in-class presentations. And the payoffs today are getting in front of our amazing judges and the ability to raise money. When we started in 1997, the prize pool was $20,000. Today, the winning teams will receive at least, it should be 1.1 or $1.2 million, thanks to the generous support of our judges and a variety of sponsors who we'll thank shortly. And most of the prize money is the form of equity that will be priced in a future round. Last year's prize pool increased to $1.7 million during the deliberations, and that was the largest pool of any competition in the US last year. So we're hoping that we will equal or exceed that this year. So that's where we are, and now let me introduce you to Mark Tebbe, who is going to tell us the rules of the road.
Thank you, Steve. First thing I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to tell you a little bit about the judges. We have 22 judges here today, and the reason our students work so hard is to have the opportunity to present to these judges. They are world-class judges. Some of the best investors in the world, as recognized by the Midas list, some of the best that are by their returns. And we want to thank all of our judges for taking time out of today. We know today will be a very long day. Appreciate you taking the time and dedicating it to us today. And on behalf of the students, thank you very much. And what also happens is we couldn't have done it without our sponsors. We're very fortunate to have a number of sponsors who not only help support the operations of this program, but also help deliver the prize pool overall. And so with that, let me first thank our lead sponsor, who has a title, Ed Kaplan, who is no relation to Steve Kaplan, who basically helped found and create. It was his vision and his support that got us started in 1997. He has been here every year in support of the program, and the program would not be here without his support and the like. So thank you very much. Another thing that makes the MVC very special is the generosity of a judge who just asked a simple question. He asked the question, why don't we just give more money to the first place team to help them be able to bridge getting started? And he came back, put his checkbook where his mouth was, and said, I will raise the money and I will do it. And because of Ratan Khosla, we will have, the first place team will have at least $180,000 because of his donation for today. Thank you very much for time. And then we have 4 platinum sponsors: Caruso Ventures, Greg Purcell and Francine Purcell, Sozo Ventures, and Co is here as one of the judges, and Robert and Karen Vichy. And they are critical to our success of the continuing operations of our program year after year. We also have a number of other sponsors at the gold, silver, bronze, and prize level that are very important for making sure that we operate and get everything done well. So again, for any of those that were sponsors, thank you very much. We also have in-kind sponsors who are basically providing services to the teams so that they can get off to start, whether it's Airtable, Amazon Web Services, Clerky, ShipBob. They have now, our teams have taken advantage of their generosity and their commitment to our program, which has been fabulous. And so with that, let me make sure I didn't forget anything else. I got one more coming up after this. Go ahead.
I was not the same one. So I got an email this morning from Ratan, who said he's going to kick in $50,000 to the winner in addition to the 180. So the winner will get at least $230,000. And judging from and what usually happens is some of the judges kick in to the first prize team, so the winning team will get at least $250,000, I can be pretty sure, and probably more than that. So there we go. Okay.
Actually, and I forgot, I've got a couple more slides here I forgot to mention. Forgot to give you all the ground rules. That's what I get for having my hands all full. For the judges, let me please remind you of the ground rules that are in hand. We've asked the teams to make a 10-minute presentation to you. You have microphones in front of you. We ask that you not turn them on during the 10-minute presentation nor interrupt them. because I will guarantee their time down to the second. And after the 10-minute presentation, we will follow with 15 minutes Q&A. And the teams will have a clock here so they know exactly when it's up. When the buzzer goes off for the Q&A, we allow the teams to go ahead and finish their answer. So that you'll see someone get a last-minute question in, so you'll see that. Now, one thing to recall about this is a school competition. So for the 10-minute presentation, the only people who can present are UFC students. So you will see some of the executives of certain teams who you would think would be normally the one to present. But they're not allowed to do the actual presentation. They're allowed to participate in the Q&A. And so that you'll notice that as we're going along. Now, when we get to the Q&A judges, we ask that you raise your hand, the old school way, not the Zoom way. And the teams will call on you. To use your microphone, there's a button in the front. Press it once. The light will turn green. Speak away. You can take your finger off of it. You don't have to hold it down. And then when you're done, press it again, and it'll turn back to red, and your microphone's off. We don't want to have any hot mic instances, so remember to turn it on and off. We know that you've committed to a long day, and we promise to stay on time. As a matter of fact, we're running a few minutes ahead already. So after all 11 teams are presented, the judges will be ushered out to a breakout room where they will deliberate, and at 5 o'clock tonight, we will announce the winners. And it's going to be an exciting event for upstairs in the Winter Garden. Now, for the agenda today, what you'll notice is we'll start with our comments. We'll have 3 teams. We'll take a break. We ask that you be back in the room on time for the break so we can start on time. It sometimes gets a little challenging. You'll see us out there hustling in. And then we'll have 3 more teams. We have the former director of the Polsky Center, now the dean, associate dean. Star Marcelo is going to make a few comments. We'll break for lunch. 3 more teams, then break, and then 2 more teams. Wrap up, and then we'll deliberate. And with that, one thing I forgot to also mention is we have a People's Choice Award. While the judges are deliberating, the people on the live stream, as well as the students up watching the overflow room, will be able to watch 1-minute pitches of all 11 teams, and they have a QR code that they'll be able to vote for their favorite one. We will also announce the People's Choice Award and give a small prize for that as well. And so with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And our first team up today will be True to Form.
Hi everyone, my name is Janice. I'm the co-founder and CEO of True to Form. Joining me today are Servani, our head of finance, and Vance, our head of business development. We are building a body scanning app that generates custom 3D avatars to enable scalable made-to-measure fashion. The idea came to me and our co-founder Margaret in the summer of 2020 when we were picking up a hobby for sewing and altering our own clothes. In that process, we were looking for a dress form that would match our own petite body frames. And in that process, could not find one. That's when it clicked, that the foundational tool for how garments are made are not representative of real people's bodies, especially not our own. Margaret at the time had been working at Apple for about 5 years on the sensing team, so that's how we identified the opportunity to leverage the latest iPhone sensors to take a scan of our own bodies and effectively allow us to create our own custom dress form. That's how we got to building our MVP. And when we began shopping it around, that's when we recognized that we were at a turning point in the fashion industry, where COVID-19 had caused a seismic shift from physical to digital design. And as a result, designers were no longer reliant on physical dress forms, but instead using fully virtual 3D representations of the human body, these avatars, in conjunction with 3D design tools like shown on the right here, where you can see they're draping virtual samples on those avatars instead of physical samples. Now the problem here is that the avatars shown on the right are clearly standard avatars. They don't represent real people, and they certainly don't represent the body shape and size of the customers that the designers are actually designing for. That's where True to Form comes in. We generate custom avatars for the scalable production of made-to-measure design. We do this with a body scanning app that the consumer can use to take a scan of themselves in less than 2 minutes and share that data securely with a designer at a click of a button. Our customers' apparel designers can subscribe to our dashboard, shown on the right here, which they can use to manage all avatars shared with their business, view all measurements required for garment construction and fitting, and importantly, they can import our custom avatars directly into their existing 3D design tools. Let's walk through an example through a case study from one of our paying customers, Veryform. Veryform is a made-to-measure luxury designer based here in Chicago. They requested a scan from one of their custom-fit clients. They received a custom avatar on the True to Form dashboard on the left here. And you can see in the middle photo that they were able to import that custom avatar directly into their 3D design environment. Here, they were able to fit our virtual garment directly on that custom avatar, and as a result, produce a made-to-measure garment on the first try without an in-person fitting. Now, Veryform is just one example of the momentum that we've achieved since entering NVC. In March, we completed the last leg of the R&D required to sell our product, and since then have converted 7 paying customers over the course of April and May. In the beginning of May, we went from a closed beta to an open beta, resulting in 90 new account signups on our website in that first month alone. Just last week, we brought on one of the biggest names in fashion and entertainment, Nigel Barker, as one of our advisors, who some of you may recognize from America's Next Top Model. So who are our paying customers? You can see that they include made-to-measure brands like Veryform and The Tailory, as well as larger apparel brands like Montag and Dope Snow that are using us as part of their product development. We're also running formal pilots at top fashion schools. Just last month, we completed our collaboration with Parsons School of Design, where students use True to Form to create custom-fit athletic wear for U.S. Special Olympics athletes. So to zoom out, our core value proposition is that we make accurate body data accessible to all designers. Previously, designers were reliant on in-person fittings, which have high costs of travel, physical samples, and client time. Only the largest brands like Nike, Adidas, Reebok have the funds to purchase these large hardware scanning booths with a lot of cameras in between, which they use to scan their professional models and their athletes, but this is simply not a feasible option for most designers. So we take the accuracy of those hardware scanners and bring that to the convenience of a smartphone. So now Sarvani is going to talk about how this has broader implications for the fashion industry at large.
By making body data accessible, we're able to achieve our mission of bringing made-to-measure fashion to the masses. The first step in this is by leveraging our existing SaaS tool to make fittings technically scalable and bring these measurements to designers. From there, we envision serving the consumer as well by creating a custom clothing marketplace platform that connects made-to-measure designers with consumers and also gives those consumers the opportunity to discover new made-to-measure designers. All the while, we're collecting an invaluable set of data of body scans of real people's bodies that we can monetize down the line. And this all has broader implications for this industry as a whole. The hard-to-fit market represents a massive opportunity for made-to-measure clothing. And that $93 billion hard-to-fit market includes categories such as petite, plus size, maternity, etc. And if we're able to bring made-to-measure fashion to that market through a 20% transaction fee, that represents a $19 billion opportunity for True to Form. And to win that, we're starting with the $1.3 billion opportunity represented by our SaaS fitting tool and bringing these designers into our network and into our product. Now, those customers and designers are those who rely on in-person fittings to create their garments. And we've broken them down into 3 key categories. First, we have costume designers. So these are designers creating outfits for actors in TV shows, movies, etc. Next, we have made-to-measure brands. So these are custom clothing brands creating garments for individuals. And then lastly, we have apparel brands. And these are large brands like Nike and Adidas, designers who use fit models to develop their collections that are later sold to the mass market. And our pricing model is consistent across all 3 categories. We have a pricing per scan at $4 per scan or $10 if the designer would like to download that scan for use with their existing 3D design tools. But we're also creating a sticky platform with this baseline access fee. And so we're able to ensure that these designers are coming onto our platform and they're there to stay. And True to Form is confident that we can win these customers because we're the only app that's been built for designers. So you can see here some of the key characteristics that are essential for creating an accurate body scan. And of those solutions that actually satisfy every single requirement, none of them are smartphone apps. They're all those bulky hardware scanners. And of the smartphone apps that do exist, only True to Form can satisfy every single one of those essential requirements for crafting an accurate body scan. So we're confident that we could win in this space, and Vance is going to walk you through exactly how we plan to do that.
So we have a clear strategy to break into these 3 target segments. In costume design, our goal is to take this small but highly visible segment and create hero cases that will help us sell in made-to-measure and apparel brands. For made-to-measure, we've already launched a successful SEO strategy that creates content that attracts the digitally forward and sustainably forward made-to-measure designers that we want to target. In apparel brands, we've launched several early initiatives, including partnering with top fashion schools to create adoption for our SaaS tool at the earliest level of designers' careers and increase advocacy as they're required by large apparel brands. Once we've penetrated those 3 markets, we'll be uniquely positioned to launch our made-to-measure marketplace for 2 reasons. The first is that our SaaS tool, along with digital design technology and new manufacturing technologies, will prime the made-to-measure market to scale in a way that it's never been able to previously. The second is that we'll be uniquely and strategically positioned to launch our marketplace because we'll already have relationships with made-to-measure designers and data on consumers of made-to-measure design. So we'll have both sides of that platform. This will lead us to nearly $86 million in revenue by 2026. As you can see from 2023 forward, an increasing percentage of that revenue comes from our marketplace. And our first benchmark to reach our goals is to have 112 designers converted for our SaaS tool by the end of this year, which we're well on our way to achieve.
We are the team that has the experience to execute on this vision successfully. The core team consists of myself, who has experience hiring, motivating, and leading teams, Margaret, our co-founder and CTO, who has an engineering background and worked at Apple for 5 years on the sensing team before joining our startup full-time. Olivia Hadley is our head of design. She previously worked as a product and visual designer at both Google and Apple before becoming fully dedicated to this startup. We are also supported by a team of 6 engineers and an amazingly talented group of MVC teammates. Sarvani has over 5 years of experience working at finance at Microsoft. Vance has over 6 years of experience in creative industries spanning fashion, fine art, and film. On top of that, we have a great group of advisors and investors. So Nigel brings his networks in fashion and entertainment. Catherine brings her expertise in 3D technical design. Andrew is advising us on PR and growth strategy. And Brian and Lisa invested in our friends and family round last year. They're from Refashion Ventures. Alex Laverde also invested in that same friends and family round, and he's the co-founder of Sync on Set, the leading continuity app for film and TV that now services over 90% of studio productions. That friends and family round brought us to where we are today, where we have a fully validated product, and we're ready to capture our beachhead designer market. To do this, we're seeking $2 million. About 60% of that funding will go toward product development, so we'll be hiring 2 R&D engineers in order to expand our device compatibility. We'll be hiring 1 web developer and 1 backend developer to build our API integrations and prepare our backend infrastructure to scale. We'll have room for 1 growth marketer and PR budget. That will bring us through to 2024. So by Q4 of 2023, we will have achieved over 500 designers on our platform, over $100,000 in monthly recurring revenue, and we'll have a first-generation marketplace and market to show that that flywheel is really working. Join us as we flip the fashion paradigm on its head and bring made-to-measure to the masses. Happy to take any questions. Yes, Mark.
Let's see if I can get this right. Congratulations, this is a really great presentation. How do you build a moat around your products such that other innovators don't come in and offer a similar solution? I'm not sure I understand what the value difference is for yours versus other potential entrants in the market.
Mm-hmm. The technology that we provide is a head start to that space. But really our competitive moat is in our go-to-market strategy and the networks that we're building. So we're the first to market in the white space of apparel designers. From there, we're able to build a really valuable network of designers that are sticky on our platform. Through them, we can build organically a network of their consumers. Once we have really critical mass on both ends, we can really easily facilitate that direct connection between both designer and consumer and become a really highly valuable marketplace. All the while, we're building a really valuable data set of hard-to-fit body scans, which once we start building that, we already have over 900 scans on our platform. It's going to be difficult for others to catch up.
So do the clothing companies have to develop technology that pairs with yours?
So no. So our technology is actually ready to go and is integrated with existing 3D design tools, any 3D design tools. Good question. John?
What are the top 3D design tools that these designers use, and which ones are you integrated with today?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the top, do you want to speak?
So the top 3 are, Clo, Optitex, and Browseware, and our avatars are already directly importable into each of those 3. We have a help center available on our website that helps designers go through the very easy import process so that it's a seamless process for all of them.
Yes, right.
Costume design had the smallest TAM of those 3 segments, and also has the lowest efficiency on LTV and GET. Can you just talk more about the influence that segment has over the other 2 influences so it's more clear?
Sure, yeah. So costume is like where we're drawing our hero cases currently. There also is a consumer base. It's just a much smaller market, like you mentioned. and the LTV CAC is higher. And that's mostly, that's mostly because it's a highly fragmented industry, although we have a strategy to reach them on aggregate. So we're not going to be reaching costume designers one-on-one. We're going to be going through guilds and unions where they're already centralized, as well as costume studios. The goal there is really, so costume design, especially in made-to-measure, it's sort of the more creative and more elite space that people look to, right? So a lot of those names are recognizable when we have the costume designers at top film productions and top theater productions like Hamilton, who we're currently talking to. It just creates traction and makes our value add more obvious to made-to-measure designers who are really doing the same thing, just at a sort of lower level.
Yes, Joanne.
If one of the costume designers or one of the people that you're trying to sell to isn't a fan of this product, based on your conversations, why might that be? Or why is that?
Mm-hmm. So one of the limitations of our beta product right now is that we're only on a limited set of devices. So first, our priority is to support iOS devices, and for that reason, sometimes they're like, hey, some of our customers use Androids, and for that reason, they might wait a little bit longer for us to expand. So that's why it's one of our key priorities is to hire our R&D engineers after this raise in order to further expand our device compatibility and prepare our product to scale. Yeah, Sam.
I have two concerns I'd like you to address. The first is, I see three different business models here. I see your SaaS model, you're going to monetize data, and you're going to build a marketplace. That seems like a lot for a business that hasn't launched yet. So maybe help me understand why you have such a diversity rather than a focus. And then second, all of the comps that you mentioned in your analogs were pretty disappointing outcomes when they finally exited. What do you think that says about the market, and why will you be different?
Yeah. So I'll take your first one first. So we actually have a very focused initial strategy, which is providing a SaaS tool for apparel designers. And so even though it actually services a number of different industry verticals, it actually is the same exact tool, and we're really focused on not providing too many customizations so that our tool can be used across all of those individuals. It's only once we have enough critical mass on both sides before we start facilitating that direct connection between designers and consumers. The second part of your question is the other kind of graveyard of smartphone apps that exist out there that haven't particularly done really well. We're very different in that because they're really focused on providing a tool for consumers at the point of sale. So specifically, helping the consumer pick from already created garments what is the size that's most likely to fit you, small, medium, large. You'll notice that not a lot of those have gained traction, and so you don't see virtual fitting rooms really everywhere. And the reason for that is, despite the unprecedented adoption of digital tools over the last 2 years, all of that adoption is actually happening upstream in the design and product development process. So over 60% of apparel brands are already piloting 3D design tools, but all of that is happening in design and product development, and those are the tools that directly complement our strategy.
Thank you.
Both the SaaS tool and the marketplace have the same aim of really creating value for the designer. So in that sense, our client is really changing as we progress.
Yes.
You're handling information that can be sensitive to the user, no? Like very private pictures. So can you tell us what security protocols you're following? And I have another question is, do you see anything that can be used in the meta world? Is that something that you see in the future?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I'll answer your first question. First of all, we don't take any photos or videos during the scanning process at all. All we're capturing is sensor data, mapping the surface of your body, and that's everything that is being stored and uploaded. Of course, during storage as well as transfer, all your data is securely encrypted. And while we own the resulting avatars and the body data, the only thing designers can see are the avatars and body measurements that have already been anonymized. We don't capture face data. If you look at one of our avatars, they all have generic anonymized faces. And the consumer, the scanner, has direct control over who has access to each of their avatars. So only the designers that a scanner has chosen to share their data with will be able to access it.
And I can answer your second part of a question related to the metaverse. For us, our focus is creating the most highly accurate 3D personal avatar for everybody. And so that has huge implications that expand way beyond just apparel design. You can think of customization on a much broader scope. So customize headphones, customize wearables, shoes, hats, you name it. And that has massive implications, not just from a gaming perspective and for education perspective and that sort of thing. So that's a great question.
Very curious to understand more. Your target is when you're talking about apparel brands. I mean, there's a lot of diversity there, and can you walk us through the selling process?
Sure, yeah. So the apparel brands that we're talking about are mostly digitally forward apparel brands, which are many. We have a list of 933 top apparel brands that are currently using digital design tools, and our avatars are seamlessly integrated with their workflow currently. To give you an example of one of our early initiatives with apparel brands, we piloted our SaaS tool with students at the University of Oregon, and we actually heard back from a student who used our tool for some of their projects that they were in an interview with Burton, the sportswear company, and that this is all the interviewer at Burton wanted to talk about. They were fascinated with our product. Later that day, we received our first free trial sign up from that designer at Burton that the student spoke to, and they were thrilled that this was a tool that was available. So that's part of our go-to-market for top apparel brands, but right now we're mostly focused on targeting made-to-measure brands through our SEO strategy. So that's creating content that attracts those designers, and we've already seen a lot of traction with that strategy. So the 90 free trial signups that we've gotten in May alone are due to our SEO strategy so far.
Yes, John.
Have you received any feedback from the patent office on the patent that you filed?
Yeah, so we just filed our non-provisional patent application earlier this month along with our global PCT application, and that covers everything that we developed in-house, which includes all of the scanning technology that takes all of the scan data that's being collected as you turn around 360 degrees, stitches it together seamlessly, and generates this custom 3D avatar, along with automated body measurement extraction and in-app scan guidance that helps the user position themselves correctly.
Sam.
I'm a little bit confused by the pricing model, why you would charge the same for a bridal gown versus an athleisure, pair of yoga pants. Can you talk a little bit about how you got to that?
Yes, absolutely. So during beta, our goal is to keep our pricing really simple. So to reiterate, it's either $4 a scan or $10 a scan, depending on if you need it to use in 3D design tools. And the reason for that is because we're really priced to scale. Our mission is to make accurate body data accessible to all designers, and for that reason, we want to make sure it really optimizes for our core segment that needs us the most today, which is made-to-measure e-commerce brands. That being said, there's absolutely higher willingness to pay at larger apparel brands, and we have designers who have told us that they're willing to pay up to $1,000 per scan. And so as we build up the features, industry-specific features on our avatars, we plan to capture that higher willingness to pay of other categories. Yes.
Could you explain about the data scanning process and the failure rate of the customer side operation and also the accuracy of the data?
Could you repeat the second part of your question after the details of the scanning technology?
What percentage of the end user failure to send the scanning data, and also what's the accuracy rate of the actual measurements?
Absolutely. So the scanning technology involves basically scanning in multiple parts, and this is a very unique and highly technical approach to body scanning. Like Jana said, our goal really is to bring the level of accuracy of a hardware scanner to the convenience of a smartphone. So we take sensor data that maps the entire surface of your body from multiple partial scans, and all of those scan inputs get combined together into one avatar, and that's kind of a two-step process. First, we do a skeleton alignment, and then a full surface fitting. And so that is pretty accurate today. Today, we've achieved 97% accuracy in the key metrics of bust, waist, hip, in the upper torso, and we're continually improving accuracy every day, as that's the #1 concern for our designers. And we're doing that by adding additional scan inputs, for instance, for the arms. Regarding the scan failure rate, currently we're at 90%, and the scan failure reasons are typically like loose clothing. If you're wearing like overly baggy clothing, our sensors can't see through that, as well as obstruction. So if you have like a table in front of you during the scan, that will block you from scanning it accurately. But we're adding technical checks for those as well.
Bob.
How long does it take to do a scan?
Under 2 minutes. So currently you position the device on a table at hip level in front of you and turn around 360 degrees over a 10-second timer for your torso. And then after that, you place it down on the ground and do the same thing for your legs.
We're just going to play the video here so you guys can see it as we're going through the rest of the questions. So you'll see here that there's in-app technical checks. So as the user is placing the device at hip level, if it's not at the right place, the phone will actually prompt the user to adjust the alignment. You'll see that here. It says move the device higher. So it makes sure that your full torso is in view for that first scan. And then the scan itself is a quick 10-second rotational scan in the T pose. And so once you're in the right spot, it will prompt the user to go ahead and start spinning in place. You're going to see that in a moment. It's a rotational scan in place. And then the leg scan is exactly the same. Instead of placing it at hip level, you place it against a wall and do the same 10-second rotation. You'll see that here. Yes.
Can you help define like who would be your power users, like your core base, and maybe in addition to that, like what evidence do you need to see, let's say in the first 12 months to say, okay, this is working with that power user, and what would that be, say 3 years out, once it's more mature from a product perspective?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So our power users are really the folks who are the thought leaders in the space, and a lot of them are actually our advisors today. And so before we opened our beta in May, we actually had a closed beta of about 25 to 30 early adopters that were giving us really core feedback on our product so we could iterate it on every 2 weeks or so. And once they got comfortable with it, a lot of them are professors at top fashion schools. They immediately started piloting it. So as you saw some of the logos, we started pilots at Parsons, FIT, University of Oregon, RISD, et cetera. So for them, they want to see really good capture of body shape, not just measurements, because body weight distribution can vary between two different people, even if the measurements are exactly the same. So we're constantly getting feedback from those folks. Now, in terms of the milestones we want to hit, it's the traction on the designer front that we really want to see. So in 18 months, we want to see 500 designers on our platform. Yes.
All right, practically speaking, if I go to my tailor, it takes me about a minute to get my measurements done. So you're saying here it takes about less than 2 minutes to do a full scan. Help me understand like the value prop.
Yeah, so one of our core focuses is servicing e-commerce made-to-measure brands who a lot of them don't even have a brick-and-mortar presence. These are digitally native, vertically integrated brands who right now their best alternative is putting on their website a 15-minute video showing you how to get a friend and a tape measure and measure yourself and put down 40 measurements. And so really we're servicing those customers first. For the brick-and-mortar folks, we also help them because on average it takes 3 to 4 fittings to really get that fit right. Over the course of the process, depending on how fitted you want it to be. So, but really that focus on e-commerce brands first. Yes, Jackie.
Can you talk a little bit more about the marketplace, what sort of product development is required, how critical it is to the success of the company, because it's certainly an extension of the business model.
From a technical build standpoint, I'll let Margaret speak to that in a second, but what I'll talk about is the strategy for facilitating that connection. So the first step in that process is making the best solution for apparel designers who are requiring our product in order to do their day-to-day job. So once we get those designers on our platform, we'll organically build profiles of their customers. We actually recently released account sign-in infrastructure for consumers so they can maintain all of their latest avatars on their profile. The idea here is to really replicate the familiarity of an e-commerce shopping experience and bring it to made-to-measure.
And as to product development roadmap, this is very seamlessly entwined with our current plan of starting off with a SaaS fitting tool and then going eventually to marketplace, because along the way we're building e-commerce integrations, API integrations, to support made-to-measure e-commerce brands. And so down the line, we'll already have like the integrations that we need in order to pull their product data, transactions, orders, and seamlessly integrate with the checkout process. And then once we have enough traction, we've built out that network and we're ready to flip that switch, we can basically ask them, okay, do you also want to join our marketplace, and be able to reach all of these customers who we already know are interested in purchasing made-to-measure fashion.
Oh, that was our first presentation. Judges, please fill out your forms and we will get ready for the next one.
It's NVC 2022, and then smaller case, NVC Guest 2022.
Hey, Mark, your mic is on.
presentation's over 2 minutes, but I think the Q&A, you can finish the question you're on the tower.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
Clicker. Handheld mic. We need the handheld mic. We need the handheld mic.
Okay.
And the clicker. I got it. Go.
Okay, now we're going to have soft med. Sure.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Kara, and first I'd like you to imagine you've broken your arm. You rush to the University of Chicago Medical to get your x-ray, and within the hour you have both your images and your next steps from your provider. The reason why this is so fast is because of a type of system called PACS, Picture Archive and Communication System. It allows for images to be uploaded, archived, and viewed from the same digital platform, along with the clinical reports associated with it. And this is easy to take for granted because it's standard in the US, but it's not in most developing countries. In India, you might see some of this software in expensive hospitals that have hardware with the software baked into it. But these hospitals only service 5% of the population. That leaves 1.3 billion people who have to go to alternative diagnostic facilities that use a manual process. So if you break your arm and you go in for your x-ray, it's printed out on film, it's manually couriered to a radiologist at another location, and then that radiologist completes the read on paper, another courier picks it up and returns it to the diagnostic facility. This takes on average 4 days. And the difference between 1 hour and 4 days for a broken arm might be a splint or a surgery, but for more serious conditions, that could be life or death. But we have a successful solution. SoftMed's platform allows for image uploading, archiving, and viewing from one digital platform. It's been developed directly with radiologists, so it has the workflows that they need, as well as being device agnostic, meaning they can work from home or on the road. It is on a PC, a tablet, a phone, it works. It also solves a fundamental problem for this specific customer group, and that's that it is device agnostic also for the imaging machinery. So instead of having to buy expensive equipment to get the software that comes with it, you can actually use SoftMed with whatever legacy system you have, and that's a proprietary algorithm that's specific to SoftMed. Liz?
Thank you. With SoftMed in place, we streamline the workflow between diagnostic centers and radiologists. We do this 2 ways. First, we bring the technology that Kara talked about. Second, we have a contracted network of radiologists and specialists that work on our platform. We start by installing an agent within the network at the diagnostic center that connects to all of the imaging modalities. This allows the imaging modalities to send digital images to the cloud platform of SoftMed. Radiologists read those studies, return the reports, and get them back to the diagnostic center, reducing that turnaround time from days to hours. And we get revenue on every report read. We have customers. We have 192 paying customers as diagnostic centers. 24 of those we added this year. 30 more in the pipeline right now. We've processed over 750,000 studies, which is about 33 million plus images on our platform to date. And we have a 96% retention rate across those customers over the last few years. Diagnostic centers love us. 2 major reasons. First, we reduce cost. The analog workflow that Kara described adds up to a lot of small costs over time. Our customers see a 70% reduction in cost through implementing SoftMed. Second, they can provide better health care. Patients can get their results faster with SoftMed in place, but these diagnostic centers also now have access to a network of specialists and second opinions that not all of them had before. We've initially targeted independent diagnostic centers. They were the real need in the market that we saw and went after first. You can see there's over 22,000 of those in India right now. They are a quick sales cycle and high margin business, but they are small. We're looking to go after government-backed centers and small hospitals next. And we see all of this market growing significantly in the coming years Currently, these three sectors service the 1.3 billion patients that Kara mentioned earlier.
At the unit level, one study earns us about $1.76. Of that, we pay the radiologist about $1. The contribution margin for us for that study is 36% or 63 cents. Based on our experience with our existing 192 customers, 2,700, that's the number of studies that comes through our platform from a given diagnostic center. That gets us to about $4,800 in a given year from that center. But this doesn't itself sound that exciting. However, this is one number in the multiplication. The other number is coming up right here. There are a lot of them. In the first 2 years, we are going to go after about 3,450 plus diagnostic centers. We are going to focus on them. And then we are going to go out to the other segments that are the government-backed centers as well as the smaller hospitals. So by 2027, we are looking at about 15,000 customers, mostly the independent diagnostic centers, but also the other segments. We are a platform. On the demand side, we have the diagnostic centers. We have Salesforce that we are going to use to onboard new diagnostic centers. Cost of acquiring one diagnostic center about $213. But the payback period is about 1.5 months from the revenue that we get from them. On the supply side, the radiologists, it takes us about $445 to acquire one radiologist. But the revenue that this radiologist helps us earn, we get a payback of less than a month. Yeah?
Thank you, Matya. Be warned that I have a few numbers as well. We have grown steadily since we started back in 2018. Last year alone, we made $227,000, and that's about $18,000 in EBITDA. Over the last 4 years, we have worked closely with our customers, diagnostic centers, and radiologists on our platform to achieve a product market fit. At this point, we are ready to scale across India. And the only thing we need to do is sell this thing many times over. We, of course, need money for that, and we'll get into that. But let's show you what we can do with that money. We are talking about $53 billion in revenue in 2027. That's about $15 million in EBITDA in that year. And this assumes rollout across India. We have a great team to execute on this vision. We are supported by a very strong founding team. Our CEO, Arindam, is a serial entrepreneur and has a great network in the Indian healthcare community. Amartya, who's here, has experience in scaling digital products. Siddharth is a tech wizard. He built a tech stack for SoftMed. We have a great world-class panel of advisors who have their pulse on the Indian markets as well as international ones. Dr. Mandal has served as a fellow at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Dr. Oswald works with GE Healthcare. Dr. Ravi works with Arkansas Children's Hospital. We have a great NVC team supporting this enterprise, and you can see them here on the stage today. SoftMed operates in a wide space. We are structurally low cost that allows us to provide full service at affordable prices. There's a section of players in the market, such as Siemens and GE, which require expensive tool-based and expensive software that goes along with it in order for the customers to be able to use them. There's this other group of competitors, MedSynaptic or Amrita. They are pure software plays. They provide a software and then get out of the way. None of them is a full-service radiology provider. We are the only ones providing radiology as a service in the marketplace. And we have a first-mover advantage. We have already built out a radiologist network, as Liz talked about, across India. We are imaging device agnostic, which means that no matter what imaging equipment you use, we'll be able to pull the image out and provide you radiology as a service. Subham?
So our business model is just not scalable across India. It's actually portable to other emerging markets which are equally afflicted with a similar broken healthcare system. In that regard, I would like to highlight your attention toward a pilot order we recently received from Gulf Corporation for Technology, Bahrain. If we are successful, we'll be able to get access to a Middle East market worth billions of dollars, which means that we'll be actually able to overperform the financial projections we showed in the previous slides. So we are really excited and fully ready to accelerate. Our ask is around $1.7 million that will go toward funding our growth needs over 18 months. 60% of that will go towards sales and marketing that will help us penetrate the market quickly, scale our business rapidly, and achieve a competitive moat. Be sure if you're able to meet our growth targets, we'll come again for a future round of financing. So Indian healthcare market is booming. Indian government recently increased its healthcare expenditure by 135%, which means billions of dollars will flow into the Indian healthcare market over the next few decades. So we are fully convinced that the Indian healthcare market of $1.3 billion is ripe for revolution. We are fully ready and committed to our potential, achieving that potential. And we therefore request you to invest in us and be a partner in our success story. Thank you so much.
I can't see your name.
I'll just go. First, congrats on building something that really makes a difference. So that stands out.
Thank you.
I think what was missing for me in the presentation is how you bend the curve. You clearly have a product that works. The economics seem to work, but how do you go from $250,000 of revenue a year to multi-million dollars very quickly?
Yeah, Chiara, you wanna take that question? Sure. So when we started back in 2018, we were all kind of amped up to scale across India. However, as we achieved product market fit, we ended up hitting COVID, a stretch of COVID in 2020. And our sales process is basically direct sales is high touch. And because of the lockdowns, we were not able to scale as effectively as we could. And that's why we think that we were not able to achieve the kind of scale that we wanted to achieve. Now that things are back on track, we want to get back in the game, get the funding, and then roll this out across India.
Yeah, I guess that's the question is, how do you roll it out across India? Like direct sales going to individual clinics is, maybe slow even without COVID.
That is a good question. So let me give you one fact first. We have 192 customers today. All of that was achieved using 2 salespeople, just that. And there's the CEO who does a little bit of selling as well, but we only have 2 salespeople who got those 192 customers. Now, the question about how we can scale this across India, we have multiple ways of going around it. We are planning to hire business development directors across different regions in India. We have categorized India into different regions, and we'll be hiring business development directors to onboard these diagnostic centers. And we have figured out that the cost of acquisition of a typical customer is about $200. And as Amartya talked about, they pay themselves back within 2 months. We also have channel partners. We are partnering with other OEM distributors, and they put in our name in the right places, and we also get sales through them. So, Cindy?
Yes, a lot to admire in the presentation, but I have a question about the competition. And you suggest that by your pending order from Bahrain, for example. It isn't just competition within India, it's international competition, because it seems that there may be US-based other companies throughout the world who could also enter India and be your competitors. And in particular, I wondered how you differ from an early mover in the space called teleradiology, which you very nicely pointed to in your business plan, which I reviewed. And I wondered how you would position yourself as being different from them.
Sure, that's a very good question. So we have got an order in Bahrain, which means we are the ones penetrating other markets and not vice versa. Now, there is definitely a kind of concern that other players in the market, say Telerad, they could come into India and try to outrun us. But then we are really based in India. We are based in the eastern metropolis of Kolkata. And we are not selling to large hospitals. We are not selling to Apollos of the world, which is a big hospital chain in India. We are really going out to mom and pop independent diagnostic centers. Big companies, US-based companies or Europe-based companies are just not going to be able to do that. You need a lot of
knowledge on the ground. You need a lot of information in order to be able to kind of penetrate that kind of market.
So to get back to the point you made that you said you were totally differentiated from everybody else, you know, in your competition matrix, it turns out that there are other companies who could do very much the same thing. They just might not have your network within India, or your knowledge of India, and so forth.
So I was answering that in the context of foreign competition, but yes, there are already some players in India, as we already talked about, and we are the ones who provide full service. Now, can other people do it? Theoretically, yes. Have we done it better? Yes, because we have a radiologist network, provides us network effects, and we have a proprietary software that allows us to pull data from any imaging equipment. It does not matter what imaging equipment you're using. And that's a software that's, once you have a certain kind of base built out, you have credibility in the market, it's very difficult to outrun us on that.
So nobody has that capability of working with all systems that you have, including some of these foreign competitors?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, because that would be potentially very
significant. Also, the data is there. Once we move a customer in, we have their data that is sitting in our system. It would be difficult for them. It's very sticky. That's what we have seen. We have very high retention rates. And it's pretty common, I think, in healthcare moving systems. So first mover advantage here is kind of protectable because we have that data. Now, there will be other players, of course, and it is a huge market. So I don't think it is going to be a winner-take-all market. But because we are moving in fast, we are capturing this market, by the time others come in, we have other options that we can look at, like Shubham mentioned.
When you go install in a clinic, is it a software-only solution, or is there hardware involved?
So I can take that. Currently, it's a software-only solution. So we install the software on a server or a computer that they have already in their network. We are exploring a hardware-based solution, so it's a little bit more plug and play, but the installation's pretty swift right now.
And what do you think the cost is of that installation when you go do it?
So the installation typically takes under a day for us, and a lot of times we can do it remotely, so it's a pretty low installation cost.
Got it.
Sam?
If I understand where you are so far, you've done 33 million image scans, but you've made less than $1 million of revenue. So I'm not understanding the value that you're bringing because it sounds like you're doing a lot of great work, but you're not capturing much reward. And in your business plan, you talk about an example where the hospital was spending $6,500 just on X-ray film, and you're only charging them $250. Wouldn't there be an opportunity to capture more of that cost savings?
I'll take that. There's a distinction between studies and images.
Sure.
A study is a bunch of images. So for MRI, we'll have thousands of images, but it is still one study. For X-ray, you might have only one, maybe couple. But images, we are not getting, our unit of revenue earning is not on an image, it is on the study, right? So 750,000 studies, that's what.
So you're making, right, that's the $1.76,
yeah.
Sure.
So now coming to the question of whether we are leaving money on the table in terms of our pricing, well, that is something that we are actually looking at. We are actively working on pricing. In fact, this is my last quarter here, I got into Professor Dubey's pricing strategies just to understand like how we should think about that, because this is a real challenge. This is a real challenge, and we are working on it. We have the data, and but that is still work in progress. We know probably we are leaving some money on the table, but as we iterate and as we grow, we are going to have this network, more radiologists, more diagnostic centers, which is going to give us more leverage in terms of reducing our cost as well as playing around with the pricing area.
Why is more volume going to help you reduce your radiologist cost?
The reason is that one radiologist can do about 15,600 images in 1 year. That is also working part-time. The more volume I drive to them, we are giving them more customers, pretty much, and they are earning more money, right? So right now it is like about 58%, 60% that we have to pay them. But once we drive more volumes to them, their marginal time is just 3 minutes to do the extra study. So they are going to earn the same amount, the more money, but we are going to be able to, per unit, we are going to be able to negotiate that in terms of not 58%, maybe 55%, maybe 50%. But we need that volume in terms of, so that we can keep them busy.
I understand volume usually reduces costs with technology. I'm not familiar with it happening with humans, but hopefully that'll work.
So just to add to that, I mean, like once we have that huge amount of data, we will be able to apply artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques to actually build some productive tools. And based on that data, that will help radiologists kind of process those images much faster. So let's say right now it's 3 minutes, they'll be able to do it in 1 minute. So that will create a value for the radiologist as well. And this cross-sectional level of data that we'll get from scaling the business will actually help increase our diagnostics as well, which will increase our retention rate. So you see the impact on both sides of the market, and which is what makes our business model really attractive.
So how is what you're doing different than what Life Image is doing here in the US?
I'll take that question. It is not that much different. In fact, I was talking to Pat Basu the other day, who basically scaled VRAD, probably the largest of the teleradiology companies in the US. And we are essentially doing pretty much the same thing, but we are customizing it for that market. In that market, there's some idiosyncrasies in terms of we don't have a EHR. Like we have it here, it's ubiquitous. We don't have that. We don't have that basic PACS system, the picture archival that Kara talked about. So we are customizing this and building this and rolling this out in the Indian market. And, but structurally, we are not really doing anything different. We are basically doing what the US did 20 years back.
So the follow-up is, so they've been 10 years at this so far, dealing with most of the medical systems here in the U. Okay, there we go. User error. So they've been at it 10, 12 years, something like that. They've got a lot of the medical systems in the US, they'll do $13 million maybe this year, and they're dealing with really large medical systems. How do you intend to really scale this to a sizable manner with those kinds of analogs out there?
Sure. Yeah, so that's a really good question. In order to scale, we will need to sell this thing many times over. We've sold it 200 times, and we want to sell it more and more number of times, right? And for that, we are getting business development folks on board. We are partnering with OEM distributors who can get our kind of name out. And those are kind of the two major ways as of now that we are using to acquire customers. In terms of scaling it out across India, we have kind of divided into different regions. We already have presence in different regions of the Indian market. We have radiologists all over the place, which gives us credibility that these are not fly-by-night operators. They have like radiologists all across India. So that gives us a lot of credibility, and we have presence in a significant portion of Indian market. So that is very credible, and yeah.
And just to benchmark, there's a factor of 75, like 1.7 million, it's 130 million in the local currency. And it's still developing. That market is still developing in terms of basic infrastructure. As I said, EHR penetration is pathetically low in that market. But that is going to come, right? So that market is going to evolve. So you can consider where the US was in the 90s in terms of the healthcare infrastructure. Consider India kind of at that same level, maybe lower. But there is going to be investment, as Shubham talked about, and they are going to come up. So the prospect is there has to come up, right? And it's a big market. It's a huge market. So as the market grows, we are going to grow with it, and we will be in it, and we'll be moving that market. And that's what our value proposition is. Jan?
How will you win supply radiologists at scale without getting squeezed on cost?
I can do that. So I mean, as I mentioned, like I think right now they are definitely in short supply, and that's the trade-off we are going to make once we start developing those productive tools. So the productivity tools, basically, as I mentioned, around like AI, ML. So once we are able to develop those tools, that means they will be able to process those images at a much faster rate, which means their supply-side constraint will come down. Secondly, there are like when we talk about these images, the bulk of the complexity lies when reading those images when it is in the edge case, rather than like if they are far apart. Let's say in terms of you have a broken arm, there are certain images where you can just read it very easily that it's a broken arm. If it is like a very close to the mean, let's say, it's very difficult to read. So in those cases, the machine learning are very efficient in reading those images, right? When it is like, let's say, very clear that it is a broken arm. When it is very close, that's the time when we're going to use our radiologists. And that will help reduce the supply side constraint. That will give us more pricing power on the radiologist, and that will help us increase our profitability going forward in the future.
And we have already 73 radiologists. We're not starting from 0. 0 to 10 is a challenge, but beyond that, we have that network effect. Thank you.
I'm going to hand this to Gabe, or to Adam.
Thank you.
You can put it in your bucket.
Okay.
So judges, just a reminder, fill out your forms. We're missing 1 or 2 from each of you. Right afterward, yeah, try to do it. Okay. We'll ask you to rank your top choices at the end. So, you know, if you're not quite consistent, you can be consistent at the end.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. My name's Gabe. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Chirp Snacks, and today we're going to present to you the future of pet food. After myself, we'll be hearing from Steve in product, Hector in growth, Catherine in business development, and Sabrina in logistics. And with that, let me show you my favorite slide in the presentation. These are the team pets. So in addition to making us part of the 76% of millennials that own a pet, which is disproportionately higher and growing, our pets also share one other commonality, and that is they have a food sensitivity. While that might seem uncommon, we surveyed over 500 people and found that it's actually 30% have a have an allergy or sensitivity. And within that 30%, you're constantly looking for something that's going to meet your pet's stomach, and more often than not, the allergy is meat. So 98.5% of pet foods have a meat in them, and that's despite the fact that we've had 58 recalls since 2018, and the environmental output. So the livestock industry today, one-third of it goes to our pets. This goes against who we are as millennials. So 55% of us are trying to actively cut meat, and we consider the nutrition of our pet first and foremost, which means we're 2 times more likely to take insect-based proteins as an alternative. So here's the solution. It's allergen-free and cricket-based, and it's also #delicious, which we would all know. We've had plenty of the samples. Let me tell you a little bit about the gateway bug, crickets. It's exponentially more sustainable. So land, water, feed, and greenhouse gas emissions, these are relative values here. It blows them out of the water. And they can be vertically farmed, so you could have a 30-story building full of crickets if you wanted. And they can survive off compost, so pretty green. And when you compare it to traditional proteins in terms of its nutritional profile, it's a superfood. So these are 4 categories of things that you need in any given pet food. And yeah, there is a reason why people eat it. So with that, I'll hand it over to Steve in product.
Thanks, Gabe. So we're going to be launching our product in 3 phases. We'll be starting with our first 3 treats that'll launch in August. Then in December, we'll be launching our first dog food. And next year, we'll launch our first cat food. Now, the number one thing that's most important to our consumers is the health and nutrition of their pets. That's why we'll be making health-focused treats. And we'll be starting with a digestive health treat, a bone and joint support treat, and a skin and coat treat. Now, we'll be taking advantage of the excellent nutritional benefits of crickets, but we'll also be enhancing them by adding ingredients that help promote their specified health benefits. We'll also be making a limited ingredient diet dog food, which means that it'll be free from traditional meat proteins and other common allergens like wheat, dairy, and soy. It'll have a clean, transparent label. That way, pet parents never have to question what's in their food or why. Now, how sustainable is it? Well, by switching from a traditional dog food to ours, it will have the same ecological impact as driving 2,500 less miles, taking 150,000 less showers, and will free up enough land to plant 8,000 trees. And those are annual numbers. Now, over the past 5 weeks, we've handed out over 250 samples, and dogs love them. 3 out of 4 people recommend us, but we want to get to 4 out of 4. And we're doing that because we're working with pet food consultants and a vet with a pet nutrition specialty to help us increase both the palatability and nutrition in each one of our products. For a quick look at the competitive landscape, we have competitors that are making limited ingredient hypoallergenic dog foods, and then others that use alternative proteins to accomplish their sustainability goals. Chirp Snacks fills the void in the marketplace because it's both hypoallergenic and sustainable. That way our customers don't have to choose one or the other. And for a little bit more on the market opportunity, I'll give it to Hector.
Thank you, Stephen. The pet food market is significant, statistically shown to be recession-proof and projected to continue growing. But this is no surprise to you. Now, within this market, a new category has recently emerged, insect-based pet food. That's right, insect-based. We are just at the beginning, yet reports state this specific category will grow 50x by 2030. Now, we believe in the growth of this category, and so do our investors, Rough Draft Ventures, who have already committed $100,000 investment towards our venture. To make Chirp Snacks the leading product within the category, so far we've invested our resources strictly on organic growth. But as we take that one step forward, we plan to expand our broad education and community partnerships in order to generate trial. We will better establish a digital ecosystem to foster adoption and conversion, and we will launch a brand ambassador program to build that brand advocacy and spread that word of mouth. I'll now pass it over to Catherine.
Thank you. Based on our research, 55% of dog owners made dog food purchase decision by researching themselves. And 79% of millennials are on social media multiple times a day. That's why it's imperative for us to maximize our online presence through paid search, social media, and organic SEO. When it comes to social media, we know the space as we're part of the target audience. And our strategy here is to be active, interesting, and relevant to our target market. As a matter of fact, in our pilot study, we've already generated over 20,000 views through paid search and over 40,000 views through organic search in less than 3 weeks. We're ready to mass produce our product. We're going to launch it in 3 different phases. In phase 1, we'll sell directly from our website. We'll continue to leverage social media to educate consumers and invest in keywords and paid search to optimize our search results. In phase 2, we're going to increase accessibility by working with online platforms, Chewy.com and Amazon. And our strategy here is to become the leader in the limited ingredients category. In phase 3, we're going to further increase convenience by going into brick and mortar. And we'll be partnering with major pet hospitals and also working with major pet stores. With that being said, this is a ripe opportunity for you to invest, as our LTV to CAC ratio is 9x. Our CAC is only $105, as we're leaning heavily towards organic sales and organic referrals. And our LTV is going to be $930. This is an impressive number because dog food is generally inelastic and it's recession-proof. And more importantly, there are limited options out there for pet with allergies. So for pet parents like myself, when I find the right brand, I rarely switch. So now Sabrina is going to talk about traction.
Thank you, Catherine. Now I'd like to take a moment to walk you through what we've achieved in the last 5 months. With LOI signed for roughly 2 years of cricket powder supplies, we're now 1 step away from finalizing our first product. Website is ready for online ordering. On the marketing side, through social media contacts on ongoing community outreach events, we now have over 200 people on our waiting list. And most importantly, as Hector mentioned, we recently received $100K to kick off our first round of fundraising. We look at our unit economics at 3 different levels based on our channel strategies. The 5-ounce dog treat product will be priced at $12.99, aligned with majority of the product in the premium market. The at-scale gross margin will be 81%. Once we start partnership with different channels, the margin will drop down to the 55% range. We're positive that this product will bring in enough profit to support customer acquisition and product development. Move on. Chip Snacks will achieve 4.6 million EBITDA by year 6, under the assumption that only 1% of the market, sustainable market, will be captured by them. Most of SG&A goes towards marketing to continuously support the market penetration. Gabe, can you walk us through the exits?
Thanks, Sabrina. So the pet consumable space is a healthy space that we've seen a lot of exits in the last 5 years. We're looking about 12 times EBITDA, mostly private equity, but a few strategic acquisitions by the majors. When you look across the four major exits in the last few years, there's a common trend, and that's premiumization and more nutritious products. So Blue Buffalo was the largest one for $8 billion in 2018, but these are all products in our same category. Tell you a little bit about the founders. Adam has 7 years of entrepreneurial experience, and he also has a bit of a VC background. Myself, I'm a CEO. Myself, I have 6 years of CPG sales and strategy experience, and I'm also an attorney. And I recently left my job to go for this job full time. To tell you about the team a little bit, so we have 35 years of cumulative experience in our relative categories, and a few years of professional soccer playing experience there too. Our advisors are our strength. So on the bottom row, we have 4 experts in D2C, VC, and CPG. And Randy, he's a friend of the program who graduated from NBC in 2019. On the top row, Paul and Beth, they're both pet food executives. Paul is the commercial director for the world's largest insect-based protein company in Europe. And Beth is director of marketing. She used to work for Perrin and Zooks. With that, we're asking for 1.5, most of that are million, and most of that's going to marketing and inventory. We've already raised 110. And that's Chirp Snacks, healthy pups, healthy planet, and we invite you to make a difference with us and make an impact in the pet food space. So thank you. I'm going to invite Adam up. He's a co-founder to run the Q&A.
Brent. Jiminy's is a very, very similar business. what have they done right, what have they done wrong, where's the gap, and what can you do differently so you just don't beat each other up with customer acquisition?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Catherine?
Yes, I can take that. It's a great question. So there are a couple things that differentiate us from Jimny's. First, our brand differentiator is limited ingredients, and this is a rising niche market. If we go to the next slide, we can see that Jimny, currently on Chewy, they're competing in the general dog category, and there are about 2,000 to 3,000 SKUs, so probably over 400 or 500 different brands there. That's what they are competing with. And we'll be competing in the limited ingredients category. There are about 580 SKUs, which means probably about like 100 brands, and we're going to be the only one that's using cricket protein, sustainable protein. So that's going to be our differentiator. And in terms of marketing and social media strategy, if we go to slide 46, we can see that Jimny's right now is having a hard time to be relevant to the millennial market. In their social media, they're struggling getting views and struggling getting referrals. This is because their media content is more product heavy versus being interesting and relevant to the consumers. And they're also missing out on one of the most recent TikTok platform, which is going to be more engaging and project to be converting higher than the traditional platforms. So those are the factors that are going to differentiate us from Jimny's.
Thank you, Catherine. Sam?
Let's put aside the lifetime value question because we don't know. You've got a $100 CAC to sell a $12 product. How's that going to work?
Yeah, so the CAC and the LTV are based on food, and so it's not just the $12.99 product. It's also based on the sale of food, which we're currently developing as well. So the treats are going to come to market first, with a goal of socializing the brand and for us to learn in the market while we're developing food in parallel, which we've already started.
But you're going to be marketing when you just have treats because you said that's how you're going to build the brand.
We are going to start with some very limited marketing efforts. So we don't anticipate CAC for treats being 105.
What do you anticipate it being?
We were thinking, when we were initially talking, it was closer to like 30 to 60.
Why would you have a lower CAC for treats than dog food?
Why would we have a lower CAC for treats than dog food? Because the conversion and switching to treats is a lot easier than dog food. And so getting people to buy treats is an easier process than getting people to switch to dog food. Thank you. Jonathan?
Very similar question. So we have made a number of investments, excuse me, in D2C food, including in the pet space with Spot and Tango and Smalls.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about CAC and your average order value for the initial product, how many orders do you think you're going to need to generate to break even on a customer?
Do you want to go to AOV? Thank you, John. So we're looking at this in a couple ways. When you look at a lot of the online D2C companies, they're not selling individual packs of treats. They're usually selling bundles. And so when we look at starting with treats, a complete health pack might be $33. So if our CAC is for treats, to your point, Sam, lower, we're hoping that a couple sales or a couple of subscription will get us past the CAC cost.
Got it. And you're going to offer a subscription?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Joanne?
Pretty basic question. So I love the environmental factor of this. Is that value proposition primarily a marketing benefit? As in, is that going to lower your CAC of reaching a certain audience? Or does that also factor in the product cost, which means that you're getting a better gross margin product?
Thank you, Joanne. Actually, I'm going to go to Gabe on this.
Sure. Can we go to the impact slide? So I'd say that it is affecting our margin more than anything. When we think about our impact, I'd say that there's 3 different ways that you could assess it. One is, as a product, we have to make sure that we're going to be raising our COGS, whether it's through compostable packaging or through talking about doing recycling type initiatives. That's going to raise our ability and affect our margin. But holistically, as an organization and partnerships, we're going to be selling, say, recyclable doggy waste bags, recycled plastic toys, different types of products on our website to make sure that we're generating the most impact possible.
Got it. And one other question, which is, what is your raise going to get you? At the end of it, what should an investor see in terms of proof points?
Sure. With that, I'll go over to Sabrina.
Yep, Sabrina.
Oh, I'll go to cash flow first. Yeah, I'd like to start by show you guys our cash flow, how we're gonna spend the $1.5 million. So basically, majority of the money will get us towards marketing to really highlight the product market penetration to get us for treat and food both. And I think our plan is to launch the treat this year and dog food and cat food in the next 12 months. So in the 18 months of cash flow, as we show here, again, majority of money will go towards marketing to really capture the customers. And that also a decent amount of money will go towards inventory because the initial production, we actually have a decent MOQ to get us kick off the business. And once we get, I think by Q3 and Q4 next year, we are hoping to get a healthy inventory turn and catch up with the demand.
Thanks, Sabrina. Okay, Van in the back.
Yeah, so with that point, I would love to understand more about the supply chain partners you have and their ability to scale effectively. I have no idea around the cricket ingredient supply chain.
Neither did we initially. Yeah. So traditionally, crickets come from overseas, so the vast majority of the supply has been to Southeast Asia. But with the growth of this opportunity for humans and for pets, there's been exploding supply. Though it is at capacity, we have an LOI for 2 years with our partner, but we're seeing factories and farms open across the country. So we've talked to these companies listed. We've reached out to over 8. We have prices for each. And we've made partnerships with the largest cricket providers in the country.
Awesome, thanks. And then I can't see your name tag, but just next to Van.
Yeah, Guy, thank you. Good presentation. So you said on one of the first slides, I think that 3 out of 4 people like it, which it's like 75%. So what? Quantitative place. Yeah.
We wanted to keep the math tough.
You know, it's not 9 out of 10. So what are the pushbacks and how are you going to mitigate it?
One of the big things that we're excited about with the numbers, even though 75 might not be an exciting number, is that we haven't really socialized or worked with like nutritionists, professionals to get this product out. So this is based on home bakes and what we're producing, and we're novices. You know, so we have palatability studies lined up, we have pet nutritionists lined up, and we've engaged with a company to help us work on the product and gear it more towards dogs than just, you know, a couple of students in a kitchen. So I think that number is going to increase dramatically when we have professional support and get this product ready for market.
What were their complaints? These are the humans, right? Not the dogs. Dogs will eat anything.
Well, so this is based on the people recommending based on their dogs, but the complaints are going to be something like and this has changed a lot, but like the texture. So like how a treat crumbles. You know, does a dog eat it? Does a dog not eat it? You know, the size of the treat. People have different size dogs, right? And so we're typically baking one type of size. So there's a lot of things that go into it. But those are the main ones that come up.
Thanks.
And then I'm going to go Pete. Pete? Okay, sorry.
I was getting the mic on. I'm good. Funny enough, my kids are leaving, so we're becoming empty nesters, and animals are coming in. And so this whole concept of being a pet parent is new to me, and I don't know how I feel about it. But the question I do have, this market, as you guys mentioned, there's a number of people a number of companies that are in market with premium foods already. I don't understand the pain point that the consumer has, because I would imagine it's difficult that the animal can't communicate their pain, and I'm not quite sure this is a common diagnosis. So that seems to be a problem with why traction might not necessarily take, because there's no communication of a pain point from the primary person with the pain or the animal.
Do you mind if I ask, is there a specific question?
So my question is, what is the pain point?
Okay.
Why are they going to find this product? Because, yeah, that's a very fair question.
I mean, I hear what you're saying.
And all the things that happened this past year. No, but that's what I don't understand, what's going to be the buying behavior by the consumer, given that there's a lot of products, and how can they differentiate with what you are providing?
Yeah, so we'll start with Steve.
Thanks. So one of the biggest differentiators with us is the limited ingredient diet and also being sustainable. So when your pet has some sort of allergy, whether that's itchy skin or maybe digestive issues, they start with an elimination diet. and sometimes a prescription hypoallergenic diet, which is extremely expensive. And then when they come off of that, that limited ingredient diet is a single protein source. And so it's very healthy, and you no longer have to worry about any of those allergies.
So and then someone's going to prescribe crickets are the answer for you. I mean, that is like, how do they find your product is going to be the fit in that regard? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is there like a cricket diet that is prescribed by veterinarians that is
So
beneficial?
are you working with veterinarian groups to?
Yeah, I'll try to answer.
You can.
So, I mean, if we want to move to the vet question, or do you want to answer the first one?
I want to answer the first question real quick, which is that we're not trying to become a prescription-based food. To do that, it's very R&D focused, and you have to work with all sorts of medical facilities for that. Well, the idea here is when you get a limited ingredient diet today, your vet or even the pet store, if you go in and you ask, they're going to take you to a single protein source, and more often than not, because the major allergens are chicken and beef, they're going to refer you to, there's a crocodile picture, and that's not a joke. There's crocodile, there's alligator, there's ostrich, and kangaroo. So looking at that, and you think, well, maybe I can be something a little bit more sustainable without having to eat like a zoo animal. And I think the next question was the vet, right?
I want to go to Cynthia because she's been raising her hand a couple times, and then we can go to the vet question.
Yeah, it's somewhat related to the last series of questions. How big is Jiminy's right now? You have them not health focused. Is it just because they're missing the point on what the real value proposition is? And second, depending on their size, wouldn't there be room for more than one cricket-based dog food company? I look at the structure of the industry, it seems to be like 4 majors, 5, whatever, and it would seem if crickets take off, everybody who's got a cricket formula is going to be a target for acquisition.
I'll start with part of the question, then I think I'll go to Gabe on the side, on the other part. But there is a lot of space, and we are very excited about the cricket space. And there is, rising tides lifts all boats. So we definitely see that as an opportunity. And then the size of Jiminy's is hard. They don't have a lot of information about their investments, and they've been around for a long time, which is good for them. They're not a publicly traded company, so we can see that they're in a handful of markets around the world, and they're in a handful of, they've got really good sort of distribution on stores.
Yeah, and to add on to the point, there is plenty of room. This is a news report from yesterday, so June 1st. We're seeing that in the UK, there's over 50 brands roughly for insect-based protein dog foods, and that has generated a 71% increase over the last 3 years. So 71% increase over the last 3 years of acceptance towards insect-based proteins in the country. So it's a remarkable space. There's definitely room for us to compete, and that's something that I think we're looking forward to. The vet question, I think.
Oh yeah, Mark, you had the vet question.
Yeah, well, I was tying to what Pete was asking. Are you working with veterinarians to come up with relationships with them and recommendations to their customers? Because if you're a pet owner, I don't want to rely on Dr. Google. I want to rely on what my veterinarian tells me.
Yeah, so I completely agree with the importance of vets, especially recommendation from vet, but that goes back to the consumer journey a little bit. So based on our research of 500 pet parents, majority of them, about 55% of them, found dog food through online research or seeing it in the convenience store or pet stores. And only 30% of them actually received recommendations from the vet. So that's why we are prioritizing e-commerce first. And in phase 3, we're looking to partner with vets and major pet hospitals.
And one additional comment, Mark. Gabe and I have been to a couple of industry conferences, and there's definitely this tug and pull between vets and what companies are advertising and marketing, and how pet parents are coming into vet offices now with a lot more information. And so that's, to Catherine's point, one of our major focuses. Matt?
So it strikes me that you got to get a little tighter on your job to be done here at the end of the day, because where I see a discrepancy is, first to Pete's point, COVID hit and I drove the short straw, so I got stuck with a little white fluffy dog for 2 years. So, and the white fluffy dog was not always in the best of health, and I often had to clean up after it. So, too much information, but when I was in that situation, so I heard your value prop saying, if you have the following physical issues with the dog, allergies, whatever, we're the solution. But if that's happening, I'm going to the vet, right? If I'm looking for the dog treat truck outside my building because I want to give them a treat, i.e. a different job to be done, or I want to be sustainable, different job to be done, then I'll do Google. But if you're trying to market based on hypoallergenic issues, I'm going to talk to the vet. And then that's where the question that was just asked is important. If I asked 100 vets, how many would say crickets are the answer, right? Versus I've got outrageously expensive Hills, prescription Hills dog food, and all kinds of stuff like that, right?
So we'll go to Kaplan.
Yeah, I completely understand that point as well. It's a great question. So there are a number of things. First is vet visits are very expensive. So without pet insurance, first of all, pet insurance penetration is only 3%. So without pet insurance, each visit is $50 to $100 just to see the veterinarian. And if they prescribe any medicine, it's going to be very expensive. So a lot of people do actually start researching online first, and then they'll notice some certain trends. Okay, if you see these symptoms, potentially they have allergy issue, you might want to start with elimination diet. So that's when they start Googling what are the options out there for me to try it out. And if that doesn't work out, they can always go to the vet. But again, 55% of them do found that through e-commerce or a Google search. So we believe that will be our biggest strength to begin with.
And will that be for snacks or for the dog food? Because snacks strikes me as a kind of a spontaneous little gift because Fido did what they're supposed to do.
Definitely heavier on the dog food side, yeah.
Treats are all more spontaneous.
Thank you so much.
Okay, judges, fill out your forms, and now we have our first break, and we will come back at 10:23 sharp for block rank.
gotta see if other judges, what other judges, so, oh well. Levitt's gonna get here at 4, so he'll miss this, so, oh well. So, okay.
I'll work on it and we'll chat.
Okay, let's get people seated. There we go. Okay, we're ready. Okay, let's get settled. And we are going to Web3 and crypto and NFTs. So BlockRank, it's all yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Streifer. I'm the CTO and co-founder of BlockRank. I'm joined with two of my other co-founders, Joe Bajani, CEO, and Sarah Price, CRO. And we're bringing marketing analytics to Web3. So in Web2, Google Analytics did a really good job of measuring user engagement with websites. In this model, users are everyday people like me and you. And the websites that they're interacting with, Google measured it through clicks and page views. And all of this data is available in Web3, with the analogy being users or wallets. Page clicks and page views, those are transactions and interactions with smart contracts. And the smart contracts themselves, those are the websites. And all of this data is publicly available on-chain, but companies don't use it. And while there are a lot of data providers, the data itself is messy and difficult to work with. And this was highlighted in the news recently, mainly focusing on how companies do not make smart business decisions with the data that's available to them. And this exposes them to a lot of risk, where they're sending their token to users that they don't know and don't trust. And in turn, those users are taking those tokens, selling them on exchanges, and making a quick profit. And this is problematic because the companies really want to get the tokens in their hands of their most dedicated users, and they're not. And these tokens are critical to company success. They're used for things like governance, customer acquisition, and engaging with their community. And that's where BlockRank comes in. We're offering go-to-market services for these companies focused on account profiling and analytics, automating token distributions, and bot and fraud detection. So we're building the first end-to-end token-based marketing platform composed of 3 core products. The first is a dashboard to measure token ecosystem KPIs, and we're in turn taking this very complex, jumbled data and turning it into a graph visualization that's easy, intuitive to understand. Next, we're automating token distributions. This is a very manual process that's highly prone to user error. So we're eliminating that and automating it and making it easy for users to reach their customers. And finally, we're developing APIs using both on and off-chain data that will allow our customers to extract insights, such as who are we marketing to? Who are the bad players in this space? And all 3 of these products integrate together really nicely for that full end-to-end marketing platform.
So we started the company in December,
and we're able to quickly thereafter come to market with a beta product and get 6 customers in the following weeks. In March, we were able to do an official product launch of our data visualization tool, and we're able to 10x our ARR while doubling our number of customers. That's generated about $51,000 in ARR for us to date, which does not include actually a customer that we were able to close with this morning. And we have a really robust sales pipeline, as demonstrated by that we anticipate being able to accumulate an additional $75,000 in ARR by the end of the year, and that does not even speak to the future sales leads that we'll have in the coming months.
So let's take a look at one of our customers, Cosmic Champs. They're a GameFi company who essentially run a gaming platform. And their token has a market cap of $28 million, with 5% of that being reserved for marketing, such as airdrops. Now, we analyzed one of their initial airdrops and identified that 20% of that went to airdrop farmers. Now, if we extrapolate that to the $28 million market cap, that translates to roughly $280,000 that these companies could be saving by using BlockRank. Looking at another customer example, SmileCoin. They are another GameFi company that run a casino-style game where you can make predictions on current market features. They essentially run $25,000 worth of daily rewards for their users, and they report using BlockRank on a daily basis to monitoring how users are interacting with their platform. Within the first 2 weeks of using BlockRank, they were able to identify 5 scammers within their ecosystem, which led to $50,000 plus in savings.
As you can tell, most of our early customers are startups, and specifically they're startups that are built on the Algorand Layer 1 protocol. This is one of the bigger chains in the Web3 ecosystem, but by no means the biggest. They're focused on launching and scaling token ecosystems as they get off the ground. But we're really excited about the opportunity in scaling across the other Layer 1 protocols. We believe there's about 15,000 plus companies across all of the chains that could use our services, and many of whom are upmarket with more established token ecosystems, more active user bases, and more robust use cases for our products. So we've seen pretty good traction in Algorand with this market to date. The number of companies using tokens since we launched the company has doubled in Algorand, but we're even more excited about expanding across chains. Getting to Ethereum alone will more than 100x our market opportunity.
And we're really excited about our product development roadmap. So to date, we've launched our data visualization platform, and we're currently working on getting on Ethereum. Looking ahead, we're rolling out AIs for social trust scoring. We're launching that token distribution platform. We're developing comprehensive KPI monitoring and A/B testing. And finally, we're rolling out that end-to-end cross-chain marketing platform.
So as we've mentioned, Web3 startups have been our core focus to date, and the way we've been acquiring these customers has been through founder-led LinkedIn outreach. But as we move up market and we work with head of marketing, head of analytics at these more established players, we're going to hope to build out a sales team where we can work closely with the needs that these companies have and build more customizable solutions. In addition to that, we're building API products that are going to enable frictionless and seamless onboarding and enable customers to inbound to us. Through that, we want to build a brand as a trusted AI source in the ecosystem so that people can come to us for this level of information. As we think about the costs of our go-to-market strategy, our LTV to CAC ratio should be about 3.6, which will be driven by strong customer retention from the stickiness of our products, with a generally 3-year lifetime of a customer, generating $49,000 in lifetime value and $14,000 in cost to acquire a customer. This is a pretty nascent market. We've seen about 15,000 customers using these types of token ecosystems to date, roughly. But we've already demonstrated the amount of value that we can create for these customers and believe this is about a $375 million market to date. But we're really excited about the potential opportunity looking at the analogous market in Web 2 and how much opportunity there could be as we start to see people migrate towards more of a Web 3 focused business model. Most of the analytics companies in Web 3 to date focus on servicing compliance and due diligence, focusing on financial institutions, exchanges, and investors who want to help more large players in the ecosystem. However, there aren't many companies, and there's actually very few post-product companies that are focusing on helping decentralized applications build their own company, scale, and monitor their ecosystem. And that's why we're excited about helping build the future of Web3 with these companies that have real use cases and just want to reach viable customers. We think what's going to differentiate us long term is having our own proprietary data that will enable us to build best-in-class models. We're building integratable products and APIs that can help us integrate with the data that these companies have. We're also being part of companies' end-to-end process in marketing and understand their entire decision-making process for how they distribute tokens, which is very valuable data for us to have. And we're building an interface where companies can share their data with us, tagging and annotating their own users, accounts, and transactions. With all this data, we'll be able to build best-in-class models focused on transaction classification, understanding account behavior, and rank ordering customers by relevancy to a given company, and building social trust algorithms. We anticipate being able to reach $141 million in ARR by 2027. This will be on the back of having 6,000 customers and about $28,000 in average revenue per customer. We believe we have the team to do this. All 4 of the co-founders have known each other for 10 years since our freshman year in college at Duke. Sarah and I studied statistics together. I worked in fintech operating roles for the past 5 years. Chris has been in the blockchain space since 2015, and through his master's degree in computer science, studied consensus algorithms and blockchain technology. Sarah worked in fraud analytics consulting at Deloitte, and Davis has a strong background in graph-based AI. We're currently in the process of raising a $2.5 million pre-seed round, most of which will be dedicated towards building out our sales function and continuing on our product roadmap with sales and engineering and product hires. Thank you very much. Brent.
So many questions. Let me think about the one I want to ask. So when you had with token issuance, so you missed, Smile had already issued, right, when you started working with them? What did they have to provide to you? I'm really getting at the token issuance in the middle. Do you have to participate in that? I know it's just a shortcut to being able to track and monitor what you want to do, but could you stay out of that and just focus on everybody post-issuance and not have to play in that space, or do you really want to help them with token issuance in the first place?
Yeah, I think this was our initial use case, and something that our customers were really excited about is getting that initial token distribution right, and then all future token distributions right as well. And right now, we're essentially doing a retrospective analysis to identify who the fraudsters were in the first place, but we're currently working on using all of that data that's available to kind of bootstrap the process and allow them to kind of nail that first token distribution.
Another thing I'd add on there is that being part of every part of the process enables us to have added data sources. So we are able to collect information about their own social media data on their own accounts, for example, and how that integrates into their decision-making process. Also, from a go-to-market strategy process, token distribution is actually one of the APIs we plan to build and allow people to come to us to do it. It would require very little onboarding and would allow people to come into our ecosystem and could be a great way to acquire customers.
That's a good answer.
Joanne.
Thank you for the presentation. So we've been doing kind of a systematic deep dive in the space. We're early investors in both Solana and Algorand, so thank you for building in that ecosystem as well as OpenSea. And I think this is a no-brainer problem, so that makes sense. But at the same time, in the last 10 days alone, I've seen you're the third pitch that is pitching exactly the same thing as everybody else. So my question is, what in the near term, right? Like midterm, when this ecosystem is huge and the answer probably changes. But in the near term, what is the strategy to be number one? Is it partnering with the protocols like the Algorand and Ethereum or Solana directly and having them push go to market? Is it really your second product, which is a little bit differentiated versus pretty much a lot of the other players because it's harder to build? What is the basis for differentiation?
Yeah, I would say it's 3 things. One would be our all-encompassing solution suite, which I think will have feedback loops in terms of the amount of data that we're able to collect. I think you mentioned a really interesting second one, which is that we started on Algorand, so we actually have really interesting perspective on some of the other chains. We as a team have a hypothesis that there will be a multi-chain future for quite a while, and after we do move to some of the bigger chains, we're actually really excited about some of the opportunities in cross-chain marketing as companies think about existing on multiple ecosystems or studying multiple ecosystems. And then finally, I think our team honestly is a big differentiator. We have a pretty unique background in data science that should be very applicable to what we're trying to do. Yes, Brent.
I'm going to keep going. A year from now, we're sitting in a board meeting. Do you think we're talking more about other layer 1 protocols and tokens as an ecosystem, or are you thinking more about layer 2 and distributed apps and DeFi and everything else? Which direction do you think is the stronger anchor?
Yeah, so I think right now we're focused on those layer 2 protocols. So working with companies who have tokens and smart contracts that fall within that layer 2 system. And we're really trying to help them optimize their product on top of all of the layer 1 protocols. At the same time, we're viewing the layer 1 protocols as still being incredible infrastructure for the layer 2s to build on, as well as being a really rich source of data that we can still work with to look at things like attribution. If we were to run like a marketing campaign, how are those users actually spending either that layer 2 protocol token or the layer 1 protocol token like Ethereum and Algorand itself? Like, what are they actually doing within the community? So I think to answer your question, really both, but right now the focus is on the layer 2s.
Sam.
I'm a little bit, can you help clarify on the digital ad targeting? How's it going to work? I mean, I understand how you'd know what address to target to, but if we're trying to target people in the real world, how are you going to know who to target an ad to?
Yeah, so as an example, actually the first client that we showed an example for did a test airdrop, and that's what we showed you the use case for, but they're going to distribute much more of their marketing spend in the coming months. And one research question they have is, how are my competitors' tokens interacting in the ecosystem? So they're a gaming company. They want to research who are the best customers of other gaming companies on Algorand. And so we can provide them with that data to understand the activity rates and the virality effects of those people and the usage of those products that their competitors have.
So just limiting to on-chain advertising?
Yes, we're very much focused on on-chain advertising.
Which is pretty small.
As a TAM. Currently, yes, it's definitely smaller. We're focused on creating the future of marketing analytics in Web3 native companies. Yes, we're not as much focused on Web2 advertising. I would say that we are going to understand data at a level about consumer behavior that is very interesting in terms of like if you are a gaming focused consumer versus a collectibles focused consumer, but that's not something that we have in our purview in the next few years at least. Sorry, I can't see your name. Jackie.
Thanks. Can you talk about what the drivers are for increasing ACV? It's a pretty big expansion over the next couple of years.
Yeah, actually, we decreased our pricing pretty significantly recently. We've signed one customer for $15,000 already, and we believe that there's an ability to continue charging some customers at that price point with more customizable solutions for them. But we're actually really focused on our competitive advantage of building a data moat and getting good product market fit and getting customer feedback in the short term. So that's why we decided to decrease prices for the next year or so. And then as we build out that data moat and can truly build these best-in-class algorithms, that's where we'll really differentiate ourselves long-term. That'll create lasting power for our company, and then the pricing will actually justify itself. Yes, Bob.
So I know the goal is to be full stack, marketing, fraud, security. But as a startup, observing startups, it's very hard to be full stack at the beginning of your life. And maybe it's a follow-on to a similar question, which is, do you think of yourself first and foremost as marketing? Or said differently, when you're calling on these companies, who are you asking to speak to? Because marketing people have different budgets than security and technology people. And they're two totally different conversations, two totally different product roadmaps, and it's just very hard to be full stack at the beginning. And I found it's very important to be really, really amazing at one thing to begin with, so that you earn the right to have second conversations to be full stack.
Yeah, I totally hear you, and I think that's one thing we're cautious about. We have tons of ideas for analytics opportunities in the space, and we don't want to bite off more than we can chew. However, I would say that all of the 3 products that we're pitching are very much focused on marketing specifically. The analytics, while the use cases we did show highlighted fraud, we actually view fraud and marketing as 2 sides of the same coin. Having worked in consumer marketing in the past at Capital One and doing a lot of the analytics that goes into it, a lot of the biggest marketing campaigns we did were gamed pretty heavily. So I think there's a big analog to that market as well. And I think that we're just trying to help optimize that marketing spend in the best way possible while avoiding fraud in the process.
And I would like to quickly add on to that. So our initial use case is fraud prevention. But at the same time, these companies, when they run their token distributions, there's really little, any thought that goes into selecting the wallets that they're actually going to send it to. So making the first jump into the marketing space is just a slight nudge to try to get these companies to think about how they run their distributions differently. Instead of rewarding maybe users who have already held some of their token, looking at that on-chain data. If you're a GameFi company, what other GameFi companies exist and who are their users, and maybe looking at them. So that's kind of the jump that we want to make.
So then just, specifically then, when you're calling on a company, who do you want to talk to? I mean, presumably you want to talk to the CEO, but they're going to say, talk to marketing, that they have their budget, which presumably would include, marketing efficiency, i.e. reducing fraud, or security, fraud detection. Who you say? I want to talk to the CTO. I want to talk to the head of marketing.
Yeah, I would say it's the head of marketing. It's somewhere between the head of marketing, the head of analytics, and whoever creates and iterates on their token incentives and ecosystem structure. All 3 things have heavy overlap, and I would assume that type of decision would be made by multiple people. But yeah, I think that we actually have services that might lend more towards one than the other depending on the company's needs. Joanne.
So I think one of the biggest challenges for the space is, as Sam asked, the market size, right? There's right now maybe 1,800 venture-funded Web3 companies, and there's some that are not venture-funded, obviously. So your TAM is very, very limited. And the ecosystem grows primarily as a function of price. It's token price. So if you assume that you're very good at selling to this ecosystem, but the macro is such that the ecosystem is not growing in the same way, is your plan to go after Web 2 companies at that point? How are you thinking about expanding market?
Yeah, I think there is an opportunity to go after Web 2 companies. We did discuss how you can actually extract pretty interesting insights about people's behavior on chain. So looking at the types of companies' tokens that they hold, we mentioned gaming versus collectibles. Another thing that we're really interested in, we actually have a hire that we're waiting to make once we do raise a little bit more money. A data scientist who has a background in computer vision. We actually think there's a lot of interesting data you can collect about people based on the NFTs that they hold. That could be a really interesting classifier of the type of consumer someone is. And with that information, you could help like the Nikes of the world who actually are already interested in doing NFTs to do better distributions and understand who they should target. Koichiro.
That's a great presentation, but as she mentioned, this is a very hot market. What makes, by the way, we are investor of the Coinbase and the Chainalysis. So given the very high competition, what makes you worried most to other competitors?
I think what would make me worried most actually is less about the competition in the short run and more about what we mentioned with the TAM and companies figuring out viable tokenomics ecosystems. I think actually there's going to be so much, I hope that there's going to be so much growth in this space that there really won't be much concentration in the short run. I think there's so many analytics use cases and so much data that can be used to answer them that over time, maybe some companies will find niches that are more relevant to certain needs and use cases. So I'm actually not too worried about competition that much in the short run. I think also the way we're approaching this is relatively unique. I haven't seen many other companies focusing exclusively on token-based marketing and with the suite of tools that we're going after with. Oh, sorry, Pete.
I just figured you were overlooking me on purpose. That being said, can you maybe, Joanne's question, and you're talking about the total addressable market, what do I have to believe for you to take a lead position in the market in the next 18 or 24 months to occur?
A lead position in the market, I think there actually isn't that much you have to believe. I actually don't think there are many companies, like I said, who are doing exactly what we're doing. So I think what you'd have to believe is that we can successfully get to Ethereum, which we already have the infrastructure mostly in place to do and hope to have launched in this month. And then I think the second thing is you have to believe that we can scale a sales function to actually develop relationships with some of the hopefully more established players, like a Decentraland, for example, who has a massive GameFi company. And if we can start to get a few of those big contracts, I think everything kind of rolls downhill in terms of our ability to prove out how much value we're creating. Because we've already done it for some of the smaller clients in the Algorand space, but if we can prove that for more of the well-known brands, I think it would actually sing volumes for our ability to close sales in the future. Yes, go ahead.
Can you talk about the best case scenario, your home run scenario?
Yeah. I think the best case scenario is that we become like the single source of truth of being able to classify accounts and really understand inside out who they are, and then also, in addition to that, be able to triangulate all of the wallets on chain to single identities. This is actually a huge issue given the anonymity in the space. Being able to do that would basically answer most of the core analytics problems in Web3, I think.
Thank you. You should talk about that more.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. And do your judging.
Jim, how are you? I'm good.
Great to see you, man. Reserved.
Likewise.
Oh, yeah, fine. Yeah, yeah. And what are the reserved over here?
Just give me the placard.
I'll get it out of there. Thanks, Steve.
Likewise. Good.
Good to see you. I think a bet on this company is a bet on that talk.
I don't know. They're all like their data science backgrounds. It's pretty impressive. Yeah. There is people in my organization that are a lot more diverse than I am. It's very intriguing. You got to pay attention to what is evolving. Unpinned some general thesis on some stuff, which I think is making people a lot more practical in what they're presenting, at least from my perspective.
Okay, ORSDX, all yours.
All right, sounds good. Hi, everyone. My name is Jake Stengel, and I'm the Chief Business Officer at ORSDX, where we're unlocking the genomics of a salivary rinse to detect and diagnose oral cavity cancer. So oral cancer detection right now depends on very difficult visual inspections. So I have a question for y'all. Can you tell the difference between these two lesions on the screen? One of these is oral cancer, one of these isn't. It's okay. It's okay if you can't. A majority of hygienists, dentists, ENTs, and other providers can't tell this difference themselves with just a visual look. And this is a big problem because oral cancer is detected way too late. If you catch oral cancer in the earlier stages, so stage 1, the survival rate is really good. It's 80 to 100%. However, a majority of cases present in the later stages, stage 3 and 4, which results in a plummeting survival rate of 25 to 40%, which is just devastating. Overall, that results in a 55% 5-year survival rate. And with 400,000 cases annually across the globe, there's 200,000 deaths. This is too many. There's really common risk factors that happen with developing oral cavity cancer, such as smoking and drinking, which happen across the globe. And that increases your probability of developing oral cancer by 15 times. So this is where we come in. ORSDX has developed and we're launching a novel salivary diagnostic test utilizing non-invasive molecular-based techniques to identify cancers of the oral cavity. So anything from the lips to the back of the throat. And why are we focused on oral cavity cancer in particular? That's because we've been founded by some of the world's leading physicians and scientists within this space. Dr. Agarwal is the head of head and neck surgery here at the University of Chicago, and has done research in the space for the last 20 years and sees the pain that each one of these patients see every single day. I come to the team with over 8 years of commercialization experience within the life sciences field, and Dr. Hasina is a dentist and a PhD with over 20 years of research within oral cavity cancer. Our NBC team of Chunbai, Kevin, and Pat have helped us out within the regulatory, clinical, and marketing space. Joining Nishant on our scientific team is Dr. Betagoda, who is a leader in the liquid biopsy space at Johns Hopkins, who led some of the foundational science behind companies like Exact Sciences and Thrive, which we'll talk about a little bit later, very large companies. Dr. Izumchenko here is our geneticist and our chief scientific officer. From a business side, we've been connected with a couple of really fantastic folks here in Chicago. Brian Coe is a serial entrepreneur with 2 successful exits, and Cliff Turner is an angel investor within the space. So all this research that these career researchers have done has culminated in the discovery of a particular 7-gene panel, which identifies all these mutations for oral cavity cancer. So finding these 7 different genes, in order to test this, they went to the market and had patients spit into a tube. That was then sequenced. The tumor, which was present for each one of the patients, was excised, and that was sequenced as well. This was done with 120 patients, and as you can see on the right, each one of those little lollipops is a mutation within that gene. This is just one of the genes within this panel. Of the 7 ones, it's a very common look across all 7 of those different genes. What this really means in layman's terms for folks like me means that it results in a very high sensitivity and high specificity. We're approaching 100% with specificity with 20 healthy controls, which is much better than any sort of adjunct on the market. And then we have extremely high sensitivity, which means we're giving true positives. This also means that we can detect oral cancer at a very early stage when it's the most critical. You can see on the left that 87.5% of the cancers were detected, and in advanced stage it gets much better. As we progress and gain more patients, we assume these numbers will rise. And this is because the saliva is in contact with the tumor itself. From a just conceptual standpoint, you're rinsing around the tumor and spitting into the tube and collecting that DNA. It's innovative science, and it's going to save lives. Pat will talk a little bit more about the market.
So at ORSDX, we're proposing with our proprietary tests and our patent and review technology that we'll be able to catch cancers earlier and more accurately. So currently in our beachhead market, the patient with a visible lesion is going to go visit their medical provider, where they will spit in that tube. They'll send off their sample for sequencing and analysis before receiving their diagnosis. This is much better than the current standard of treatment, which has many issues in detection. For example, lesions are often difficult to find, or if they are, it's ambiguous, similar to that first slide. You're unable to determine. Additionally, biopsies are painful and they're underperformed. And lastly, this process, the current standard of treatment, it often leads to subjective results. Here at ORSDX, we're solving for this. The molecular markers will provide clarity. Because it's in contact with the tumor, we're able Because it's in contact with the cancer, we're able to detect this before it's visible. Additionally, this is a painless diagnostic tool, and we are providing definitive results. Now, saliva is a better oral cancer detection platform. As I mentioned, it's in contact with the cancer. You'll see some of the leaders in the liquid biopsy space, they're testing for cancer through mediums such as blood and stool, but in this instance, the saliva is supreme. Our sensitivity and specificity matches these big-time players in this space. You'll see that their science is so valuable that it's given them a minimum valuation of $8 billion. So when you look at the competition in this space, ORSDX is at a clear competitive advantage. As I mentioned, we have the patent and review technology, but we're the only ones in this space that can say that we have a 7G panel, saliva-based, painless, non-invasive, and we're reliable. In the upper left-hand quadrant, you'll see Vigilant Biosciences and Salamark. They are alternative saliva-based tests. However, Vigilant only tests for one biomarker as opposed to R7. They're not approved in the United States. Salamark is no longer in operations. They used outdated technology. They came to market 8 years ago. The market wasn't ready. And going to market, we're going to start in the diagnosis segment. As I mentioned, this is where we're starting to investigate for patients who have suspicious lesions. We're doing so in the medical clinic, and we estimate that this market has upwards of $500 million in total addressable market size. Once we establish ourselves in this market, we want to go in and capture the screening segment. This is the largest of the 3 markets. Here we want to catch cancer early for any patient who has any of the elevated risk factors. That's tobacco use, smoking, heavy alcohol consumption, HPV. All of these risk factors fall into this category, and we estimate that this is upwards of $20 billion. In this space, we can also begin to introduce a dental clinic for screening. We'll eventually move into monitoring, where we can test for those who've already gone through treatment to detect any recurrence. Estimating this market alone in monitoring is upwards of $1 billion. Doing all of this with an estimated cost per test of $500, understanding that this will be covered with stacked CMS reimbursement codes. All of this, again, just in the US alone. In the US, it only accounts for 10% of the cases worldwide, so we understand that there's incredible opportunity in the global market down the road.
So to talk about the demand in the marketplace itself, we talked to over 25 different physicians and dentists, and each one of them said they would use this technology before utilizing a biopsy in order to make sure that their patients have a painless diagnosis. ORSDX represents a game changer, and this has been demanded in the market for some time, and we're the ones who are ready to bring it to those physicians. So from a regulatory standpoint, what this means is that we're going to go to market as a lab-developed test. We will have to launch 2 different clinical studies in 2023 to validate the research that's been already performed by the team. The first one being in that diagnostic space. We are currently projecting that we could enroll 200 different patients and finish this study within a year. What this will allow us to do is have a prospective study based on the previous one performed, integrate into a clinical workflow, and then also confirm our reimbursement pathway with both medical and dental. The other one that we'll be launching is that much larger screening prospective study, which is more analogous to what Exact Sciences did that you saw before with the 10,000 patients. So we're assuming the floor right now is about 2,000 patients to enroll there, though we are confirming this with regulatory experts over the coming 4 to 6 weeks. Again, that will also allow us to establish our reimbursement pathways and really enhance the utility of this test from an economic and a clinical workflow place from a screening perspective. So what this means from a financial standpoint is that we're not making any revenue next year, but we are planning to launch our diagnostic in 2024 to project revenue. And then it's not a coincidence that in 2026, our revenue increases significantly once we have our screening launch. This is, again, only in the US market. So in markets like Asia, where there's a significantly higher prevalence of oral cavity cancer, this could even expand further and further. So what we're asking for is $2.5 million required to launch our initial clinical study. What that will be is finishing up that design that we talked about earlier for the diagnostic, and then also laying the foundation for the design for the screening test. The diagnostic then would go through within the next 18 months, and we'd be looking for a much larger round at the end of 2023 in order to finish that screening trial that we talked about. After that, and after we launch, really the sky's the limit. We're able to probably raise more capital and launch internationally and capture that very larger market outside of the space. So just a case study is Thrive. Thrive ended up being bought within 1.5 years for $2.2 billion. That's tremendous. They went to market as an LDT, and it had a fairly low sensitivity. We have a better sensitivity, not that we have that large of a space. So just to talk about, to bring it back home to why we're doing this, and that's really about the patient. This is a story about Warren, who was one of the lucky 25% who survived a stage 4 cancer diagnosis. And in order to survive that, he had to have his tongue resected. What this causes for Warren is a difficulty to drink, difficulty to eat, difficulty to speak, what I'm doing to you right now. And this is going to have a tremendous impact on patients. And with your help, we can work to make oral cancer history. Thank you for your time. I want to call up our advisors to stand behind because they'll answer more questions than I can. So John, go ahead.
Thank you. Great presentation and definitely doing something good for the world. So thank you. Just a few quick questions. One, when you start with this, are you planning on doing this in dentist's office or doctor's offices or hospital setting? What's the?
Yes, from a diagnosis standpoint, we're planning to get reimbursement through the medical providers first, and then also expanding into the dental clinics. We're actually currently doing a reimbursement study with DentaQuest, which is that larger insurance group, through something called the SMILE program. That they're a large innovation program here with partners with Matter and DentaQuest. So,
and then for the FDA approval process on a lab-based test, after you do that first smaller study, what is actually required to get it fully approved or to have an exemption to be able to start rolling it out before full approval?
So as a lab-developed test, there's actually not a complete review of the data before it's approved. There isn't like a 3-month lag time after submission. So what you need to make sure is that you have a CLIA-CAP certified lab and then a CLIA-CAP certified test. And those two things will have to be set up front with our clinical trial design, which we're currently building with our regulatory experts.
Yep. And then on the reimbursement side of it, have you, understanding there's the stacked CMS codes, and that does make sense, have you talked to any of the private insurers, not the dental side of it, but the actual private insurers about what they would reimburse?
Yeah, so we've spoken to a couple different reimbursement experts just to compare it to other tests on the market that are reimbursed right now. Exact Sciences is about $650. That's fully covered by insurance. Other things, for the most part. Other companies such as Guardant and Grail, those are much more expensive tests too. Those are thousands of dollars. Some of them going up to $3,000. Reimbursement is a challenge in the liquid biopsy market as a whole, but I think we can follow the footsteps of companies that are laying the foundation right now, like Foundation, not to use a pun there, but and Grail and others. So that's our plan, inclusive in our reimbursement studies that we're doing.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, in the back, Jim.
Great job. It's inspiring. Brian Code, also recruiting is tremendous. He's also with respect to the with respect to the company that failed 8 years ago, you said their technology was further ahead.
So not further ahead, it was behind. So we can go to the that case study.
Too early, I believe the technology was too early for market. Oh, sorry.
You got to press it.
Sorry about that. Can you just expound on where that company's technology was?
Yeah, so Evgeny, do you want to talk about Salamar?
Right. So at the time when this tool came out, we pretty much were working on exactly the same thing, so we know the first hand that it failed. And it failed from a couple of reasons. First of all, it's based on an RNA, and it's much less stable than the DNA. So you cannot collect the reams and then keep it for a couple of days on the table and then to read, right? That's the first thing. Second, it's based on on the expression level, not on the mutation. And it's not really specific to the tumor. Expression of the gene can change because you eat something different or because you sleep not well. And the third part, those are the tools that are extremely hard to validate when you jump from the cohort to cohort. So let's say you come with a 7-panel gene that you pretty much sure that can separate the patients with cancer and without the cancer in 100 patients that you have. But once you move it to another group of patients collected in another hospital or the country, 99% of these tests, they fail.
Okay, and second question, related to the reimbursement for the lesion, do I have to have a lesion present, or will this be something that insurance will cover for pre-screening like I would annual physical? Because I mean, one thing if there's a lesion, but the pre-cancer determination before it's present is remarkable. So do you think this is something I can get my annual physical?
Yeah, that's the vision. If you are a smoker of a certain age, right? So it won't be economically feasible to screen everybody in the world because it's just, but if you are a smoker at high risk or any other high risk people like heavy alcohol users, that kind of thing, the expectation is it would be screened at least once a year. Do you want to talk about the clinical pathway?
I'll just make one point, Jim, in terms of the technology for Salamar. So for me, it's analogous to like one of those old flip phones versus like a new iPhone. So you can't really compare it. So it's completely very different. Our market strategy initially is for diagnostic assay. So if someone has a lesion, what happens is there's significant delays, either patient-driven or provider-driven, to a biopsy. So we want to really shorten it, have patients say, I'll do a saliva test and know if I really need to pursue this or not. So that's our strategy initially.
Last thing I'll put on the two adjuncts that you talked about before, they have extremely low specificity. So they're throwing out false positives all the time and making people even more worried than they already are. So ours has that specificity advantage for sure. Yes, Sam?
Can you talk about how you're going to market this to the providers, and are you going to market to consumers? Obviously, there's Cologuard obviously does a lot of consumer marketing, but there's a default way to treat this, and so how are you going to change the way people treat it, and how much is that going to cost?
So I'll answer the first part of your question, but first we'll be marketing it to specialists and physicians, right, to replace the biopsy process. And then ultimately we would be marketing to a larger group with the screening indication, but that's years down the line instead of the diagnosis, which is really what we have in hand, which is a really valuable tool. Do you want to talk about the standard of care piece?
What was the question about the standard of care?
Yeah, just how are you going to market to the providers? How are you going to change the standard of care?
So the problem is that dentists and primary care physicians who initially see these patients do not feel comfortable with what they look in the mouth. Unfortunately, we have dentists and primary care physicians who are our patients with stage 4 cancer, right? So it is a problem across the board. So our target is, again, to providers, to dentists, oral surgeons, head and neck surgical oncologists. But within that, we also want to have a marketing strategy to the public, so they bring this awareness to their providers also. So I think it will be a combined attack. The standard of care right now is physical examination, visualization, palpation, ultimately leading to biopsy. But again, to get to biopsy is a huge obstacle, and we want to decrease the threshold to have something that's high risk, and then to really convince patients that you do need a biopsy.
Yeah. So just to expand on that, so marketing perspectives, we have clear partners within the space with DentaQuest. We actually just spoke with Delta Dental, and we're working with them to get it through that type of pathway. So we have the connections through part of our brand name and part of this team. Nishant's too humble to say it, but he's one of the world leaders within this space, and he knows almost. He talks at every ENT conference that you can think of. So bringing that to market through that will really turn up the demand. University of Chicago actually has a symposium in October regarding oral cancer health, where leaders from across the globe come in to listen to the latest technology, and we'll be presenting that in October. So really, we're looking to bring up the churn that side, and then ultimately going to patients at the end of the day.
Do you have any resources budgeted to this? I guess is maybe the
Yeah, I mean, the majority of our resources, like 81% of our funds that we're going to be doing is all towards our science, right? And that's the most important piece to get validated over this next year. A small percentage of that, about 10, is to marketing, which includes time at speaking events and other areas such as that. Yeah, I can't see your name, Tim. I apologize.
Guy, thanks.
Guy,
is there any precedent for sort of rest of body services originating and becoming reimbursable from the dentist? Because the dentist is the one, I mean, when I think about a physical versus dental checkup, like the dentist is the one where they grab your tongue with the gauze and move it all around, looking around. Your physician doesn't do that. They go everywhere else, but they don't do that. And so is there, can you actually get a reimbursable service deployed through dentists?
Yeah, that's actually reimbursed. The fact that they do that, they're screening for oral cancer, and they do get reimbursed. It's like $70.
But it's not reimbursed by the dental companies, is it?
I think it is, because they bill it and it gets reimbursed, but it would be insufficient to cover our costs.
Right.
Yeah,
so I would think that the
oral
oral screening would really more go not for dental coverage, but for medical coverage, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's why we're going to medical coverage first, and CMS is our first area of focus, and launching and going to the providers who are going to do that. Dentists can actually bill medical codes too.
Okay.
Oral surgeons can do that. It's not a commonly held practice, but that's something that CareQuest as a partner is actually looking to expand upon with a lot of their different areas. So there's this place in the future where this could just be only CMS, but billed through dentists through CMS instead of having to go through CPT codes.
Thank you.
Mark?
Can you explain why you would start this in the U.S. in light of the incidence of the disease state and the regulatory burdens? Why doesn't this business do a trial in Asia?
So our foundational research was actually in India, some of that. So the 121 patients were brought in from the Indian market. I mean, the simple answer is costs, right? A $500 test, if you try to do that in India, you talked to SoftMed earlier, they have $1 for an x-ray. They're not going to pay $500 for an oral cancer screening of this type of magnitude. The other thing is we do want to, that's the biggest market we want to get to, right? The regulatory burden here is a lot higher, and that creates a sense of quality that we're looking to get to. Once a medical device is approved in the US, it's pretty, you can see the cascading effect in other markets, so that's what we're expecting to do. We're taking on the harder costs right now instead of later on. Yeah, Jake.
As you scale, what do you expect to see in your cost to be able to actually run the test and therefore the accessibility to those future markets?
Yes, so if you want to go to the unit model piece. So from right now, our cost, really the biggest cost here is sequencing, right? So a low volume is fairly still high. It's about $200 per test that we're doing. As we scale the higher volume, the lower the cost of the test. There's a new company that just came out that said they can sequence a whole genome for $100. We'll see if that's true. But the sequencing cost, Evgeny and Nishan can talk about, but that's plummeted over the last 10 years.
Yeah, Jake, this test a decade ago would have been $100,000. So these costs are exponentially declining, and we expect to capitalize on that plus the economies of scale if we're really able to scale up.
So just to follow up, at scale, what do you expect your operating costs to be able to produce a strong result?
So the raw materials themselves, the packaging is pretty low. It's about $20 a test, right? It's not that expensive for preservative and that kind of thing. For sequencing, right, you can see at scale we're talking about a margin of about 80% with that $50 cost itself. You know, there is going to be part of this that will have to go to the providers who are administering the test, but we're still working through that with our reimbursement pathway. No one's going to pay $500 out of pocket, so we need to get that reimbursement. I'm glad you all are honing in on that.
So our cost gets below $100, which is probably the key thing that we're looking at.
To launch externally, thanks. That's the better answer. Yeah. I think Bob, you had one. Sorry.
Aside from capital, is there anything else that needs to be developed for you to go to that phase one? Is it just capital at this point, or is there any additional science that needs to be validated?
So from a science perspective,
yeah, so the science is proven. We've done other preliminary work on all of this. It's very consistent. There's an independent paper under review by a group at MD Anderson with very similar results, but ours is patent pending. So the science is very strong. We really just need the capital to substantiate, validate in different cohorts, and then really bring this to patients.
I just wanted to make sure that the data will not change with more patients. So we know that because it was tested many times.
Yeah, and our initial 121 patients was real world, right? So this was not stuck in a lab somewhere. Like we went to the clinics, collected these samples.
So again, if you had the capital tomorrow, you'd be launching.
We would be launching our study at the end of the year. We need to do the design, a little bit more time to finalize the design. Build out the team of researchers who are going to do this. We're working through CROs to do that for the most part. So it's keeping us lean from an internal staffing perspective. But yes, so we need these next 5 months in order to build that strategy and then launch the study in 2023. Make sure that we have all those regulatory checks clicked, like CLIA/CAP, all that kind of stuff. That still needs to be established and with our partnerships to do that. Cynthia.
So I actually like your strategy. I like the dual approach, you know, getting that CLIA lab and getting it out to patients. And who's going to be paying for those tests in that initial phase while you're building the case for the FDA and reimbursement? You mentioned you were already talking or planning to talk soon to some of the larger insurers in the area. So I just wondered if you could comment a little bit more on that.
Yeah, so coverage is going to be, from an insurance perspective, for coverage for the interim before we get our FDA approval, that can be negotiated with private insurers. And we have already had that discussion partially with, again, Delta Dental's interested, and then DentaQuest, which is a practice in the Northeast. So working with them to kind of build out that model, Unfortunately, we're going to have to go more one-on-one with a lot of the private insurers to get it covered in the interim. But once you get that FDA approval and then those CMS codes, then the sky's the limit.
Yeah, so I just wondered in that interim, is there also a patient willingness to pay? And is there a group of high-risk, concerned people that you could also potentially market to?
We definitely could. It's a smaller group, right? Because out-of-pocket costs, not everyone wants to pay $500 for a test, but there are definitely individuals who we could, you see them every day, right?
Yeah, I think for sure.
One of the most striking things about your plan was just how enthusiastic the people who had had the cancer were for this product.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of excitement. Unfortunately, I think we're out of questions. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have extras? That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll just bring it with me.
Yep.
Watch out for the camera. And stay behind the blue line.
We're walking back and forth, don't take the light. They moved it around.
Should we try to spread out a little bit further down there?
Let's move in a bit more.
Are we already mic'd up?
We really have more lunch for you afterwards.
Yeah, they're not going to be hungry for it. Okay, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Shine, and I'm the CEO and founder of Earthy. Today, I'm joined by Sarah, Aditya, and Will, who work on finance, operations, and marketing. At Earthy, we sell healthy and delicious plant-based prepared foods. But why are we talking about vegan, and healthy plant-based food? Well, let me explain. During COVID, I got sick. And as I started to get better, I heard that being vegan is a healthy lifestyle. All my friends in LA do it. How hard could it be? I was wrong. 6 months, totally failed. And I started to wonder, hey, Andrew, do you have commitment issues, or are you part of a bigger movement? And what I found is that I am part of a bigger movement. 6 in 10 Americans are eating more plant-based, but 90% of them are unsatisfied with the existing options. They are called flexitarians. I'm a flexitarian. Some of you are flexitarians. They still eat meat, but they wish to reduce their meat consumption for either personal health or environmental reasons. They are one of the fastest growing consumer segments in the US, and they spend $190 billion on food. So we went out and we found the flexitarians, and we said to them, why are you struggling? What's the issue that you're running into? And boy, there's a lot of issues. While there's a lot of plant-based interest, consumption is hard. The food isn't filling. It's not made for us flexitarians. It's confusing. There's fillers. It's fried. It tastes bad. And if you can stomach all of that, boy, it's too expensive. So we built Earthy. Earthy is uniquely focused on winning in a category of food that people increasingly want to access, and that's flexitarian food. We're 100% plant-based. We're grab-and-go, convenience first. Our food is actually healthy, no fried, no fillers, and it tastes amazing, which you can attest to. Our food was built by experts. That means a Michelin star experienced chef with a James Beard nomination and a New York Times best-selling nutritionist. Our food is also eco-friendly and sustainable. We don't harm any animals. But most importantly, our recipes were reverse engineered to appeal to the masses, to appeal to the flexitarians. So I told you what we do. Plant-based, grab-and-go for flexitarians. But how do we do it? We operate a hub and spoke model. The hub is our centralized production kitchen. All of our kitchen labor works in one kitchen, assembles, cooks, and builds our bowls. Then we ship them to our 2 spokes. One is a micro retail location. That's a fancy word for a small 500 square foot retail footprint. Heavily Earthy branded, where consumers can walk in and grab and go their bowls. Secondarily, we sell through wholesale partners, which includes corporate, gyms, offices, and coffee shops. The reason we love this model is because bringing all of our kitchen into one space minimizes our labor cost of production and reduces our individual build-out cost. We don't need a kitchen on premise for every new store. Our 500 square foot stores are easily scalable and drive high margin and high ROI. We are so proud of the traction that Earthy has seen to date. Let me tell you about it. We're selling at 3 retail partners, and week over week over week, our sales have grown. We're currently operating at $190,000 annualized per retail partner, and our customers also love us. Our average bowl gets a 9 out of 10 rating from customers on our QR code. To date, we only sell once a week, but we've already seen 36% customer repeat purchase data, and that indicates that 1 in 3 customers has also bought from us every single time we sell bowls. Aditya is going to talk a little bit more about the opportunity.
Thanks, Andrew. One of the reasons for our success so far is because we are playing in the right space. If we think about the food industry in terms of this matrix of healthy versus unhealthy or niche versus mainstream, Earthy is trying to play at the intersection of healthy and mainstream, because that's where the opportunity is, that's what the customers have indicated they want, and that's what the investors are putting their money into. In fact, in the year 2020 alone, $2.1 billion was raised by plant-based startups, and that was a 3x increase since 2019 levels. So clearly, it's a big opportunity. Now, you might be wondering, if everyone's already investing in plant-based, how is Earthy any different? So if you look at that top right quadrant of the opportunity space, there are a lot of players. Earthy's differentiator is that we are the only one in that space that does not serve meat. All the other players in that top right quadrant have either meat or other fake meat or other distractions for flexitarians. Earthy's veggie focus makes it a distraction-free opportunity for flexitarians. And so not only is our business model differentiated, our food is also differentiated. Sarah will talk more about Earthy's differentiation.
Thank you. So in addition to being exclusively veggie-focused, compared to other vegan offerings, which are typically bland and boring, Earthy's menu currently consists of 5 diverse and bold flavors with additional product offerings in development. Our best-selling bowls to date are the most diverse bowls, and you might have 2 of them in front of you, which offer different sources of protein, such as tofu, lentils, and beans. This variety and boldness in flavor satisfies the preferences of our customers, the flexitarians, and drives repeat sales on a daily and weekly basis. And to date, the feedback we've received so far makes us very proud. A store manager called us a few weeks ago saying we sold out of bowls on Thursday and had customers asking about them on Friday. And a happy customer said, I've tried 3 bowl flavors and could see myself eating one for lunch and another for dinner because they feel so different. Another unique aspect to Earthy is our focus on sustainability as a core differentiator. with our food and our 100% biodegradable packaging. Plant-based meals allow us to save CO2 emissions and soil, water, and are essential to our customers as they're willing to pay up to 65% more for sustainable goods. For these reasons, we view Earthy as a unique player in the grab-and-go market. Our bowls are built by renowned chefs. They are delicious, healthy, sustainable, and most importantly, we remove barriers so there's no temptation to add meat to any of your meals, which makes Earthy a distraction-free, plant-based guarantee business.
We're super proud of our product, and we're super proud of our business model. We also have an amazing team of 10 U Chicago students. I'll call out our expert advisors. Chef Amanda Schulman has Michelin star experience. Joy Bauer, you may have seen on the news. She's a New York Times best-selling nutritionist. And Gustavo and John Carter have both run two of the largest grab-and-go businesses in the country as well as in Europe, and they're all providing a lot of expertise. When we launched Earthy, first we wanted to prove two things, demand and profitability, and that's exactly what we did. We sold out of bowls on campus, and with no buying power, we were shopping from local Mariano's, no ingredient power, and no labor power. We already generated a 12% profit margin, which is not representative of our future margins. Then we decided to take it a step further, build out our brand through different retail partners. We sold through a coffee shop, a gym, and an upscale produce store. And as I mentioned, week over week over week, our sales increased. Most recently, 120%, which included 3 retailers as well as corporate. That's annualized, as I mentioned, almost $600,000 of revenue, and our customers are repeat purchasing. So as a next step, Earthy is going to build out the facility that can create bowls for all of our spokes. The hub will be a 700 square foot production kitchen, and we're also going to build out 2 micro retail spokes that are 500 square feet each. We have selected Austin, Texas as the best market to launch in due to the millennials growing there, the health and wellness tailwinds, as well as the many big tech businesses moving campuses there with like-minded people. At scale, Earthy will have a production kitchen that operates and serves bowls to 8 micro retail units, as well as wholesale partners such as gyms, cafes, offices, and grocery stores. Will's going to explain what those financials look like.
As Andrew mentioned, the hub and spoke model is the key to Earthy's financial success. As we add spokes, we're able to lift our four-wall profit margin by leveraging efficiencies in labor, rent, and utilities. With just 1 unit carrying the full weight of the commissary, we're able to achieve a 17% four-wall profit margin, or $300,000 four-wall profit per unit. As we add only our second unit, we see that four-wall profit margin raise up to 30%, or over $500,000 per unit. Finally, as we look to fully saturate a city with 8 units, we think that we can reach a four-wall profit margin of 38%, and we'll be generating $700,000 in profit per unit. Now, over the next 5 years, Earthy plans to expand to 31 units across 4 cities. This represents a 2027 pro forma run rate of over $65 million of revenue, or $16 million in EBITDA for the enterprise. Now, you may be thinking, how do we stack up against the competition? Well, our hub and spoke model and lack of on-site kitchen allows Earthy to achieve almost twice the four-wall profit margin of Chipotle and almost 3 times that of Sweetgreen. Not only that, but our small physical footprint and lack of requirements for equipment on premise allows us to build out our units at only $250,000 per unit, a quarter of that of our competition. This is driving very high ROI of over 172%. Further, because our locations are only 500 square feet and we don't have any reliance on second-generation kitchens, we are able to develop these in sites that our competitors are not able to get into.
Thanks, Will. So Earthy is currently raising $1.5 million today, of which we have $250,000 committed from friends and family. We're going to use that capital to build out our 700 square foot production kitchen in Austin, as well as 2 micro retail locations, which, as I mentioned, will each be 500 square feet, will not require a kitchen, and will be heavily branded. This money will help Earthy get to the next phase of growth that we're very excited about. So today, we've talked a lot about Earthy. What exactly do we do? We are a plant-based grab-and-go business. We target the flexitarian, and we operate a hub-and-spoke model. So what? We have very strong unit economics. We've demonstrated demand, and our team has shown significant momentum, and we love to hustle. So today we're raising $1.5 million. Our team would love to thank you for taking the time to listen to us, but more importantly, the Earth thanks you as well. We are very excited to take any questions that you may have, and we're very excited to be here. Thank you very much. Hey, John. Yeah.
Great presentation, thank you. The one question I have for you, having spent a lot of time in the restaurant space, is the AUV assumption you're using for the micro sites, is that $1.8, $1.9 million? Is that per site?
Yeah, I think Will, our CFO, is most equipped to answer that question. Will, do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, currently it's, the assumption is about 1.8 million per site, and about 50% of that is coming from like on-site pickup, 20% or 16% is going to be from online orders and delivery, 16% will be online and in-store, and then 20% is wholesale and catering.
Yep. Yeah, so if you sort of pressure test that assumption in terms of number of orders or how you get there, that's kind of in the top tier of fast casual. So you pointed to a Chipotle that has obviously real density in the U.S. and that's kind of very close to their AUV. Doing that out of 500 square feet, no kitchen makes sense. How do you get to those assumptions to be that high in AUV?
Yeah, so our average order is about $15. The bowls are $12, and then we're assuming that we're going to sell drinks and snacks on top of that. And so with 250 to 300 customers a day popping into the store or ordering via delivery or online pickup, we think that that's a reasonable assumption, about 200 to 250 number of customers based on talking to Gustavo and John from Snap Kitchen as well as the Foxtrot guys. And so using that number, we think we can achieve low 1.2, 1.3 million, and then bringing on the corporate and retail sales, which is also included in that unit, will kind of lift it. Luckily, the margins that we've built are very high. So if we do not achieve the $1.8 million per unit and it's closer to 1.4, 1.5, we're still very excited by the margin profile. It's definitely an aggressive growth that we're projecting, but we think there's a lot of demand for the product, so we're excited to pressure test that.
Great, thank you.
Yes?
Hey, this is Guy. Thank you. Food was great. Like, really, it was very, very good. I don't know why it's so funny. It was good food. So is this a bowl? Sorry, I'm going to pick yours up. Is this a bowl? How big is a bowl?
So that is not a bowl. I'll answer your question. So what you're having is samples. Those samples are about a half of a bowl. And the reason we did this today was not to overwhelm you. Our real bowls look more like what you're seeing here. That's the Shalom Home bowl.
Okay.
And our packaging is actually fully sustainable. And Sarah, would you mind pulling up the packaging slide? And so basically our bowls are closer to 16 ounces. What you're having is a half of that. And the reason that we gave you the samples today is just to taste it. Our customers told us that they're super filling. So we could even maybe pull some of the food back. But this is what a full bowl looks like today.
That's helpful. Yeah, I asked because, I'd have to have like 5 of these for a lunch to be full, which would be an expensive lunch. But that's one of the problems with a lot of the healthy places like Freshie, for example. You get this tiny little sandwich for $15, right? And so I think that's the one part of the model that you're going to want to really be careful with is, your assumptions of profitability it's all based on what you price these bowls at. And 12 might be reasonable. I think in some markets it's probably low, in some markets probably high.
I would just like to add anecdotally from the sales we've had and our customers, they have said that they have been very full after these meals and that the price seems very reasonable for that and they're surprised actually how full they feel. So.
Yeah, it's not how they feel after, although that matters for coming back, but it's when they go and make a decision to buy the first time.
It's a great point. And one thing I'd like to lean on is the expertise of our nutritionist, Joy Bauer, who is a world-renowned nutritionist. And she's really helping us build the bowls to make sure that they're hitting all the points of nutrition that somebody needs. So while they are filling short-term and long-term, we're also making sure that they're nutritionally healthy and on point, which is very important for this flexitarian cohort.
Thanks.
Yes, Pete and then Cynthia.
Guy also forgot that he's a giant too, so he has to eat more than the average person. That being said, the unit economics are intriguing. I guess this market will continue to expand. How do you differentiate it? Is it the hub and spoke model? Is it the flavor of the food? From that perspective, how do you build a moat around that?
That's a great question. So one thing I will say is that food differentiation, obviously restaurants can copy each other to an extent. However, our main differentiation, if you think about it in 2 ways, one is our hub and spoke model, which drives really nice margins. The customer doesn't benefit so much from that. What the customer is benefiting on is the flexitarian side of the market, where we're reverse engineering bowls to meet the needs for them. And so while other companies can emerge in the market and sell flexitarian foods, we would be a first mover making these claims. We also think that the sustainability is a really nice aspect that we're adding on it, and the expertise that we have from our chef and our nutritionist all together creates a unique package. However, I will say lunch or dinner is not a winner-take-all market, so we believe that there is space for other restaurants, and they will continue to generate revenue. We think we can take a nice piece of the pie and help create this new cohort of flexitarians and be the first person to cater to them. Yes, I think I said Cynthia, and then we'll go over to Bob.
Yeah, so I see that this is vegan, and I know they're a very small market, but it's increasingly recognized, as you point out, that that's a great diet. And I just wondered why you're not promoting that aspect more, given that you're trying to market to a health-conscious group of people.
That's a great question. So we actually started saying we're vegan. And what we found is that 0.5% of the United States is vegan, which, as you mentioned, is a very small market. And because vegan food to date is, and this is no offense to anybody, but vegan food to date is not attractive to non-vegans always. And so by saying it was vegan, we pushed all the flexitarians away. When we say we're for the plant curious, we're for the flexitarian, we are for the meat eater who wants to consume less, all of a sudden there's a change of mindset, and all of a sudden we're very approachable. And that's why we say we're kosher, we're dairy-free, we're plant-based, we're sustainable, but we've avoided the word vegan after learning from starting there.
Yeah, I mean, that's rather a shame because I think, again, the health benefits are becoming better known. But the one issue I've always seen with vegan, just as sort of a follow-up, is that getting the right amount of omega, yes, and B12. And I wondered, you mentioned the nutritionist you're working with, that you have ways to compensate for that deficiency.
Yes, we do. And can you pull up the nutritional label slide? So I think that's a really good point. So we've vetted kind of the caloric intake, the protein, the omegas with our nutritionists. And as we develop more and more recipes, we will continue to keep the food pyramid in mind for the flexitarian. We don't want to be a place where you get full and it's tasty, but it's unhealthy or there's no protein. We want to really satisfy the healthy consumer. That's really where the market is, in the mainstream and healthy quadrant. So to your point, we have to stay healthy, and that's exactly what our intentions are. Our bowls range from 400 to 800 calories, depending on the dressing that you take, et cetera. Yes, I had Mark and then Jim.
Yeah, I think it's an exciting business. I'm kind of concerned that you're diluting a little bit the positioning and the brand, and I'm kind of curious, what do you think you get out of sustainability? I mean, just by not eating meat, you move the metric so much on whether it's CO2 or other kind of pollutants that the fact that you're in a recyclable, which in many cases isn't even post-consumer, packaging is irrelevant, really, statistically. So why wouldn't you just focus on, health or have one big point of difference and really nail it?
I think that's a great point, and taking one flight basically erases everything that you do here anyway. So with that being said, we think that sustainability does increase people's willingness to pay. It's not our lead claim, and maybe as we market and expand into the Austin market, we will find that sustainability isn't hitting it for people. The number one reason people want to eat plant-based is for health. The number two is the environment. So to your point, health is our number one claim, and then everything else is kind of secondary. We think it's important to make the sustainability point maybe as a subline just because it does connect with some people. But to your point, if you really focus in and distill us, we're not playing in sustainability as much as we are playing in healthy.
Yeah, I suspect that's number two for that early adopter, and as you move into mainstream Texans, that's not going to be the case.
You are 100% correct on that one. I said that I would take,
Texans, yeah.
Jim and then Bob. Sorry if I mixed
well
you guys
done,
up.
Andrew.
Thank you.
So the True Foods, that's flexitarian, right? The True Foods restaurants?
True Foods is actually, I believe it might be on our
They don't
landscape.
build it that way, but when I go in, my daughter's vegan, I don't have a lot of options, and it presents itself as vegan, but there are some options.
So True Foods does have flexitarian options.
Right.
There's two things about True Foods. One is they have a lot of fried sandwiches and foods of that nature.
Which is what I eat, right?
Which is fine. We're really
The
trying.
good stuff, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, it's good. We're really trying to focus on the healthier side of it. So if you look at kind of this competitive matrix, when you kind of think of the veggie only and then you kind of think of the actually healthy, we're ticking both of those. True Foods is a great player in the space. We don't want to take anything away from them. We think that we're coming at it from a different messaging perspective. Our food is fundamentally different. But you're right, True Foods is a direct competitor.
Sure, and I think that's actually the real brilliance there, which is a flexitarian. You have that much broader. I mean, we go as a family, only a couple vegan, but everyone else. And I think there's really something there to the flexitarian branding and then bring in the vegan. Do you think long term this will be more fast casual restaurant spots or the farmer's fridge pick up and go from where do you think longer term envision the model to be at?
That's a great question. And the other thing I'll mention about True Foods is their dine-in. So it's a very different experience for grab and go versus dine-in. They're great. I eat there all the time. About where we're going, we think that this 500 square foot model is really interesting. And Foxtrot, having spoken to them, generates a ton of their revenue from their 10% of their real estate, which is their grab and go model. So we really like this. We're kind of taking a greatest hit of theirs and maximizing on it. So I think we will continue to build out these small grab-and-go stores. However, speaking with advisors and industry experts, it seems that there is a major opportunity to sell into other retailers as well as corporate sales, and we've seen that directly. I mean, these three each landed a sale on one call, selling into the gym, the grocery store, and the coffee shop. So there's a lot of appetite. So I can't say for certain that it's only going to be the hub and spoke. I think those retailers are going to pick up.
And do you think possibly there would be the delivery model like the farmer's dog, where
Oh.
people have like expected 2-3 a week? I mean, I'm thinking younger folk, people on the go.
That's a great point, 100%. So one of our advisors, John Carter, he actually stepped down from Snap Kitchen to create a technology that allows you to build subscription to restaurants. So essentially through his technology, which we're being onboarded to, you could set yourself for 5 bowls a week and see a little bit of a discount, and you could either pick it up or get it delivered seamlessly through his tech. And he's not the only person to build that tech, but as an advisor, we're probably launching with his technology. So that's a huge opportunity. We know for a fact that Snap Kitchen's most successful cohort was their repeat purchasing group. And so that is a major opportunity to do subscription. Delivery will crunch your margin a little bit, but you can also pick it up. So we're going to offer both of those.
And sell those shirts too.
Oh. I think I said Bob, yeah.
So your target audience, my experience is people that care about vegan, healthy, sustainable, especially healthy, care about organic. Did you consider organic? And if obviously, if not, then why?
100%. So organic is something that people care a lot about. We see ourselves really playing to more of a mass market than, even though the food is very interesting and delicious, we really want to play in the mass market. Obviously, organic will drive down your margins a little bit. Currently, when we first launched and we sourced directly from a grocery store, we were fully organic. And as we grow and develop our supply chain, it's still TBD whether or not we go organic or not, to be completely honest with you. That is an option that we will work with our suppliers to select on. I think there's more customer research that can be done to determine whether or not we want to make that claim and whether or not we stick to it. And that will obviously enhance or take away from our margin profile. It is a consideration. I will say a lot of competitors have organic ingredients without being fully organic, and that is another interesting approach. Currently, your bowl is mostly organic, but we're not making the claim today. We know it's important. Yes, we'll go. Sorry, we can just go down the line here. I can't see your name. I apologize. Yeah.
So, Van, I live in Los Angeles, land of $25 smoothies, and I'm really curious, like I see in your strategy you're going to go to Austin first, but where do you think about the Southern California market? Is it overly saturated? Is it something that you're kind of scared of?
It's a great question. Can you? So we actually did a full city analysis that Will can speak to in depth. We do think that's a very saturated market. It's not our plan to launch there immediately. We actually like Miami, Austin, Dallas, and DC as our top 4 markets, given this analysis, and I think Will can speak a little bit more to it. But to answer your question, LA is very saturated in the space, mostly in the unhealthy space or the vegan space, but not in the mainstream healthy space. So we do think there is opportunity there. Tokaya was acquired, which is a great example, but besides them, it's still a little bit, there's still more opportunity there. And Will, do you want to speak a little bit to the scorecard?
Yeah, and just to add on to that, one of the other reasons why we didn't see it as one of our top 4 markets is we also factor in cost of living, local taxes, as well as saturation and competition, as Andrew hinted towards. So we do see it as a very appealing market, especially in the future. But as we talk about our expansion strategy over the next 5 years, we really think that Austin, Miami, Washington, and Dallas hit most of our criteria in terms of ability to support and interest in health and sustainability, as well as competition.
Yes, Joanne. Thanks, Will.
I also very much love the food, and I eat sweet greens probably like three or 4 days a week since it's right downstairs, and I definitely switch to this, so thank you. I'm curious from a capital requirement standpoint, can you talk about kind of your eventual goals from a type of company you want to be, and also what is the capital, maybe a conservative approach and maybe a more capital efficient approach to get there? Because I suspect this is going to be a harder to raise for kind of business, and also where the capital may be coming from.
Sure. So I'll start with the capital, and Will's going to pull up a slide to talk about it. So we're raising friends and family, which I talked about. We've raised some of that. Then we're probably going to go to angel investors and industry experts, such as Gustavo and John, who have kind of run businesses like that before. We believe that with that $1.5 million, we will be able to prove out the unit economics of our concept enough to then raise a more venture-backed round. So we are confident that proving it out and then raising kind of after that is the model. And in terms of the way that growth actually works, Will can just talk you through this slide briefly, because I know we're out of time.
Yeah, so we think it's going to cost about $300,000 to actually build the first anchor unit, $250 or less for all the additional units beyond that. Within 15 months, we think it's only going to take $1.2 million to actually operate that business, cash flow positive in perpetuity. We certainly have a buffer on that in terms of needing to actually build out site selection before we actually open up our first unit. But we think it actually is going to be a pretty capital light model moving forward.
And we do plan to use the revenue that we generate to put back into the business with the profits.
Thank you. Okay, judges, please fill out your forms. Also, a couple of you left your mics on and it went to the live stream with a hot mic, so make sure after you talk to turn it off so that that doesn't happen. And now, before lunch, that was a great morning. We just saw 6 teams and they were all great, so round of applause for all of them. And now I'm going to introduce Star Marcello to say a few words. The last time we did this in person, excuse me? Okay. The last time we did this in person, Star was the head of the Polsky Center here at Booth, and she did such a good job that she is now running the entire MBA program. Not just the full-time, but also the part-time and weekend. And she's going to say a few words. So welcome to Star.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, everyone. It is so nice to be here in a full room with everyone in person, which is something I will never, ever again in my life take for granted. So thank you to all of you for being here. To those who are watching on the live stream, thank you also for tuning in and watching these amazing pitches. I know I'm standing in between lunch for most of you, not the judges who got to eat that delicious food, but everyone else I'm sure is hungry, so I'm just gonna keep this brief. I wanna start by just reiterating a couple of the things that Mark and Steve shared at the very beginning. I think there's some new people who are in the room now. And first and foremost, that's to recognize 2 people who have contributed tremendously to entrepreneurship at Booth. That's Michael Polsky and Ed Kaplan, who got us started with the New Venture Challenge. There's a third person I want to recognize who's in the room all day with us, Ratan Kosa, who's sitting up here, whose incredibly generous gift to endow the first place prize at the New Venture Challenge has really been a game changer. For that winning team, it is the difference between kind of debating what to do next and really taking the leap into entrepreneurship and being successful. So thank you so much for doing that. I will also mention, as Steve said, in my new role as Deputy Dean, it helps us attract top entrepreneurial talent to this school, which is really important for Booth. So I know this day is very special, and I know from my prior role leading Polsky that it takes a small village to put this event together today. It is a real special program that a lot of resources go to. And I thought I would just say a couple of words about what the outcomes are and what we're doing here. Some people will refer to NVC as a business plan competition. My Polsky team up here knows that I hate that. The NVC is not really just a business plan competition. It's truly a launch pad for starting new ventures. And it is not a single day activity. It is not just what you see here today. It is a year-long dedication to actually supporting founders coming out of the school and getting them on their path towards starting real game-changing, high-impact things. So when you look at the outcomes, yes, we have amazing stats, and you heard some of them this morning. But it's not just that. Even for the students who do not go on to start their ventures, they are making a big impact in companies all over the world who value entrepreneurial talent and people who can think like an entrepreneur. So, I just wanted to also say, with all the stats, the 13,000 plus jobs created, billions of dollars of value that have been created, hundreds of companies that have started, I think it's hard to understand what those stats mean without putting them in context. And this is the 26th year of the NVC. I just want to point out that when Steve Kaplan co-founded the NVC with our students 26 years ago, accelerator programs in business schools did not exist. Moreover, accelerator programs did not really exist as we know them today. Probably many in this room know Y Combinator. That's one of the most famous ones. Y Combinator's first class went through in 2005. So that was 8 years or so after we had started the New Venture Challenge. So I really credit Steve, Ellen, Mark, the Polsky team with really building a successful model for how to launch and grow new ventures. It is quite amazing. So I will just say now we're seeing, of course, that was 26 years ago. Steve said the first prize pool was $20,000. Now it's over $1 million, which is astounding. NVC has 5 tracks. So there are hundreds of students who get to benefit from going through this incredible accelerator program. So I'm just going to close by thanking a few people who are in the room. First, I want to thank Steve and Mark for teaching the 2 sections of the NVC and helping these teams that you are seeing today, as well as the coaches who are all sitting on this side and the great work that they did. I'll also thank the Polsky team, but just give me 1 minute. I want to thank Ellen Rudnick, who's sitting with Mark and Steve up here, who many of you know. She's been involved with the New Venture Challenge for, I think, 24 of the 26 years or so. Taught one of the sections prior to Mark taking it over and has worked with so many of our founders and was the inaugural director of the Polsky Center. So I want to recognize the incredible talent that's in the room. Thank you. I'm also going to recognize the current executive director of the Polsky Center, Dan Sachs, who's sitting towards the back. Thank you for taking on the helm and for your great leadership. And I want to point out Amber Bradley Williams, who's sitting right behind him, who directs the New Venture Challenge program, and all the fabulous members of Polsky that are helping bring this program to you, Garana, Lucas, Erica, Megan, Kyla. I know there's a whole set of people who are not actually in the room. Your work is tremendous, and we owe you a debt of gratitude for all that you have put into putting this together for us. Judges, you're amazing. I am really enjoying actually hearing your questions. You're asking some tough questions, which is great. Thank you for spending the day with us. To all the sponsors, I know some of whom are here, some of whom are watching online. Thank you very much. And then finally, I want to thank the students. I know some of you are in this room, and then some are hopefully watching in the student lounge. Thank you if you are one of the presenters for all of the hard work that you have done and your incredibly impressive presentations. Amazing representatives of what Booth can do. The diversity of the ideas, the rigor, it's just truly incredible, and I couldn't be more proud. So, 26 years ago, it was a student who advocated for a business plan competition, although I don't like that phrase, at Booth, and recruited Steve to help back it and give it substance and make it an integral part of the school. And I just thought I would mention that that is not unusual. Our students bring forward the ideas for how to make Booth the best business school possible. And the fact that the NVC also came from a student who saw an opportunity is something that I truly love. So the students in the room, thank you for your ideas about how to make the school better. I hope you will continue to give them to me. And also, I feel like this is a good time to mention that this year, US News ranked Booth the #1 MBA program for full-time, evening, and weekend. Thank you. I think you guys know Booth's mission is to create knowledge with enduring impact and influence and educate current and future leaders, and that certainly includes our entrepreneurs. According to our students and the classes they select, entrepreneurship is critically important to Booth. It's the #1 concentration at the school, and it has been since 2014. So in addition to the New Venture Challenge being ranked a top university accelerator in the United States for launching startups, it really is an important part of what we do here at school. I personally, of course, believe that it's the best entrepreneurship program you could find anywhere in the world, period. So to the alums who are watching, thank you for watching, and please, if you're watching, support our students and support the founders that you are seeing here today. To those of you in the room, thank you again. I'm going to let you go get lunch now. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Star. That was amazing. Lunch for the judges and special guests on the second floor. And be back here a little bit before 1. We will start promptly at 1, so we'll get back here a little bit before that. Thank you.
what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored again?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me?
you, I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me?
I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? 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 Then will you get bored of killing me?
Feeling good, exactly.
All right, let's start taking our seats. We got 2 minutes before we go back on the live stream. It is. Coming back from lunch is tough.
Yeah, it is.
All right. All right, let's start grabbing our seats. Let's settling down. Although we're going to wait for Steve Kaplan to arrive first, though. Yeah. I just realized he's not here. Pete Wilkins is here. Here comes Steve. 1 minute to live stream. Here you go.
Okay. Okay. Everybody's all eaten. And now to keep you awake, we'll do some sports. So, Ally sports betting. That's even more exciting. Ally, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Spencer Kronthal, CEO and co-founder of Alloy, where we're looking to put fans back in command of their sports betting. Now, as we start, I'd like to look at a quick analogy with the stock market, where if you go back 20 to 30 years, there was all this data available, but only to institutional investors. As a retail investor, you were stuck blindly trusting experts or advisors on which stock to pick. Now, with the advent of tools such as E-Trade and most recently with Robinhood, if you want to look at the historical performance of a value or growth stock, it's easily accessible, as well as the best stocks to pick that fit your portfolio. Now let's look at the sports betting market, where we're stuck where the stock market used to be, where there's all this information. Analytics has really been the buzzword over the last 10 to 15 years in sports, yet none of it's accessible to the casual sports fan. So in an industry that typically takes advantage of its consumer, we started Alloy to put the better first, to be the easy-to-use Bloomberg terminal for the casual sports fan. And looking at that sports betting research market, right now most options are not only extremely expensive, but there's no transparency whatsoever. You have to blindly trust expert picks or advisors on which game to take tonight. If you want to build out your own model, that obviously takes a certain level of expertise and is extremely time-consuming. At Alloy, we let you build and test profitable betting strategies easily and simply. And industry research has backed this up in that 89% of users actually conduct research prior to placing a bet, and 62% already have some form of sports betting strategy. Now, we've talked with industry experts from leading sportsbook executives and the NBA execs all the way down to the casual fan. And the consensus feedback is that we have a solution that does not exist in the market, but is absolutely critically needed. And that solution is a one-stop shop for sports betting, where fans can conduct rapid research, easily building their own custom betting strategy and backtesting it with up to 10 years of proven data. After they have their strategy, we'll tell them the games that fit it and link out to our partner sportsbooks so they can actually place that bet. We're not an operator. We don't abide by any of those legal restrictions, so we do not compete in the realm of the DraftKings and FanDuels. Rather, we see them as partners. The last step, finally, is giving our users the ability to track their winnings over the months and years that they're a profitable sports bettor across every major sport. Now, looking at the market, while we do apply to the newer bettor on the low end and the analytical bettor on the high end, what our target is that mass market casual bettor. These people are betting $10 to $15 per bet. They know what goes into winning a game, except they don't have the ability to run the numbers themselves. Now, how do they run the numbers? I present the Alloy platform, where in 3 steps we let users create their own custom metrics, apply filters to take a top-down approach, and finally see historical results and the games that fit their strategy to bet on tonight. So to start off, creating a metric of, I think, a strong hustling team, one that crashes the boards, plays great defense, and if it's close at the end, I want to make sure I don't get a bad beat. Well, let's make sure they knock down their free throws. I plug in rebounds per game, steals per game, and free throw percentage. We equally weight them to start, and what we do is we backtest that. So we'll tell you your historical win percentage, projected earnings, and return on investment across up to 10 years of data for both the spread and the money line. We categorize our buckets into heavy favorites, close underdogs, and finally those heavy underdogs, just in case you want to get that strong money line hit at the end. Now, while metric gives you that bottom-up control, filters let you really test that knob to truly refine your strategy based off the characteristics you think are important. So if you want to bet on teams on the road, maybe you want to bet on teams coming off a win streak, Maybe you want to get so granular that you want to look at a team whose shooting guards are averaging, let's say 37 points per game, not to reference any Chicago stars around here, but you can get that granular with our system. Now, the last step finally is reviewing your results. This is where not only do we show you your historical performance, but also what matches that. It's great to have a strategy that hits 60 to 65% in the past, but it only matters if you know who to bet on tonight. So we'll tell you the games to bet on that fit your criteria, and we'll also link out to the sports book so you can get the best odds, so you can have the best return on your investment. Now, we've been live during the NBA playoffs with our live beta, and we've gotten over 550 users on the platform. And one key piece of feedback we received is that our system is very powerful, except some users want to get to that answer faster. So we presented and built out our quick start wizard with our internal team, where we let anybody, and I mean anybody, build a profitable betting strategy in less than 30 seconds. My mother was actually able to do it in probably about 15 seconds, so we knew we were onto something. Now we see our key competitive advantage across 4 key lenses: transparency, user control, accessibility, and ease of use. As opposed to most of the market, we have no hidden algorithms, we have no back-end expert picks. Our strategies are user-driven. We'll complement that with content, but once again, we present all the data for our users to see if it makes sense for them. On user control, our patent-pending platform gives you both that bottom-up and top-down leverage to truly build a successful winning strategy. And finally, for accessibility and ease of use, we built a platform so anybody can build a profitable betting strategy in 30 seconds, yet it's so powerful that we even have the experts wanting to use it. Now, looking at the sports betting market, this also presents a massive opportunity. It's one that's only growing. Currently, there's estimated 90 million US sports bettors, but like I said, we're targeting the casual bettor. These are the weekly bettors who are betting about 23.5 million of them total throughout the country. They're used to having high flexibility throughout their technology offerings, and that's exactly what we're bringing to the sports betting market. Yet this market continues to grow. There's only 30 states in DC that are legal, with massive dominoes still to fall, such as California and Texas. And looking even at that intrastate growth, if you look at a state such as New Jersey, which was one of the first to legalize, they had under $200 million bet the first month they went live in September 18. This past September, that number ballooned over $1 billion. So this is truly a massive market. It's only growing both across the country and intrastate, but I'll let Evan tell you how we're going to capitalize that with our business model.
Thanks, Spencer. Alloy is launching with a subscription-based model at $15 a month. At this price point, we aim to be one of the most affordable options on the market. As the casual bettor wagers around $10 to $15 a bet, they only need one additional bet a month for the platform to pay for itself. Additionally, we look to roll out an annual plan as well as build out a tiered pricing model to capture the full spectrum of our target customers. Additional tiers will include new and innovative tools such as advanced modeling and analytical capabilities via machine learning, a marketplace for users to buy and sell their strategies, as well as a single sign-on with the sportsbooks that allow them to place bets directly on our site. We envision these features to contribute to customer stickiness and retention as we look at our projections through 2026, as we aim to hit just under 500,000 subscribers at that point in time. Now, how do we aim to actually reach these subscribers? Our customer acquisition strategy takes a 4-pronged approach, with our primary channel projected to be digital campaigns. Additionally, we have a referral program built out where ambassadors on college campuses, as well as social media influencers, will engage with new and existing subscribers. Our last 2 prongs are event marketing and organic word of mouth. We really aim to meet our customers where they are, at sports games, watch parties, and sports events. All of these events are live and have contributed to over 550 signups during our NBA beta. Now, our business model also presents the opportunity for B2B partnerships with both sportsbooks and media companies. Now, you might think sportsbooks would be our natural competitor, but we already have 2 partnerships in place and revenue on a cost per acquisition basis with both BetMGM and PointsBets. The sportsbooks really thrive off of volume, and we can be the funnel that gives them the volume they need to boost their bottom line. On the media company front, we envision partnerships that embed our platform directly on their site, allowing us to synergize with their reach. And taking a quick look into our unit economics, we start out with a $70 global CAC and 1.3x CAC to LTV ratio in year 1. However, as the annual plan takes effect and the tiered subscription model takes into effect as well, we envision lowering CAC to $30 and increasing our LTV to CAC ratio to 10x. I'll now pass it on to Balta, who will finish it up.
Thank you, Ethan. Where we are right now, we'll launch a first version of our platform, making it available for the NBA playoffs. And we're currently working to add the NFL to the platform and also developing a mobile app to give our users a better user experience. In the long term, we want to add other popular sports such as hockey, baseball, and esports, and also release a rapid bet placing feature to actually become the one sports shop for sports betting. So this is our amazing team. We have a wide range of experience from sports media to engineering, data analytics, and finance. There are also 4 software engineers working full-time on improving this product, and 2 more U Chicago students joining as interns during our participation in the U Chicago Launch program. We also have a team of advisors with us. They have been supporting us since day one, and they have been very important in marketing, partnerships, tech operations, and data monetizations. So about the business opportunity, the investment opportunity. Well, last year we raised a pre-seed round of $460K, and we are currently seeking a 1.5 round from which we already closed $500K. This money will be used primarily on product development to add new features to our platform and new sports, and also in customer acquisition through our marketing strategy. Now I'll hand it back to Spencer.
Now, what we see ahead of ourselves is a massive opportunity, and it's one that's only going to continue to grow. This market is completely ripe for the taking with a consumer product that actually puts the better first. So in an industry that wasn't built with the better in mind, we're bringing Alloy to the market to be the one-stop shop for sports betting, where if you don't use Alloy before you place a bet, you're doing something wrong. Thank you. Now happy to take any questions. I'd like to introduce our CFO and Head of Product, Seth Schulk, as well as our COO and Head of Customer Acquisition, Brad Kronthal. John.
Yeah, great presentation, thank you. So one question for you, do you guys, when consumers are using this, are they entering in what they're betting on so you can see actual results, or have you guys run case studies yourselves to generate actual results and see what the ROI is?
Yeah, so great question. So we've had some of our power users have been hitting up to 60% of their bets based off the strategy. So it's been great to see them get that continual return as they go forward. Right now, we don't have bet tracking. It's something we look to integrate with the mobile app as we go forward, and we've identified a few partners for that aspect.
Have you run it yourself to see what your results are?
Absolutely. Bradley, I'll let you take that in terms of running it ourselves.
Yeah, so we're able to run the platform. We break it down to win percentage and return on investment and money won. So we're able to run strategies really every day, and we've been profitable ourselves, and our core users have been as well, and it's some of the great feedback we have moving forward. So able to see that information in real time. All you have to do is build a strategy and click run metric, and it pops that information in real time.
Right, so sort of like there's businesses out there that do AI for hedge funds or predictive modeling and whatnot. Would you ever take any of the capital you raised and run your own strategy to generate income?
Absolutely. So we are looking at machine learning down the road. You know, how we integrate that, it's all about pushing it to the consumers. So one thing we're looking to bring on with this funding is data scientists to scope out that machine learning, and we really see that as a higher tier. Betting on ourselves, though, will probably be at a minimal in terms of capital, but we are looking to completely push that to our consumers with that machine learning AI model. Matt.
So following up on that, having looked at the space over a period of time, there are a whole bunch of predictor apps that are out there right now. And if you go through the reviews, that you get everything from I just lose money every single time I use this to whatever. So back to John's point, have you done a control of, you've got someone doing betting on their own versus using your app versus the predictor apps to get, I mean, this is like marketing, right? Just looking at the lift, the differential versus they feel like they're doing a lot of analysis. My son was great at this when he was at SMU. He did really well for about 4 months, and then suddenly he wasn't betting anymore. So, so I'd be curious kind of how you guys have quantified this, because you are in the quant world right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would say the great thing about what we do is it's all user-centric. So at the end of the day, if a user builds a strategy and they hit 60% of the time, I mean, that's a fact. These games in this spread bucket or money line bucket, say it's heavy favorites, have won 60% of the time this season. We tell them all the games that have fit it and the win percentage, the ROI. So that's a fact. Obviously, we know that there's no perfect science in sports betting. You know, there's no game that's absolutely going to be a lock, and that's kind of the mistrust that kind of daunts people in this industry and when researching. And what we're trying to do and what we think we can do is for a user, when they build a strategy, you know, whether it fits or not, they're always trying to make it better. So how do I get to that 65? How do I make it 70% so they feel better and more confident, you know, when making their picks? Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to sell as well is that confidence factor. They have a theory, they have intuition, but then we can provide the data that's worked in the past for them to feel better about making their bets and betting that consistently over time.
But how do you know there's a delta? So in other words, he may win 60%. Without you, he may have won 70%, right?
Yeah.
Or he may have won 40%.
Yeah, so we're absolutely optimizing that data. We're currently in our beta for the NBA, and then we're looking to optimize, the data numbers from our users, and that's some of the great information that we'll be able to collect and use moving forward.
Or maybe I guess the third way to ask it is, how do you know it works?
Spencer.
So in terms of knowing it works, that's always the question with predictive apps. One thing we try to do is, one, we're looking to act on that. We only have about 2 months of data. We rely for the NBA. So in the short run, we've gotten good data. In a whole, the betting odds are basically split. People are winning 50-50 on that side, and the sportsbook takes the top. So having power users that are hitting 60% of the time and getting more of that qualitative feedback is what we've been able to receive so far. Once we have the solution on our app with bet tracking, we'll have the data that they were plugging in when they use the system and when they don't. So it's something we're looking to incorporate in the future. But the other aspect of it is just bring that confidence at the bottom line. Where if it's hitting 60 to 65% right now, is it going to hit 65% over the next week? Maybe not, but in the long run, you're in a much better spot than hitting just 50%. Thank you, Matt. Sam.
I'm a little bit confused why you're sending traffic to these guys. Shouldn't they want to be sending their users to you because you're going to generate so much more betting volume?
Is that in terms of the sports books?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the sports books are playing on volume, like you said. So at the end of the day, they have relationships with different media companies. We're working on a cost per acquisition basis with the sports books right now because they play the volume game. If they can get equal numbers on both sides, they'll take their cut off the top and be happy and avoid any bad beats and getting crushed.
Sorry, you're paying them or they're paying you?
They're paying us.
No, I want to know why it's not going the other direction.
Why we're not paying them to drive users to us.
Why aren't they paying you to give you customers?
To give us, okay, gotcha. So they are paying us for us to give them customers right now. One thing we're looking at down the road is that integration with sportsbooks and media companies. So where we would integrate our platform as that lead generation tool for a more confident bettor, that's part of our B2B play. Brent.
Do you have any white label opportunities either with the books themselves or with the media companies on either side?
Absolutely. So that plays into it. So we're exploring white labels. We're actually about to have our third conversation with one of the big 4 sports leagues about that exact topic and putting it on their site. We're also in talks with several media companies and really exploring that over the summer. Whether it's white label or having our brand on there, that'll just be the play in terms of what financials we end up coming to an agreement on. But that's absolutely the angle, more of a SaaS model on the B2B side. Jim.
If your predictive app is really strong and has demonstration over a period of time, I like Brent's comment about a white label component, but why is that the best business model per se? I mean, if you're being able to show that kind of alpha, then why not just run the money yourself? You don't have to be a book. You don't have to worry about CAC and customer acquisition. I'm just curious if this is the best way to optimize your AI.
Yeah, so great question. So we're looking at opening it up because the way we see it, that the sports books are always evolving. What might be the best strategy today might not be the best strategy tomorrow and a year from now. So what our system does is it really opens up the playbook to any strategy that you could imagine building. And we want to offer that utility to our consumers. And we're also looking at the B2B angle as right now we've got to scale our user base. We've got a plan in place to do that. But to really accelerate that progress, having these partnerships with different media companies that already have the reach can really help to accelerate that.
Yeah, but fair enough. I appreciate that. But you have a fundamental churn issue, right? It's just like a retail trade. I saw that in Trade King and the options business. There's a churn component. And they blow out historically at a very high rate. And it's only that top tier, upper echelon that persist, right? And so you're always going to be on the hunt, right, for that kind of LTV to CAC. And have you thought through then just using your AI and your models, raise your capital and build it, and then offer your investors a cut of that? I'm sorry, I don't mean to take away from the great plan and presentation. I'm just asking.
And clarify, you don't have AI or ML.
So right now we do
just
not
an
have AI
automation
and ML.
engine.
We're looking to do that
Here's
for a
my
higher tier.
strategy, and then
I
you
thought
make
you
it
said prospectively, but
Yeah, prospectively,
yeah,
exactly.
prospectively. So why not just do that model?
So it's something we're going to explore. If it makes sense down the road, if our churn numbers aren't what we expect them to be, and it makes sense financially, we're going to do what's in the best case for this business. But at this point, we're going to let the data talk if that proves it out. Thank you. Jackie.
One clarifying question, and then it might turn into a longer one. Did you say you were targeting the casual bettor? Can you talk about then, how you came up with pricing? Because if those folks are betting $10, $15, $20 a month, are they willing to pay $10, $15 a month for the platform?
Yeah, so on the pricing model, it's the $10 to $15 is their average bet size, so not per month. These are weekly bettors, probably betting multiple times per week, and that's $10 to $15 per bet. So the idea with that is all you have to do is win one extra bet using our platform, and it'll pay for itself. So that's kind of how we came across that initial pricing model. But I think as we mentioned in the presentation, we are looking at more of a tiered approach, where we're going to start with potentially even a free tier, just offers kind of maybe one sport, that basic quick start wizard, a more base tier where they have the whole platform usage, have all the sports, and then a more higher tier where they can have those advanced ML AI capabilities like we've been talking about, and also have that ability for rapid bet placing and integration with the sportsbook. So that's kind of helping us cover. We're targeting that core weekly bettor right now with our platform, but we kind of see getting the new bettor with that free tier, and also kind of those more analytical bettors with that higher tier as well down the line.
Sam.
I think DraftKings has a CAC of about $400, which is probably low in the industry. You guys are going to get CAC to $30. You're going roughly after the same person with a similar but obviously slightly differentiated message. How are you going to do 10 times better on acquisition?
Yeah, so we see the hurdle as different to what the sportsbooks have to overcome. They're operating in a space that is typically taking advantage of the money. At our point, we're coming in the pre-bet solution, so as a research operation. Right now, we're optimizing that. We've been running digital campaigns as tests. We've been able to start at about $2 cost per click. We've gotten that down to about 20 cents most recently. We've also done some in-person event marketing and gotten our customer acquisition costs in those events down below $8. So as we look to scale, that's a number we're comfortable with as a research platform where it's not coming in, we're looking to help the user make more money. Where with the sportsbook, typically, as we've seen historically, it's quite the opposite, that you're actually losing money. So that's how we expect to see is not operating exactly the same realm that the sports books do, but rather being that pre-bet solution versus a actual betting operator. Mark.
Can you comment, as opposed to financial markets, right, sports betting is a zero-sum game. Brett has Alloy, and he's winning more. I'm going to lose more, or the rest of the market loses.
If
right?
You're not using us.
Right. But I'm just saying, at equilibrium, when the market consolidates, the sports book isn't better off because you exist, right? You're just shifting who wins and who loses, and presumably if I lose, I'm going to have less proclivity to, I'm going to leave the platform. I don't like losing, I'm going to stop betting, or I'm going to, what's wrong with that line of thinking?
So actually we see it, a little bit contrary in that the sports books are partnering with us for two reasons. One is volume. A more confident bettor is going to bet more. So as the volume increases, their handle off the top increases as well. And the second is what we found from our research is the more confident you are in your bet, you're not only going to bet more, but you're going to bet, more often, you're also going to bet more. So one expert that we have on the system is more of a qualitative strategy. What he told us, he goes, I've got my own strategy. I build a strategy with Alloy that's hitting 60%, I'll double down. So for the sports book, that's that extra, double of their total handle. They take their commission off the top, so they get that volume play. So we are beneficial to the sports books and how they currently operate.
Yeah, I mean, the flaw in that is just there's someone on the other side who's losing and is not confident, so they're not going to. I'm looking at the system, not whether in the current mode where everyone's trying to gain share. I agree. The more tools you have, the better you're trying to get your market share. But the reason DraftKings is a $14 stock is because the market is kind of upside down right now on CAC, and it can't last. This market's got to get to some kind of equilibrium where the underlying economics work. So
So the way we see, I guess, the sports betting market is it's only going to keep going up at this point. As more states legalize, and even intrastate, as it keeps continuing to go up, that volume will play. And as more bettors are able to use a solution like Alloy where they're more confident, if they weren't going to bet before, now they will. If they were going to bet before, now they'll bet more. And that's how we look to raise that volume for the sports books. Matt.
So there are a couple of different approaches to the world of betting. I'm always going to be on the losing end, so don't look at me as an expert. But one is, as you're saying, creating strategies. The other is just scuttlebutt, right? Understanding the tips and the scuttlebutt of what's going on with the players and who was sick the night before and all that kind of stuff. How do you factor that in, or because there are a whole host of sites out there that are just focused on people building out their reputations as tipsters, right? And how do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of why we started Alloy. When we were getting into sports betting ourselves, we found a lot of these picks, and people would be so-called experts or not. They wouldn't tell us what went into that pick. They would tell us that they've been successful in the past, but we couldn't ever tie it to a specific algorithm, or they would just say the word analytics or algorithm, and that was proprietary. So what we're trying to do is open up that black book. Now, what we can do at Alloy that other places can't is allow people to bet, on both sides of the spectrum. So, depending on what strategy you build, obviously, you can bet on two different teams that might favor a different way. But for your fans that want to look at intuition-based picks, like we see those being really beneficial. For me, for instance, I looked at three-point shooting. I think a lot of people weigh that importantly for basketball, especially the NBA, the Warriors. If you just bet on the better three-point shooting team, you would lose against the spread altogether for every spread bucket. So in 5 seconds, you can find out, oh, wow, I'm actually probably going to lose more often. So being able to see that in real time in seconds is going to really help sports bettors and sports fans build strategies, but also want to bet and potentially win more than they would had they not seen that.
Thank you.
Picking up some of you. Jim, they picked you up, but not everybody should talk like Jim. No, they were turned on. If you're away from it, it won't. It doesn't pick it up. So just turn it on and
Thank you,
speak
Steve.
in. Very good. Okay, we're going to FinTech. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Santiago, and this is Michael, and we're the founders of Medici. We're empowering informal retailers to access financing, grow their businesses, and ultimately improve their lives. But before we go into detail with Medici, I want to introduce you to Maria. Maria is a corner store owner that operates her store with her family in Mexico. Her store is the center of her town, and most people buy their goods and products from her store, things like eggs, sugar, or toilet paper. But Maria is unable to grow. We know Maria because a month ago, for Mother's Day, she wanted to buy more soda and snacks as demand increased. But she was unable to do so because she couldn't afford it. She was going to lose customers. That's where we come in. We gave Maria and other 40 stores a loan to buy more product, retain customers, and increase their sales. The thing is, Maria's is not the only cash-constrained store. This is a profile of over 76% of Latin American retail, sold through these 3.7 million corner stores, like Maria's, selling around $200 per day. And as less than 50% of people in Latin America have a bank account, 95% of these stores only transact in cash. And I want to reiterate the size of the problem here. 3.7 million corner stores, 76% of retail. This is by far the largest consumer vertical in Latin America. And yet, less than 1% have access to any kind of formal credit. So this means this is an opportunity of $500 billion in cash every year. We know this is extremely exciting, yet banks haven't been able to serve this segment of the market because they consider it to be either too risky or too expensive. But now that over 80% of the population has mobile penetration, we know there's a huge opportunity to do so for the first time using their smartphones.
And we know we can solve this problem. A month ago, we launched an MVP to validate our value proposition and start building the ground truth for our credit scoring model. The results have been outstanding. We've grown 36% week over week without spending a dime on marketing. We have a 100% repayment rate, proving the viability of our thesis. We have a 150% net retention. And most importantly, we've enabled 40 stores, just like Maria's, to access financing and grow their businesses. And we're just getting started. But in order to understand the magnitude of the problem we're solving, you need to know how hard it is for Maria to purchase product. A distributor for a company, let's call it Unilever, goes to Maria's store, knocks on her door and says, do you want to buy any product? Maria, who's extremely cash constrained, can only buy as much product as she has in cash. This is never enough. To make matters worse, she writes all her sales and inventory on pen and paper, so a bank will never give her a loan. The delivery person will then continue on their route, and Maria, of course, will run out of the products she just bought, making her lose sales and customers. As the delivery person continues to sell, they're collecting cold, hard cash, and they're exposed to risk and fraud. At the end of every day, that delivery person will go to the bank to deposit all that cash, with around a 5% cost just for doing business. But don't forget, Maria's still out of product. So at the end of that delivery person's route, he'll go back to Maria's store and sell her product. This happens anywhere between 5 and 25 times a month.
During our pilot, we learned and validated that the system is broken for both parties. Corner store owners have three main issues: lack of growth, low product availability, and a huge increase in the competition by the modern channel. CPGs have also confirmed that they have many issues. The main ones are inefficient routes, cash and fraud risk, and a lost potential for growth. Which brings us to the real issue at hand. Maria's ecosystem is very cash constrained. Corner store owners can't get financing to grow, stock their stores, and compete fairly. Banks simply won't service them. Yet, over 70% of people in our pilot have told us that they are interested in getting credit.
So our vision is to change this and fill the $500 billion credit gap by accelerating access to credit across Latin America. And here's our secret sauce. While Maria does all her accounting on pen and paper and has no credit history, the Unilevers and PepsiCos of Latin America that sell 70% of their product to stores just like Maria keep extremely detailed, cloud-native, historical transaction data on all their sales. So we partner with the CPGs and convert these historical transactions into a credit score that works for corner stores. And the process is even simpler for Maria, especially since it's her first interaction with the formal financial system. She just logs in, selects which partners are on our network, and will instantly receive a credit limit to purchase product. All she has to do is give her Medici code when the distributor arrives at her door, and like magic, she's used credit for the first time. But I want to underscore, we're building a closed-loop lending platform, which means we partner with CPGs for the data to underwrite their customers in the form of product, not money. This enables us to scale very fast using their existing distribution and keep delinquency very low. And the CPGs are so excited about what we're doing, we've closed 2 partners. Together, they represent an $85 million underwriting opportunity and about $2.5 million in ARR by 2024. Jupi, which is the second largest potato chips company in Colombia, has given us access to 12 months of historical transaction data on their sales with 350,000 stores. This has enabled us to build our credit model from the ground up.
We plan to win through our go-to-market strategy. Signing contracts with these CPGs will give us access to the distributors. Through them, we can reach out to stores and start building a relationship and lending through them. The more stores that we get, the easier it will be to sign contracts with financial institutions and move from balance sheet lending to lending through them. These 4 components going on over time will give us a stronger model with better assumptions and more data points, making it very hard for a competitor to enter the market and copy what we're doing when this flywheel starts spinning. Fintech is a growing vertical. We've seen several different analogs in LATAM and worldwide. For us, it is a validation of the huge market opportunity, both in the informal channel and in lending. However, nobody is focused on what we are doing. Tienda Pago, our closest competitor, is just focused on giving a cashless solution for CPGs. And without the support of the corner store, they haven't been able to win, as they have a very expensive product that doesn't have any value for them.
Our business model is simple. We charge 2 to 3% commission on 30-day product financing, but we have a 4-step master plan in order to win. We're currently in phase 1, where we're lending from our balance sheet, and we've already closed 2 partners for a pilot. In phase 2, we're going to do co-lending with financial institutions, such that we share the risk and the interest on our lending operation. In phase 3, we're going to launch what we call credit as a service, where we won't participate in the capital we're giving in our lending operation, and instead become a node that connects formal capital to the informal channel. And in phase 4, we're going to take our learnings to expand across Latin America, and then leverage our network of corner stores, where 76% of retail is sold, to grow downstream and build consumer financial products.
And you're probably wondering how all of this is reflecting the top line. So by the end of this year, we already plan to hit $150,000 in revenue by servicing around 3,000 corner stores. By the end of 2026, we plan to grow 135x to around 85 million in revenue, or 260,000 corner stores. And I know this might sound like a lot, but our first partner alone already works with more than 300,000 corner stores. And while we don't believe all of them to be credit worthy, we know that we can grow Medici to this number and beyond over the next 10 years.
We're a team of economists, data scientists, and operators ready to knock down walls in order to build Medici. Santiago brings operational, strategy, and emerging market experience as one of the first hires at Bitso, Mexico's first fintech unicorn. Eric was my teaching assistant in Stephen Levitt's class, where I recruited him to the team because he's a brilliant data scientist with a focus on social innovation. Torin and Jack are currently pursuing their PhDs in economics at Harvard and Wisconsin, respectively, and are the best people to be building our credit model. I'm graduating on Saturday from the college in economics with a specialization in data science, moving to Mexico on Wednesday. Worked for the past 3 years at Anthos Capital as an investor focused on emerging market fintech. And we also have an incredible board of advisors who bring experience spanning fintech, emerging markets, and banking. So we have an enormous opportunity. We have a very tough problem that is both exciting and impactful. And we have a team that is going to knock down walls in order to solve it. So we're raising $2 million to get us through the first 2 pilots and hit the ground running on filling the $500 billion credit gap for corner stores in Latin America. Thank you.
Ian.
Who will hold the credit risk at scale, and who will execute the collections? And if they're different people, how will you align incentives?
Yeah, so like we said, we have this 4-step plan where we're going to start lending from our balance sheet to build the model. Then we can transition to something like a warehouse loan where we share the risk, we put some equity in. At scale, what we'd like to do is be the node. So basically the technology company that's managing everything from the operation to the lending, to distribution, and collection. So we're doing everything until collection, but the capital itself will be provided by financial institutions.
Collections is cash, correct? So you'll need people in the field making collections?
Yeah, so collection's going to happen, I think, in 2 ways. We're going to have a model that's hybrid. Anyone that can pay digitally, we'll give that option to. We're going to make it very easy for them to pay. There's cash-in networks where they're going to be paying us. And so collections will be happening in a few ways. Actually, if the question is how we're going to collect, I'm happy to have Santiago tell you a little bit more.
Yeah. So we're going to leverage Mexico's and Colombians and Latam's payment systems. Normally, these countries have very extended payment systems that are in every city, every town. People are very used to it because we are a very cash-based society, and people pay every digital service through them. So it's like a frictionless way for them to pay. They already know how to pay. They already know how to use it. And it's, as I said, very extensive. So we are using that payment network for people to go to pay their debts when it's time to pay the loan.
And in terms of the answer for the question, sorry, I'll get to your question soon. There's 4 mechanisms that we use in order to kind of collect. The first one is if they don't pay us back, we stop selling product to them. We have this agreement with our partners. So there's a very big incentive because what they buy is what they need in order to make money. The second thing we do is every loan is electronically documented. So one thing we can do is report them to the credit bureau. We don't think it'll be a strong incentive, but it's one lever. The other one is we can sell it to a collection agency that will probably go in person to get that cash. They'll pay anywhere from 60 to 70%. And the fourth thing that we can do is, given that our model is such short-term in terms of our loans, we can change very quickly and adapt if we see that there's abuse of the system somewhere. And our loss is really just 1 month of that payment, which at scale would be $2,000.
Thanks. Jim?
Thank you. Are there usury rates in LATAM, like essentially consumer usury rates? And are you making the loan to the individual or to like a small company, LLC?
No, it is a good question. These are micro, they're not even companies, they're micro stores normally run by one, sorry? Oh.
No, right, I get it. And is it made through the individual though? Right?
Through the individual, yeah.
And are there, so if it's 2.5% on 1 month, does that roll to the next inventory cycle? If not, that's a 30% annualized, and I'm just wondering if there's usury rates in those areas.
So the question is there a cap, or what is the standard rate of interest? I mean, I guess I can answer both.
I mean, one's legal.
Our interest doesn't compound. It's completely transparent. It's honest. What we do is we pull that lever. We don't sell them product if they don't pay. Other interests in the market do compound, and the typical interest is around 60 to 100% if it's a microfinance bank or other banks.
So your midpoint of 30% annualized on simple interest, no compounding, would be considered
exactly
frankly, good for the consumer. Or
very good, very transparent, very simple to understand what we're doing. Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you. So this is a very competed segment. And as we have discussed, point of sale companies, startups are trying to get into it. So my question is, why try to conquer both Colombia and Mexico at the same time? Mexico is much bigger, and if you're successful in Mexico, chances are you're going to be successful in the smaller markets. So why try both at the same time?
Yeah, I can take it. So we're not trying to make both at the same time. We have a current partnership in Colombia, and we have a pilot in Mexico, so I know that it sounds like we're trying to do both markets. We initially had this partnership in Colombia. Colombia is a little bit more difficult regulatory-wise, but we are getting there in terms of the things that we need. Meanwhile, we try finding another partner in Mexico. The cash pilot in Mexico was easier to execute and easier to implement. So if we get another partnership soon in Mexico, we can start in Mexico and focus in Mexico specifically. But as we already have a partnership in Colombia, then we would use the learning pilot in Mexico just as a learning pilot, as MVP, and focus in Colombia as our first market, and then Mexico would be the second. We wouldn't be opening 2 markets at the same time, and it's a thing of trying to prove traction and making improve some of the assumptions in a very successful pilot until now.
Yeah, Jim.
If you're sharing in the revenue on the rate, if you share in that revenue, plus you get the commission, how much are you eating into the balance sheet exposure for the bank? In other words, you become partner. To the good point earlier from Ian, you have collection components. So how does that work in totality of the spread between the credit or balance sheet exposure versus your business model to basically get these consumers?
So the first part of the question was commission versus sharing the interest.
Well, you have a 2-3% monthly commission, plus on the slide it said eventually you anticipate sharing in the revenue of the interest rate long term, which is the bank's business.
So our 3% that we charge is our revenue model. What we plan to do is at first we're doing that from our balance sheet. When we start lending other people's capital, financial institutions, banks, family offices, we're going to give them, we're not sure exactly how we'll split it. When we move to warehouse loan, it'll probably be like, they lend 80%, we put 20%, we get 40%, they get 60%. But the idea is to split that 3%.
Sure, you want the balance sheet to scale.
Right.
And you're splitting that revenue, and you've worked out any of those, or that's prospective in what you anticipate?
Yeah, I mean, we think it's possible. We've seen the model happen in a few markets in Latin America with other types of fintechs doing different things. Companies have told us, in order for us to move to phase 2 for that warehouse loan, we need to originate around $10 to $20 million. If you want, maybe we can take you to the slide on
By
our
the way,
debt strategy.
aren't there nonprofits that also work in some of this where their goal is mission-driven and just to return the balance, then relend the balance and propagate that without profit per se, but they're helping the societally for growing of the small micro business? Are you competing with that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So there are...
Thank you. No, I mean, they're out there.
There are nonprofits, and not only nonprofits, but the model from nonprofits is basically the microfinance model. The typical model is that they'll go to like a small town, and they'll go to people and they'll say, we'll lend to you in a group. So they'll get a lot of people together and they'll say, if you don't pay back, the rest of the group has to pay. That's very operationally intensive and ends up being very expensive. So those nonprofits or even for-profits, there's one called Gentera, Contigo, in Mexico that have been very successful. They have almost a 99% repayment. They still charge around 70% to over 100% annualized interest. And this is, for context, how we think of basically how much we need to originate to move to the next steps.
Mark?
Yeah, why are you better positioned to do this than Unilever or people who have feet on the street to do collections, own the underlying data? It seems like that in a world where they've got big data science teams, you're kind of a unnecessary middleman that could be disintermediated pretty quickly.
Perfect.
Yeah, so there's a few things here. The first is that these CPGs, they have a very big interest in keeping these stores alive because they sell to them with a negative working capital, which means they're buying in credit and they're selling in cash. And that's a very beautiful business for them. And for them to be able to start lending, they start to change that and put a lot of risk on their balance sheet. So one, we say we're going to own your risk. The other thing is that any of these companies can't do it better than necessarily an independent company because they won't share data with each other. Therefore, they'll have a siloed view of that corner store and its finances, only the products that they sell to them. And so it's in the interest, I would say, of the CPG, one, to not put that risk on their balance sheet. Two is to digitize payments and have someone settle with them immediately, and then they take the risk. And the third is that someone can underwrite better and then give better prices to those stores.
But aren't they effectively, though, putting the risks on their balance sheet? Because you're saying if there is let's say there's a dispute and you're not being paid, you've got Unilever's commitment to not ship them product.
Yeah.
Right, so something's got to give. Either they're tied to you or they're not taking the risk. You can't really seem to have it both ways.
I think that's a great point. The way that we think about it is analogs in the market are having repayment rates that are around 97, 99%. We're not budgeting 99 or 97% repayment. We're starting at 12%, moving to 5. But what we're still doing for them is a net increase because we're taking that risk on our balance sheet and we think we can increase their sales anywhere from 30 to 200%. So even if they're, let's say, stopping sales to some of those customers, which they typically pay back with that lever, and I guess they do own some risk in that sense, they have a net increase in their sales. Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to space. Matt, all yours.
Thank you. So what I hold in my hand right here is specialty thermal composite used on the world's most advanced spacecraft to protect against the extremely destructive environment of Earth reentry. My name is Matt Shea, co-founder and CEO of Canopy Aerospace, and we make space tiles. And so what are space tiles exactly? Known in the space industry as heat shields or thermal protection systems, TPS, usually comes in a 6x6 inch small tile, goes on a number of different spacecraft today, usually in the tens to hundreds of millions of dollars today. And every single company needs this, or else space exploration is impossible. So why is that important exactly? Well, hundreds of billions of dollars of capital going to hundreds of billions, hundreds of companies today building out the future space economy, making the science fiction of your childhood dreams a reality of the future. Companies building reusable rockets, crew and cargo transport, in-space manufacturing, commercial space stations, orbital spacecraft, as well as commercial hypersonic flight and hypersonic weapons. So for recent traction, we've closed out $76 million in letters of intent, $300 million more in the pipeline. We have a NASA Space Act agreement, as well as just joined Starburst Aero, which is a globally ranked aerospace accelerator, less than 3% acceptance rate, and developing multiple prototypes and software. So why is this an actual problem today? Well, while launch costs have gone down significantly, the actual aerospace manufacturing for thermal protection is still a significant problem for space companies. To actually make thermal composite, there's a lack of suppliers, extremely long lead times in the industry, as well as very limited industry expertise to actually make this happen. A lot of space companies today have to actually vertically integrate, spend excess capital, which leads to lower quality materials, which causes the entire space industry to lag. So here's what Canopy is going to do about that problem.
Okay, so Matt's told you a bit about the problem, even showed you a prototype. But what are we actually doing? We're not inventing new materials. We're commercializing licensed IP from NASA and building it at scale. Through our Space Act agreement, they will train us how to manufacture the material and allow us to license their IP. But not everybody can just get a Space Act agreement. It took months of relationship building. And furthermore, these materials are not trivial to make. You need an expert like our CTO, John, to actually bring up this manufacturing operation. Through our Space Act agreement and our expertise, we will scale a pilot factory and prove to customers and the industry that we can do this. Moving forward, we will develop defensible IP in 4 areas. The first is software. Imagine the customer submits to you their design and their performance specifications. We output a TPS design and provide transparency into vehicle cost and delivery timeline. Then that software plugs right into our advanced manufacturing outfit, where our 3D printing can reduce waste and lower cost. Then, through smart composites, where we will embed sensors directly into these TPS tiles, we can provide insight to key stats like temperature and pressure, providing predictive maintenance and in-flight monitoring. And that flows right into our maintenance services, where we can be on the ground with our customers, providing reduced vehicle turnaround time and therefore lower cost. I'll hand it over to Yan to talk about the market.
Awesome. Thanks, Alex. Traditionally, TPS manufacturing contracts have always been serviced by the US government or were vertically integrated into the launch process. However, this is no longer the case, and the TPS market is facing a critical supplier bottleneck. Fulfilling this need, Canopy will become our nation's TPS manufacturer, capturing $150+ million in revenue over the next 5 years and expanding across the $122 billion total addressable market. Now, since starting NVC, our team has been cruising at Mach 5 speed, and we now have 4 signed letters of intent with over $76 million in total contract value. Additionally, we have 6 pending LOIs with over $300 million in value. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only the tip of the spear, as we have yet to speak to another 110+ companies in our target market. Now, diving into our LOIs, our strategy consists of proliferating across every subdivision of the space ecosystem. That's why our 4 partnerships span from launch to hypersonics to down mass logistics. While many of these companies are early-stage startups, we are confident that given their progress and track record, that these LOIs will convert to purchase orders. We expect an even higher likelihood of conversion with established firms and defense primes. So take SpaceWorks, for example, one of our high-confidence customers. They've been in business for over 20 years and need TPS for their high-cadence, down-mass logistic capsules. We've worked with them to identify their needs, from type of material, number of vehicles, delivery timeline, and overall costs. Now, this process is not unique to SpaceWorks. All of our LOIs contain the same level of specificity. So how do we convert all this customer excitement and engagement to cold, hard cash? After signing an LOI, we transitioned to our solutions engineering phase, where we create a project scope to outline vehicle design and tile specification, and have our customers sign our master service agreement, whereby we outline how we will be doing business. We then transition to production with our full scope purchase order to bring in contractual revenue. And speaking of revenues, Eric, take it away.
In order to capitalize on the immense opportunity in front of us, Canopy will leverage 3 revenue models. The first will be TPS tile production using a batch process targeting 50% gross margins. In the future, through the inclusion of additive manufacturing, we expect to increase scale and reduce costs. Second, as the installed base of Canopy tiles grows, the opportunity for MRO, or maintenance, repair, and overhaul, will become an increasingly important part of the business and drive recurring revenue into the future. Lastly, I want to talk about the software development. Currently, the design and production of TPS tiles are fragmented, resulting in an inefficient process for the customer. We believe by bringing this in one house, we can capture greater customer value and capitalize on our pricing power. Looking forward 5 years, we will reach $150 million in revenue by 2027. In order to get there, we will need to close 4 additional customers on top of our existing $76 million of LOIs. As our capacity grows, we expect our gross margins to approach that 50% target level as we reach efficient production and capitalize on better operating leverage. Looking at our financial projections, we expect to break even by 2024 and go cash flow positive by 2025, primarily by executing on our existing LOIs. Dialing in on our unit economics, by selling our tiles for $7,200 per tile, we expect to gross an initial profit of $3,600, inclusive of installation. Over the customer lifetime, we expect that profit per tile to approach $4,400, inclusive of the MRO element. Based on our LOIs and market research to date, we believe customers will average 3 vehicles with close to 2,000 tiles per vehicle, resulting in a customer lifetime value of close to $24 million. Lastly, I want to finish with exit strategies and industry analogs. There have been massive developments in the aerospace manufacturing sector recently, and investors are taking notice. Hadrian, a company focused on non-specialized parts manufacturing, recently raised a $90 million Series A, and we believe that we can command a similar valuation based on our growth potential, pricing power, and high industry operating margins. Well, now to give it back to Matt to finish this off.
All right, thanks, Eric. All right, so Canopy is different in that we are not just a pure play manufacturer. We are a fully integrated factory leveraging software, advanced manufacturing, 3D printing, as well as smart composites, what actually allows to increase the overall safety of the future aerospace industry and installation, maintenance, and follow-on services. There are companies today that do vertically integrate, and we have spoken to them. They would have used us in the past if we have existed, but they will definitely use us as well in the future once we're established. There are legacy manufacturers as well who make a variety of different thermal protection, but they are high costs, high lead time, and actually don't make it to industry specification most of the times. So here's a unique team that's going to bring this to market. For myself, prior U.S. Air Force veteran, B-52 weapons officer, where I operated conventional weapon systems and nuclear weapon systems in the Air Force, and spent time in Europe as a military liaison. Co-founder and CTO John Howard here today, PhD in material science, has essentially done this before with startup manufacturing, where he scaled glass film composites in the aerospace and defense markets, has over a decade of R&D experience, and is becoming one of the foremost experts in thermal protection in the market today. The rest of the startup team here, Booth classmates helping us bring this to market, will stay on in a part-time capacity as well. And then continued advisors as well, where we have decades of experience from NASA, SpaceX, and material science, as well as operations experience from Boeing, smaller manufacturing companies, as well as business, legal, and strategy advice, which will help us scale a industrial manufacturing company. So for funding, we are raising $2 million in equity for 12 months of runway. John and I have committed about $135K of capital so far. We've only spent about 25 of that. This will allow us for 12 months of runway to continue IP development, making expert hires in the industry, closing out our letters of intent, converting those to purchase orders, and future revenue. So we are also decreasing our cost of capital by leveraging debt financing, as well as government non-dilutive funding. So I'll close out with one last note here that if you want the U.S. to win the next great power competition, if you want the U.S. to win the next great space race, if you invest in manufacturing, invest in deep tech, and industrial base that's supporting that, and you invest in space tiles and companies like Canopy that are supporting that future economy. So thank you again. We're Team Canopy, and we look forward to your questions. John?
Great, thank you guys. Great presentation. I agree with you that we have to invest in this. And I would have thought you would have said Mach 33 instead of Mach 5. A question for you, two things. One, what is the manufacturing strategy? Meaning, where are you going to do this? Where's the factory going to be? And then also, when you talk to SpaceX, what did they say?
Sure. So for the first part of the question, currently assessing different parts of the market. Speaking to states in Florida, Georgia, Colorado, just looking where the best economic development area is and best talent as well. So we haven't really nailed down where exactly we want the factory to be, but we're looking into that. For SpaceX, I mean, they make their own tiles, they have their own factories. Still a very difficult process to make, and they're going to need a lot of it, about 20, 30,000 per Starship rocket. So definitely potential opportunity for us to make the same space tiles they need in the future.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Cynthia, I saw your hand last.
Yeah, so I loved your plan also. I thought you explained it very well as somebody who's a total neophyte in the area. I think I understand what you're doing. And so my question is very specific. You've got these vertically integrated companies already, and you have been talking to them. Wouldn't it be fantastic if you could get an LOI from one of them? And you mention them as potential competitors, but the reason they give for not entering the space as a supplier to their competitors, supplying what you're aiming to supply right now, is because they want to protect their IP. Won't you have that same issue? So your customers right now, fabulous. It's inherent. They're going to be small companies that are aiming to be big at the point of time when you're going to, be expecting them to pay, for what you provide them. But that's very risky. It would be great if you could get some of these better capitalized companies behind you. Meanwhile, if it's such a great opportunity, but they're a little afraid,
Sure.
How are you going to succeed when they're not going to do it?
So we are speaking to a few defense primes, larger aerospace established companies. Sierra Space, for example, we do want to be a provider for them. So they are currently assessing if they want to continue outsourcing or if they want to make it themselves. But there is that supplier risk right now because we are pre-funded. We don't have a factory yet. So that's why we are trying to bring on companies with letters of intent through that process. We're working through the process. We have over 100 companies we need to speak to, but we started a few months ago in this industry, and we definitely have a lot more work to do there.
Oh, right. So there's great traction. It's just, it's the risk involved in having that kind of customer,
Of course,
which, is inherent, and you could solve that by getting, at least one of the, we'll call it more substantial companies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. We're working on that.
Okay,
Yep.
so perhaps.
Mm.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Van? Yep.
In your business plan, you mentioned several times that there are issues with quality production from competitors like Jacobs Engineering. I was left kind of wondering what's causing that, like what's causing the quality differential between your offering and their offering? Like what are they, like what's your secret sauce there?
Yeah, that's a great point. The only mic that's not on. It's a great point. We're leveraging industries that have a little bit more demand for their precursors. While Jacobs is using high quality ceramic fibers, a lot of these are very specific to the space industry. If we're using we're predominantly using fibers that are dual use, so they have a space application, but they also have numerous other applications, so that when the fiber quality changes, like we aren't kind of at risk to that. And that's what Jacobs has been at risk. Over time, Jacobs has had to update their formulation to kind of just take what Johns Manville is their supplier. They have to take what they give them. There isn't enough demand, at least historically, for them to have their own formulation and have it stable over the decades, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Sorry, I can't see your name behind there.
Joanna.
Joanna.
Just one quick clarifying question. Congratulations on all the LOIs. They're very impressive numbers. What do you expect to deliver in 2022 and 2023 in terms of revenues?
Sure. So for pending funding, we plan to go operational by Q2 next year. We can actually start developing revenue based on just the product itself next year, but we do see design consulting type services as another form of revenue, as well as quickly becoming go-to industry experts for advice on how to actually build thermal protection for vehicles there. For revenue projections, the 2023, initially about $4 million to start building out, start servicing the first customers there, and then quickly scaling up from there based on our letters of intent. John?
Just one follow-up to Joanne's question. You know, when SpaceX got started, this is when NASA was going through the outsourcing, and then the contracts that were signed had payments that aligned in around funding, so sort of like non-dilutive government funding. Do any of the LOIs or any of these companies that you're working with, will they prepay upfront to effectively pay 25% or half of the contract? Is that how the LOIs work?
Sure. So we are converting those to eventually purchase orders, but we do see a tiered payment system where they would pay us 25%, 50% upfront, mostly for raw material costs, and then we actually produce and then provide the tile. We don't want to come under a lot of debt financing just to make the material itself there. Yeah. I think, Pete, I saw you in the back there.
Building on that question, like your LOIs, they're clearly an agreement that you are going to do business. How are they written and how do they convert?
Sure.
Yeah, so absolutely. So as I kind of talked about with SpaceWorks, it's a negotiated process over months of relationship building, and then we really work with them to identify what vehicles do they need the TPS on, what type of material do they need, the ATB, the Pika, the tough rock, and then we kind of see, okay, what's the delivery timeline? So for SpaceWorks, for instance, now until 2024, they only need 5 heat shields because they're starting this new line of business for their high demand capsules. So this is new for them. And then, a couple years down the road, then they'll have the 65 launches for commercial and military applications. So those are kind of the different elements that we talk about, and then the overall cost. So here it's about $50,000 per capsule. So those are kind of like the 4 main things that we work on, and then every LOI is very unique to our partners. So if they need, other details, we will put that in the LOI. But that's the general framework.
So there is financial terms based on you meeting requirements. So that's where the $67,000 comes up, or 67,000 million coming. What was it? 67 what?
76 million.
76 million. That's where that is in those contracts.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Brent.
Did you go looking for a way to get into the space tile business, and the Space Act was the path? Or did you go looking for Space Act opportunities and pick tiles?
Sure. So the way we got started, John and I met through a venture program called FedTech, which actually takes federal lab technology from 3-letter agencies, NASA, looks for potential entrepreneurs to help commercialize that. So from there, we were introduced to the NASA TPS team that have been developing thermal technology for the last 5 decades. And from there, we started researching the industry, looking at different ways to commercialize it, whether for terrestrial use cases or other forms, but quickly found through talking with space companies that this material is in very high demand and very low supply right now. So that was enough evidence for us to build a company around. And then through that partnership, we continued our talks with NASA, developed that into an actual Space Act agreement, which actually allows us to formally transition materials outside of NASA. Sorry, I can't see
Couple
your name.
questions. First, so you referenced the agreement that you have with NASA to use their materials. Is there exclusivity to any forms of the materials you're using? And then secondly, in the business plan, you referenced that the MRL, is that right? The manufacturing readiness level? The MRL needs to get from 7 to 10, and you're working on that. So is that still in process and you're not there yet? And if so, is the 4.2 million of revenue predicated on, still product progress relative to where you are right now?
Sure. I'll answer the first part of your question for licensing, and then I'll pass it to John for MRL. So licensing, NASA typically does non-exclusive contracts with companies. Some of the materials that we are transitioning, we are licensing, but some of it is also expired as well. So non-exclusive there, basically top line about 3 to 5% royalties on that, but then many of them are expiring as well, but that's why we are building IP around the manufacturing process, which needs to be scaled. So I'll pass to John for that.
Yeah, that's a great question about the MRL. Today, the materials are ready to be produced. They're ready to be produced in a batch processing method. That's kind of where the MRL is lower at the 7. By adding in inline quality assurance, by adding in automation, that raises the MRL. That said, what's the revenue implications? And that's part of your question. Using the batch process, we can serve these smaller vehicles. Those are the LIs we have today. Using SpaceWorks as an example, that's only a little over 1 meter in diameter. So we can serve those customers while we also iterate on the R&D to identify the most efficient quality metrics that we can do in line to raise the quality standard. I should have added that to Van's question. Sorry. Yeah, so I think that answers your question. Yeah.
Just one more question. Are any of the companies you have the LOIs with, do any of them have operational vehicles today?
SpaceWorks has flown in some capacity. I don't remember exactly which orbit stage they've done.
So SpaceWorks is working on that in the next year. It depends on their vehicle timelines, but a few of those are earlier stage companies that we want to actually service material for up front. Aphilion's working on their reusable rocket right now, which they'll plan to have their first flight, I think, later in 2023 or first quarter of 2024. But we are trying to de-risk our customers with more established space companies right now. So we're in discussions with them, but that's a longer sales process there.
Space is hard.
Visioneering actually is also, they haven't flown, they haven't done return from LEO, but they're also very well established. They're an ISS partner, so they're more of a veteran than, say, like Aphelion. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
15, yeah. Let's do, come back to.
Okay, that's great. We have 2 more left, and let's take a break till 2:25, and we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so that's good in case we need more time in judging. So 2:25, we'll start off with Black Currant. Let's get started. The last two, and the last two will be good endings. So let's get seated. Van, Jake, Amarcha, out. Very good. Thank you. Okay, you guys have never been in my class, have you? You should see what I do in a regular class. So very good. Akshay, it's Black Currant.
Black Currant. I'm here to talk to you about the most exciting field to decarbonize our economy. You might think batteries are the way to go, but they're not. It's hydrogen. 40% of our economy cannot be decarbonized using conventional methods. That's where Black Currant comes in. We favor hydrogen because passenger vehicles can use batteries, but as the weight goes up and range goes up, you need more energy density. For freight vehicles, delivery vans, trains, and shipping, those applications need clean hydrogen, which is hydrogen manufactured from wind and solar. That's how we can decarbonize the whole transportation sector. Applications traditionally use uses hydrogen. Semiconductor industries, manufacturing industries use hydrogen. They've been using it for decades and doing it safely. But now applications are moving to mobility, industrial freight sector, backup power generation, and heating and cooling. Look at Amazon. Amazon is using hydrogen for their powered industrial trucks for years because hydrogen's flexible. You can use clean hydrogen to decarbonize your fuel and it has higher energy density. And they've invested in a lot of different electrofuels in the recent years. The reason I know this is because I was the one who did it. I led Amazon's global expansion for hydrogen. I wrote the first narrative a few years ago to help them grow. When you look at clean hydrogen, it was a very small part of the whole economy. 97% was gray hydrogen. Now with the applications that we just talked about, it's an astronomical growth. Hydrogen trading is very complex. You need to know where to find it. Then you need to find people to move it for you before you can even use it. And Black Currant, we realized it wasn't an I problem, it was a we problem. Buyers are frustrated, but so are the producers. Producers can't find aggregated demand, so they can produce more clean hydrogen. And buyers are frustrated because they can't find competitive pricing. They have to tend with one or two monopolies. This is where Black Currant brings order to chaos. We connect buyers, producers, and transportation providers. We reduce the overall time for hydrogen transaction. It's 14 weeks traditionally. We are bringing it down to 1 day. As simple as that. Because we are ensuring we onboard all the buyers and producers up front, make sure they get transportation providers, they have standardized contracts and delivery so that they can trade faster. And it's evident from our traction in the market where we are working with large corporations who are moving towards clean hydrogen. Not only that, we have expressions of interest, but they have production coming online. They're moving towards hydrogen. They'd like to work with us. I'm going to go a step further. We have 3 LOIs with companies who would like to use us for their transactions. And in order to do this professionally, we're working with a world-class law firm to help us complete our transaction. This is the right time to get into clean hydrogen because government is cracking down on fossil fuels. It's extremely difficult to even commission a diesel generator today in Oregon. There's ULEZ, ultra-low emission zone formed in London. But government is supporting clean hydrogen. There's $9.5 billion earmarked in the current infrastructure bill for hydrogen. Our features are very simple. We have volume and price discovery. For clean hydrogen, for gray hydrogen, all kinds of hydrogen. We have price index where you can see the snapshot of all hydrogen industry. And we have a transportation portal where you can connect to transportation providers if you don't have it. And let me walk you through an online transaction as a demo.
This is the Black Currant dash page, which features user analytics pertaining to a user's hydrogen purchasing habits, as well as the overall carbon offset as a result of using hydrogen as a fuel source. This is the hydrogen price index of historical pricing of hydrogen on the platform, and this is the volume and price discovery feature, which shows users, hydrogen producers by location. Now, to transact some hydrogen, with a verified hydrogen location set, I can select a listing and then confirm my order, at which point it will be sent to a producer portal for confirmation on their end.
Thanks, Nat. And there you have it. Producers are waiting on the other side on their portal to confirm your order. This is how simple Blackcurrent makes hydrogen buying and selling. Transportation is a big issue in hydrogen industry because transportation is not natural to all players. Big producers have their own trucking, but new producers, clean energy, clean hydrogen producers don't have that luxury. So you can come to Blackcurrent's transportation portal and find the transportation service provider to work with. Price confusion is the biggest problem, where you don't know what the price is, right or not. For the same green hydrogen molecule in the same location where you want to use it, the price could be significantly different. Think about you driving a car, and you pass by 2 gas stations, and the price says $7 on one, and the other one says $20. What would you feel? That's the same kind of confusion the buyers in hydrogen market feel today. They don't know if the price is correct. Blackcurrent brings efficiency to this and makes it clear so you can choose the price for yourself. We connect with the new clean energy providers and new buyers and ensure that they have a pathway to reach each other. The dynamic pricing makes it sticky where they have to go through us. And because we provide faster transaction, it's better for them to go through us. This is how we create our moat. We go to market directly. 70% of this industry we already have connections with collectively in our company. And we are networking with gold standard global organizations and local organizations where they will be connecting us to their members. And then we are targeting key conferences to ensure any early or new adopters of hydrogen connect with us. We are targeting the key sectors we talked about: transportation, power, heating, and cooling sectors. Industrial has been there for many years, using hydrogen safely and consistently. The new sectors is where the astronomical growth comes into play. Even when you look at just brokerage revenues in this space, it's 213 million to take today, which grows up to 1.6 billion by 2030. Beyond brokerage, we also monetize these connections through data subscription. With each transaction we do, that's hard data in the market, which creates a digital repository, and we provide subscription of this data. And we also have referral fees where we connect with new adopters of hydrogen buyers, like OEMs, building new cars and trucks, and help them buy and sell hydrogen. And it's evident with our unit economics, where we spend early to get our customer, but then our LTV to CAC ratio grows to 12x in 5 years, because we offer the efficiency into the market, we offer fast trading. Our brokerage transaction forecast looks at 1 to 2 transactions in the near future based on our connections, and then we choose to grow it in US alone first before we go to Europe. When you look at our annual financial up to 2026, you realize that our expenses are not growing as fast as our EBITDA is. The reason for that is because we are a lean company. We are a platform company, a B2B marketplace that does not take title of the product. We don't have trucks that we own, etc. So we can always move and be nimble to take on any new sustainable fuels. We are asking for $1.5 million today, where we will be investing that into development, marketing, sales, and legal. And it also gives us an 18-month runway where we have completed our proof of concept, where we'll be completing our MVP, and we are using the customer discovery information to build the MVP. We are not building something that we know won't work. And we are able to do this successfully because we have a very, very strong team. We have experience in 3 key areas: hydrogen trading, energy trading, platform development, as simple as that. And our world-class advisors are here with us today, and they are supporting and elevating status of Blackcurrent through current hydrogen market. The time is now. Join Blackcurrent and be part of this clean energy revolution. Thank you. Go ahead, Guy.
Can you just talk a little bit more about the price differential problem, your $4 versus $10?
Yeah.
Is that a transportation issue primarily?
Transportation is a part of
the
it.
hydrogen? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It is, transportation is a part of it. The location where you do it, 45% of the cost comes from electrolyzer. Are you using SMR technique or AMR, depending upon where you do it? If you're doing it in California, you have LCFS credits. So when you have those sort of volatilities happening, the price of the same molecule using in the same location would be different.
So the answer is yes, transportation is a big part of it, but also color of hydrogen, credits in particular states. There are several things that will go into the price differential.
And it makes our efficiency even more important.
So the point being that it's not necessarily, you know, in any individual transaction that the closest, I get how in somebody's initial interaction with your marketplace, they'll find, you know, a supplier and they'll buy from them. It's not just who's the closest.
Correct.
Yeah. Because it leads to my second question, which is my experience with marketplaces, and I'm sure you guys have factored this into your financial model, is they end up being great customer acquisition channels for suppliers, meaning they find their customers through you, and then they seek to transact with them directly, cutting you out of all future transactions. So how do you solve again for that, or how much have you factored that into your model around repeat rate?
Absolutely, great question, and we have thought about it. Because even if they connect with the buyer, they are producing one kind of hydrogen. There are several colors of hydrogen. Gray hydrogen is hydrogen produced from natural gas. Cost is going to be cheaper. Green hydrogen is produced from wind, solar. It's going to be more expensive. Blue hydrogen is in the middle where you're using CCS technologies. So there's always going to be change in color, what you need. If you're using it for decarbonization, our platform gives you how much carbon abatement are you getting with this trade. If you go with one producer, you're not going to get that flexibility. And transportation portal service providers, a lot of producers don't have that ability, especially if they have renewable PPAs.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get at,
yeah.
So I'm a buyer. I have a very specific use case for the hydrogen that I want, the color, you know, I don't know all the variables that go into hydrogen, but presumably I'm a buyer and I know exactly what my needs are, and I go to your marketplace, I lay them all out, and then you present, okay, here are the following suppliers, you pick among the three. By the way, this is probably the best priced. For the following three that would deliver you exactly your specs. Presumably that same use case is going to be a frequently occurring use case for that same buyer. So again, I come back to how do you make sure that they're repeating with you?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Maybe touch a little bit more on this volatility of the prices. Basically, you know how much volatility there is in renewable energy prices throughout the day even, and the same thing with natural gas, which are the two sources of clean hydrogen, blue and green. So from within by hour and hour, the price of hydrogen is going to fluctuate. Some periods of the day, someone's going to be able to create a lot more hydrogen, and that will push the price of the overall market down. So you as a buyer, do you want to lock yourself into a long-term contract? Sometimes they might need that firm commitment, but for the transportation industry and more shorter-term contracts, we think that they would prefer marketplace.
Also, there's not going to be just 3 buyers and 3 sellers. We're envisioning a merchant market that grows far beyond that because there's so many electrolyzers coming on. There's so much solar and wind generation. And so what you're going to see is not just 3 buyers, 3 sellers that capture all the buyers and get rid of you. You're going to see maybe 50 buyers, 50 sellers. And then with the price volatility that Daniel was just talking about, and that's when you need a marketplace, and that's how commodities grow. That's how merchant market grows. That's how futures contracts grow.
Go ahead.
Do you see that those price difference increasing more or decreasing, and also do you see the opportunity for the additional financial product to mitigate the risk or fit to the customer's needs?
Absolutely, fantastic question. We do. The spread is wide, and I'll come to Bill again, who's the expert in this space. The spread is pretty high right now because there's no benchmark. Where do we go to figure out what a hydrogen should price like? Can I ask you guys? Yeah, and that spread is high. Go ahead, Bill.
traded the natural gas market. Excuse me, I traded the natural gas market. I was a market maker in crude oil. And when you have early markets, you have wide spreads, and then they come in as liquidity comes in. And our platform is essentially creating that merchant market so that that liquidity can grow. And then hopefully we're going to actually create an index because we're going to have so many transactions. We'll have a benchmark index. And then at that point, you're going to see the futures exchange being interested in us because they're going to need a benchmark index to do this kind of stuff. But I just want to add one more thing, that the interesting thing about hydrogen is that for a physical futures contract, you normally need a centralized delivery point. So it's like every single one you guys can think of. That's the way it works. Hydrogen is not going to work that way. And so what's going to happen is that if the CME comes in or ICE comes in or one of those guys comes in, they're going to need, they're going to develop a cash-settled contract, and it's going to be against a benchmark index. And when that happens, we're going to be the index.
And also you can create a financial product.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
And another point, we can expand into other products as well. So sustainable aviation fuel, green ammonia. So we start with hydrogen and then expand.
Go ahead, Guy, please.
Thanks. Just to clarify, you're starting out, you're trying to get people hydrogen to a specific location. This is not a financial, it's not a futures exchange, it's not a financial market, correct? You can do all sorts of things with data in the long run. So what that means is geography does matter because there is high transportation costs, as we talked about before, and therefore in a given location, there's only a certain radius that can serve that. And so I guess my question is, in order to want to have a marketplace, sure, there could be a lot of buyers, but I'm very skeptical that there's going to be a lot of sellers, a lot of producers. People aren't going to be producing hydrogen in their basements.
Go ahead, Bill. Bill, a microphone.
These microphones are going to kill me. One of our first letters of interest is from a wind farm, and it's from a fairly large firm that has lots of wind farms, and they're starting to produce hydrogen, and they need offtake, and they want merchant offtake. So you'd be surprised.
But this unmentioned wind farm, there's I think I know who you're talking about. They own a lot of wind farms.
Yes, they do.
Right? And so, and they may be in multiple geographies, but they have probably 2 wind farms that could serve the Chicago area. I'm making assumptions here. But like, it's not thousands of people in their basements.
No, it's not thousands of people in their basements, but there are enough of these. If you have 50 of these producers, you're going to have a market. You're going to have a confused market also, especially, remember that these producers, the specific ones that you and I are mentioning, are producing it based on electricity prices, which are all over the place. So you're going to have hour by hour, minute by minute fluctuations in the actual price of hydrogen. So, I mean, I think I firmly believe there's enough interest, confusion, and opportunity here to actually create a marketplace.
Yeah, I guess my point is whether the market will lend itself to a marketplace or a brokerage.
Well, it's kind of the same thing in a weird sort of way, right? I mean, brokers are part of the intermediary facilitating organizations that actually create a marketplace. You really can't have one without the other, and then what happens is they do their job, the bid-offer spreads narrow, and then you really don't need them, but by that point, we are the marketplace. We've developed the benchmark index, and we're off and running.
And just another anecdote, I'm a strategy consultant for former IHS Markit, now S&P Global. All I do is energy transition, and all of our big energy clients, you know all their names, like they're looking hard at where can I enter the hydrogen market. So it's starts out with a few number of hydrogen players, and then it's basically expanding right now. So
maybe just to be a little bit more concrete, we're targeting California.
Hey, sorry, move to the next question.
And
okay. Jackie, please.
Thanks. I know we talked a lot about price inefficiencies and probably search inefficiencies. What are the other parts of the process that are critical and not working right now that you talk about? The what was it, 14 weeks to 1 day? That has to be more than pricing discussions, right? So where are some of those other points of leverage that you create in the platform?
Well, currently it's using RFP process. It's very manual. You have to know somebody, LinkedIn them literally, and then figure out how to do it. I've done it many, many times. It's just there's no other way to do it because you can't go to an index and figure out where the benchmarking stands.
Yeah, so I come to the game from BP, right? Worked there for a number of years, and big oil companies or energy companies in general take a very measured approach to managing risk, and things like transparency to pricing, the efficiencies around the process, that he mentioned, that Akshay mentioned, and what I'll throw on there as well is assurance, assurance that you're getting an appropriate price and deal for the price that's being, that's in play. And individually, each of those are really important to an energy company in the context of managing risk, but collectively, it's like a really, really big deal. So the recognition of that will come, right, as we develop the relationships that we're developing. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joanne.
Quick question. I'm not that familiar with this market. Let's say there is a case to be made for a marketplace model where there's enough fragmented supply in a geographic perspective. How is a company like this valued over time? Like what do I get if I invest today at a price, and what can I hope for if you can achieve all the things that you want to achieve? What is I don't even know how these kind of companies are valued.
Yeah, absolutely. So initially, we'll be looking at traction in the market. So you get traction and transactions in this space, which is not public. Nobody knows how to do it. We are part of the people who are doing it today. That's the only reason we know how to do this. I've gone through the grind to understand how to find the buyers, the producers out there to figure it out. So it's been challenging to do that. And
so I think, sorry, just to clarify, let's say you're making $100 million in revenues at some point, GMV, what is that worth? Is it a multiple of revenues? Is it like a multiple of, something else?
I'll bring in Daniel to talk about that.
Yeah, well, we would use a similar EBITDA multiple probably as another.
And what is that?
Our standard was 15x that we were using for EBITDA, but in terms of valuing the size of the market, are you asking about how we're coming up with
the valuation?
How many billions?
Oh, that answers my question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ian, please.
Based on what you said, it seems that the market is somewhat constrained by logistics. Mm-hmm. So do you plan to step into that proportion of the value chain as well?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
To step into logistics as well? Based on what you said, it seems that the market's constrained by matching demand and supply logistically, so moving the hydrogen around.
Yes.
Do you plan to expand into that part of the value chain so you can expand the overall market?
Absolutely. So there's going to be more players just on the transportation portal itself. So the reason we don't have trucks, or we're just looking at a transportation portal, is because there's transportation carriers interested in providing this value. And today is done trucking. That's how it's done. But California on May 15 just passed support for hubs development in California itself. So it's going to go to rail, to shipping, to pipeline. So Blackcurrant will go through all of those transitions, and we won't be affected. If you put too much eggs in one basket of trucking, then you could get stuck there. So that's how we go beyond it. Go ahead.
The answer is yes, logistics is a part of it, but we're not providing the logistics. We're providing the portal to provide the logistics. And so buy or sell in a portal for transportation is a critical part of our model.
Yes, Brent. Oh, sorry, Matt. Go ahead, Matt, please.
So maybe just follow up on the earlier question. If you were to look at analogs in other areas of the energy sector or other sectors, who do you look most like? Right, because there are marketplaces, it's brokerage, there's all of these things. Which companies would you say, hey, if we're successful, we will look like them for here?
Let me take that one.
Go ahead, John, please.
There's a company that was founded in the 1990s called iTrade, and the problem was Kroger, the food company, was buying all this agricultural product from California to put into their warehouses and to all their stores across the country. Very complicated process. A friend of mine co-founded iTrade to help simplify that process, and iTrade loved it so much they had this motto, says iTrade or no trade, and that has now 90% of that market share. So there's an element of streamlining a transaction that looks like that. Platts, I'm from the oil business. Every morning we would, when I first got into it, when I had hair like Akshay, we'd have a price sheet that would tell us the gasoline prices across the country, Platts. That's all they had was these price sheets. And now billions of dollars are traded off of some of their price indexes. Platts has become a huge consulting company, and they have conferences all over the place that are highly successful, and that he knows very intimately. And finally, I'd say, I'm sorry, I'm done, sorry. Bloomberg, the Bloomberg terminal, if you're going to trade a financial product, you have to have a Bloomberg terminal. We want to build a platform that's, if you wake up in the morning and you're in the hydrogen market, the first thing you do is turn that on.
This is like freight, our company, Freight Waves and Transport.
Yes, yes, and listen, that's just, I'm so excited about this company. There's more optionality in this business that I don't even have time to talk about.
Thank you.
Let's get going. We've got our last presentation, and it is time for flights.
Hi everyone, my name is Bryce Wytrack, MBA student, Master of Wine candidate, and now CEO and co-founder of Flights, a wine collective. We're a smart wine club that leverages the most underutilized resources in the wine world, whether they be faraway regions or rare heirloom grape varieties, to deliver the best bottle of wine you've never heard of straight to your doorstep. For the past 10 years, I've worked as a leading wine journalist and critic, writing for every major American wine publication. I've scoured the globe, but was in the most unexpected places where I found the most extraordinary wines paired with the best stories. The Troodos Mountains of Cyprus, Uruguay's Maldonado Coast. It was here where I met the most passionate wine growers, individuals who have farmed their families' lands for centuries and who are stalwart guardians of their local winemaking traditions. Their stories always resulted in my most read articles, but there was one problem. You couldn't find the wines back home. This is only the tip of the iceberg. There are 65,000 wineries across the globe and 10,000 grape varieties that are used to make wine. But 50% of the global vineyard area is planted to only 33 of those grapes. At Flights, we're focused on the 9,967 other grape varieties that our competitors are ignoring. Better yet, these are the perfect wines for today's new wine consumer. Exploratory drinkers who not only want a wine that tastes great, but whose story resonates with them, that comes from that grape farmer in Cyprus. I cannot wait to share those wines and those stories with you through Flights. Welcome to the experience economy for wine. Flights is a wine club that delivers 4 phenomenal wines curated specifically for you, sent straight to your home every month for $88. How are we different from our competitors? What we offer is a unique wine experience for our customers that allows them to travel the globe from the comfort of their kitchen table. It all starts with the wines themselves. Flights is the only wine club that allows you to explore the full diversity of the wine world, not just France and Italy, but Taiwan, Bolivia, Lebanon, Japan. By getting away from the name brand regions and familiar grapes, we're able to deliver far superior quality at a competitive price. Our advisor, Dr. Jose Vuillamo, who literally wrote the book Wine Grapes, he knows better than anyone else on the planet where to find wine's greatest hidden gems. When a new grape variety is discovered, it is most likely that Jose is the one who discovered it, giving Flights first dibs and a profound competitive advantage. With his expertise combined with our team's global wine network, the wines you get at Flights simply cannot be found anywhere else in the United States. Rather than simply shipping you wine, what Flights offers is a full wine experience, captivating storytelling, new media content, live and virtual events, and an engaged community of wine enthusiasts. We're also the first wine club to use machine learning to understand our customers' social values and interests, whether it be sustainability, history, women wine growers, or so many other facets. With each wine that a member reviews on the Flights app, we get to understand their preferences better and better to optimize the next shipment and build that pivotal emotional connection to every wine. So for example, consider wine A and wine B. So wine A is cultivated from the land of Alexander the Great, and the vineyard itself abuts this absolutely stunning ancient Roman ruin with early evidence of wine growing. The winery also has the first winemaker in this country to train in France. You can really tell the difference in the wine. All right, wine B. Every single grape cluster is harvested by hand and sustainably farmed. Not only is the winery a staunch preservationist of their rare indigenous grape varieties, they believe that viticulture can be an important contributor to this emerging economy. Okay, show of hands. Which wine would you rather drink? Wine A? Now how about wine B? So pretty evenly split. In actuality, they're the exact same wine, and it's the wine that you have in your glass right now. It's a Temyanica, which is a refreshingly, slightly floral, mouth-watering grape from North Macedonia. This one's from Stobie Winery. They're an early suppliers of ours. We hope that you enjoy it. As a journalist, I've learned that there are 25,000 words that you can write about any given bottle of wine. With our machine learning model, with our machine learning model, we know that when we share with you only the 4 bullet points on a bottle of wine, we know they're the right 4 things to make you fall in love with the wine before you even taste it. We've experienced some tremendous traction at Flights over the course of the New Venture Challenge. Within just the past few weeks, we've brought on 200 paying pre-subscribers to our club, and we cannot wait to send them their first shipments. We've grown an email list to more than 5,000 names of customers who've indicated interest, and we're putting them through our acquisition funnel as we speak. We've developed key strategic partnerships with a variety of companies that share our core target customer, including Industrious, which operates 185 co-working locations across the United States, Finally, we hosted our first in-person event, which oversold out to 120 guests. There we saw a 45% conversion rate to membership. And with that, I'll pass it on to Kelly.
You just heard from Bryce, our CEO, co-founder, and one of the foremost wine experts of our generation. Next, we have Emily Nixon, our co-founder and COO. Emily brings to us over a decade of experience in the wine industry, and prior to leaving for Flights full-time, she oversaw strategic partnerships across 6 continents and planned over 100 wine events per year. On our advisory board, you already know Jose. Next, we have Jordan Kievelstadt. He's a serial entrepreneur and former COO of another successful wine subscription business. We have Tom Ginsberg from the UChicago Law faculty, who is helping us with regulatory and compliance. And lastly, we have Dr. Pedro Savides, who has a PhD from MIT and is helping build our algorithm for smart wine recommendations. And lastly, you have us, the new venture team, who brings experience in legal, compliance, marketing, and finance to ensure a successful venture. And now Mary.
Thanks, Kelly. At Flights, our customers are value-driven, novelty-seeking drinkers who are motivated to become the tastemakers in their groups. Now, while this customer type spans generations, for our initial go-to-market strategy, we will be targeting the millennial as our primary consumer segment, for not only do they represent over half of total US wine consumers, but additionally, we believe that they are the ones most drawn to our value proposition. Now, why is this? Well, first, millennials are conscious consumers, meaning not only are they aware of the impact that their purchases have on society, but moreover, they are willing to pay a premium for those goods and services that adhere to their belief systems and values. Additionally, millennials are subscription savvy, representing the generation with the largest share in the growing subscription economy. Next, millennials are experimental buyers. We are excited by the opportunity to try out new goods and services, with our tastes and preferences constantly evolving as we age. And finally, millennial wine consumption is representative of the overarching evolving wine industry. Millennials, we don't drink like our parents do. Not only are we more likely than previous generations to spend more on a bottle of wine, but how we choose our wine is different as well. According to Silicon Valley Bank, who produce our industry's biggest market research report every year, for the last decade, they have been urging the slow-moving wine industry to better market to millennials by doing things like selling on personal values, encouraging wine as a social experience, with the goal of making wine less intimidating and more fun. While the overarching wine industry in the United States has been largely overlooking the stage of life, we at Flights are putting SVB's recommendation at the core of our marketing strategy, and this is how we're going after our customers. Now, Dirk, with our competitive advantage.
We have analyzed our competitors, and wine subscription is big business. Take, for instance, Naked Wine, who last year had a revenue of $440 million. In fact, many of the folks in this room have probably subscribed to one or more of these brands. And if you have, you were likely sent wines from the same region, made from the same grapes, box after box. That's because most of our competitors lie in the bottom right region, characterized by traditional and affordable wines. We are happy to let Wink, First Leaf, and Bright Cellar duke it out for supremacy of the California Chardonnay market, while we live in the top right quadrant and discover the thousands of other grape varieties currently being hidden from the American consumer and ignored by our competitors. Now, Virgil will take us through the financials.
Thank you, Dirk. So how does all of this tie in with our financials? One of the main takeaways that we want to bring to your attention, it was that we expect our revenue to grow to $188 million by 2027, which represents only 2% of annual US online DTC wine sales. Additionally, we expect our gross profit margin to grow from 34% in 2022 to above 50% in 2027. And this increase in gross profit margin is driven by economies of scale as we grow our business, as well as a shift in the way we import wine from bottles to bulk, and the introduction of additional products. Now the unit economics. So this represents one unit of our product, which is 4 bottles sold at $88. And we can see that we find the gross profit margin mentioned earlier at 40%. And all of this ties into an LTV to CAC ratio of 3.9x in 2023, which is driven by a 1.4-year average customer lifetime, which derives from a 90% customer retention rate monthly. And we expect this LTV to CAC ratio to increase significantly to 5.9x by 2027, which is driven mainly by our increase in margins mentioned before. And now back to you, Bryce.
We're seeking $2 million to really get Flights off the ground. With that, we'll be able to have 20 months of runway and acquire 10,000 subscribers. To conclude, I'll quote a personal hero of mine. In one of his final interviews, Anthony Bourdain said, "The history of the world is on your plate. Every plate of food is an expression of often a long struggle, a long story. The more we have people from somewhere else bringing their food chain and ingredients and traditions, life only gets better." We at Flights hope to do for wine what Anthony Bourdain did for food. Humanize it, tell its long and struggled story, and ultimately use wine as a vehicle for empathy. And with that, I thank you, and I welcome any questions. Before we do, I just want to introduce everyone on my team. So we have Mary, Kelly, Dirk, and Virgil filling out our NVC team. They've been absolutely tremendous to work with, as well as Shifra, who just stepped down. Dr. Pedro Tsavidis is our advisor in machine learning. He's here today from Boston, and we're very happy to have him here in Chicago for the afternoon. And then, of course, my co-founder, Emily Nixon, who just left her job a couple of weeks ago, is now at Flights full-time. We're very excited about that. Thank you. Oh.
All
right, John.
I have two questions. One is, how are you thinking about the regulatory environment, both for importing the wine and then shipping out to various states?
Great. I'll let Emily answer that question.
We're new to this dance. Sure, happy to answer that question for you. So there are really three major players that dominate the international wine shipping market. Thank you. There are three major players that dominate the international wine shipping market. We are going to be working with a company called Hillebrand, which is kind of one of those major three players. What they're able to do for us is, if we're sourcing wine from all these disparate places across Europe, Asia, Middle East, et cetera, they're able to consolidate all of those orders for us in a single port, say Naples, for example, and then ship that in a 40-foot container that's completely filled up, obviously saving us on unit cost. And they're able to land that in a port in the United States, most likely New Jersey. From there, we're going to take those wines and we're going to truck them to a third-party fulfillment warehouse that will most likely be in Ohio or Missouri. We're working on figuring out exactly who we want to partner with there, but those are strategically located because from there we can ship within 2 days to anywhere in the country. And we're working with a partner who will, right off the bat, allow us to legally ship to 44 states.
Got it. Yeah, we do some work with Total Wine in that regard. There's a couple of them that do that. The other question I have is, I saw in here that you did a live event, right? And you converted 45% of the customers. We do a lot in direct-to-consumer, particularly in food. And what's happened in the customer acquisition environment, whether you talk about Instagram or even with SEO or whatnot, it's driven up dramatically. And have you thought about how you might scale these in-person events, which I'm sure are much lower than $130 CAC?
Yeah, so I think one of the interesting things, if you consider wine clubs more generally, you can basically divide them into two camps: traditional wine clubs and digital wine clubs. Digital wine clubs are, our most obvious competitors. People like Wink, Bright Cellars, First Leaf, Naked Wines. They're online native. They send you wine in the mail. Traditional wine clubs are your individual winery and vineyards. And if you go into like any tasting room in Napa or Sonoma, one of the most extraordinary things is that you get to meet people who have been members of those wine clubs for many, many years, oftentimes decades. They feel an immense emotional connection to those places that they visit and the people who make their wine. They're extremely sticky customers. So we believe that events is one aspect of the multi-experiential product that we're selling that will allow us to kind of recreate that wine country experience, but in every corner of the country. And we hope that with that, we'll be able to take our lifetime, our average lifetime of our customers, and tip it closer to what you see at those traditional wine clubs versus those digital wine clubs. In terms of scaling events, Emily and I both have worked at an organization called Guildsom for many years. Basically, every sommelier in the United States knows who we are, and it's a very energized group. They love the things I write, the podcast that Emily produced, which was extremely successful. And we can use them as a sales force to really kind of penetrate a whole bunch of different markets rather than you having to have large-scale events in different cities. Sam?
Isn't the history of D2C wine just complete carnage? And I mean, I think Wink has a market cap of 33 million, despite I think you said 75 million of revenue. Is it really machine learning and some nice storytelling that's going to change the dynamics that have crushed your competitors?
So there's a few questions there. And so in terms of Wink, there are a number of things about them that confuse us. They're going after a different target customer, and they have seen a lot of success with a number of the things that they have done. As for their market cap, they IPO'd last fall, I think a bit prematurely, but I don't really understand. I don't know their finances, so I can't really answer that question for you. As for the D2C wine market more generally, it's actually a channel that has exploded exponentially during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's predicted to grow rather largely in the coming years ahead. It grew 60%, I think, in 2020 alone, and that was due to people being more accustomed to buying wine at home. It was a rather, the wine industry is slow to a lot of things, and D2C sales, online sales, is really kind of just one of them. In terms of if the stories can help connect people to and create stickier customers, we believe that it will. I mean, again, Silicon Valley Bank is the foremost wine authority and creates the most authoritative report that we get every single year for the wine industry. I've been watching it live every single year for the past decade of my life. And they've been saying this year after year after year, that you have to market wine to millennials in this way. And this is kind of how you do it. It's through stories, it's through fun, it's through social engagement. And for whatever reason, the wine industry at large is ignoring kind of those pleas. I mean, maybe they have a whole bunch of other customers in different generations who buy wine differently, and those are very viable customers and a very important segment of the market too. But we're doing the strategy that they're not doing, and it's the one that Silicon Valley Bank suggests. Bob?
If I heard you right, your assumption is that your churn rate's going to be 10% per month. Is that right?
Yes.
That seems quite low for a purchase for $1,000 to $2,000 annualized subscription. Do you have any examples of other companies that are holding churn that low with that large of a price?
We do. So if you can go to the competitive advantage 2x2, one of our advisors, Jordan Kievelstadt, is the former COO of SomSelect, which is another successful wine subscription service. They're in the complete opposite quadrant of the graph that we are. They sell higher end wines at traditional prices, but their lowest level product is around $99 per month plus shipping. So not quite where we are, but also not terribly far away from it either. And that number of 90% month to month comes directly from SomSelect. Mark?
How much of this market is gift?
That's a great question. So if you see,
and I don't mean the subscription gift. I mean I get my 4 bottles a month. How many of those are going to go to someone else versus they're going to get consumed by the millennial?
Well, I mean, so actually, I'll let Schieffer answer the question about millennial wine consumption in terms of how much bottles of wine would drink, and I'll take the tail end.
Yeah. So definitely there is a kind of a split between people who buy wine to drink at home and people who buy wine to take to a party. The way they buy it is pretty similar. So for now, people tend to go to the store, buy a couple bottles at once, usually about 4 bottles a month, and some of it will be given to friends while some of it will be consumed at home. They're willing to spend a little bit more on gift bottles, so we think that our boxes could represent a good mix of like have 2 at home, bring 2 to a friend, share the experience with others.
My concern, having invested in gift stuff in the past, that sometimes there can be greater risk. You know, the Coolidge George has dropped off some Macedonian wine. If it doesn't taste good, it's a pox on me, whereas if there's a more established brand or something from France, it's a little bit less risky.
Yeah, I mean, at Flights, we can guarantee that the wines taste good. We're personally selecting them ourselves. But yeah, in terms of gifting, we hope that people gift them and bring them to parties. You know, we envision this as a social product, and the way to build the brand is by word of mouth is the most powerful that we can do it. So we hope so. John.
One more question on the. Let's say I get a shipment and I love the bottle of wine. Will your site enable me to buy a case of that individually?
Absolutely. There is a very simple buy more button. We will ship you wine the moment that you ask for more wine. We intend to purchase about 20% surplus of any SKU that we bring in against the number of people we intend to actually put the wine in their subscription boxes to enable those repeat purchases. Brent.
Did you consider just being a marketing agency and doing what you do best and being a lead generator for some of the other wine clubs and industry participants? Like, could you write better, do Instagram better, do TikTok better, and just become a great marketing agency? It may not be a venture-backed business, but it could be one that you're very good at.
I'll let Emily answer that, who actually has worked in wine marketing before.
Well, thank you for believing in us in that category. It's not something that we've considered, and I think the reason really behind that is because Bryce and I have so much passion for through our jobs have had the opportunity to go to a lot of these places that are just currently underrepresented in the US market. And we can really vouch for the quality of the wine that's there. But more than that, there's this sort of, I mean, referencing Anthony Bourdain, I think is a great example. There's this feeling that you get when you go to these places where these people are so passionate about what they do. They're stewards of this land for often many, many generations. And really just by an accident of history, Western Europe has dominated the wine market. So what we can do is bring all of these other things that aren't yet in the US wine market at a moment where the consumer, I think, is very interested in a novelty product. We can bridge that gap and bring them here. From a marketing standpoint, I think we would probably be best positioned to, we're very well positioned to bring these wines in under our own label. Because we can, while our producers are really at the forefront and we want to highlight them and be transparent about where these wines are coming from, they don't often know really the right marketing strategy to penetrate the American market, and we can do that for them by branding them ourselves in conjunction with them.
So in that regard, are you saying that you would, in essence, represent them here, or you would actually private label them?
So all of our wine labels will appear like a collaboration. So you can see them on the bottles that are right there right now. So I'm not sure exactly which one's from.
Oh, I see the flights here. Yeah, because that's very similar. Because I mean, way back when I looked at the seed and the A and the B and the C of wine.com, I looked at Club W and met Xander, and he pivoted as well to the, when they became Wink, they said, skip the curation, we're just going to private label.
So that's actually one of kind of the major issues that a number of consumers have with Wink, and as well as the trade in general. So say you get a wine from Wink, it's from Tuscany, and it says it's from Castello di Mat. You like it, you want to buy more online, or maybe you're visiting Tuscany and you want to visit Castello di Mat. You quickly learn that once you Google it, that winery doesn't actually exist, and they've created a fantasy label for it. So what we do is we bring all of our suppliers under the Flights umbrella, and every wine will appear like a collaboration. So Flights by Stobie Winery, Flights by Duca Winery. So we can brand ourselves, and you can see that kind of stamp of Flights approval on every single bottle, but still giving transparency to the supplier. I mean, telling the supplier story is a core company value and something we will never lose.
So as I listen to your model here, the key part is going to be the curation. Right, obviously, and you're moving outside of like very dense areas where it's kind of easier to curate. You just kind of drive around a little bit. Now you're going to be in like Cyprus, with he can help you, by the way, if it's Cyprus. Place like it. What is your competitive advantage? I mean, obviously you guys were at a major publication and talking to everyone. Is that your competitive advantage at the end of the day in terms of that with? Not Jose. It's not Jose. It's who?
Yeah. So, excellent question. I'll let Emily answer it.
I see our competitive advantage really as two things. First, like you say, is our team. Surprisingly, a lot of these places are quite dense with wineries. Jose will be able to introduce us personally to these wineries all over the world and let us be the first ones to be bringing these wines into the United States often. He'll also, because he has all of these existing connections, he'll not only be able to introduce us personally, but tell us which are the ones best to work with and which are not. In addition to that, Bryce and I both have so much experience in the wine industry worldwide. I mean, we have been on so many wine trips together, and like when you walk into a tasting room in some far-off place, like people recognize Bryce. And from my perspective, I've worked at this trade organization and publication for the last 6 years, focusing on strategic partnerships on 6 continents. So I really understand how the marketing organizations work, how that funding works. And I think one really good example of that is we were recently in North Macedonia to source this wine that you have in front of you. And leading up to that trip, we got in touch with the North Macedonian government. They recognized who we were. They saw us as a really unique opportunity to bring their wines to the US market. And they actually sponsored our entire trip for us and set us up with all of the best wineries in North Macedonia so we could choose among them.
And have you talked to John Turlato at all here locally?
We have.
We have talked to John Turlato. He's a great guy. Cynthia, I saw your hand.
Yeah, and we were just talking about competitive advantage. How important is machine learning to that, and where are you with the development of that tool? I mean, I assume you've tested it, it's working?
I'll pass it off to Pedro.
We're getting started with that right now. I think it's critical. I think the point is that people with the expertise that Bryce and Emily have would be able to sit down with any of you, talk to you for a while, give you a wine that you're going to love, explain it to you in a way that's going to appeal to you. That obviously does not scale. I think if we want to have an emotional connection to our consumers, the only way to do that at scale is to use machine learning.
So it's like a calibration tool, if you will.
It's a calibration tool, but I think you can also do beyond that. You can generate text for each particular person that we think is with high likelihood going to appeal to them. And then, of course, the sort of automated sommelier is a thing that I'm excited to do, but that's a secondary thing. And then there are all sorts of other things that we can do with machine learning, which Bryce can explain to you.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I have my lapel mic. But yeah, so I mean, basically, we created our model based off of this subscription service, which we believe is the pinnacle core product and a viable business in and of itself. But you think of the wine club, also as kind of this massive national focus group. We can sum all of this data to figure out how do we spin wine categories that are not being penetrated by any of our competitors off into retail in the United States. So by measuring with thousands of subscribers, how do they like their Georgian Riccatatelli to taste? How do they like their Hungarian ferment marketed to them? We can figure out what are the optimal versions of each of these categories and dominate those categories for thousands of different wines. It's really kind of a tremendous opportunity that we see, and also one that can help us with our exit later on. All right, thank you, everyone.
Hey, thank you for the presentation and the wine. So our judges will be in a better mood. Very good. Can bring it to the judging room. We're going to need it. Thank you, judges. Please finish up. And the other thing you have to do, judges, now is you have to rank your top teams. So you've been judging them over the day, but then we ask you, was it top three? So top three of your choices, and then we'll aggregate them quickly when we get to the judging room. So while they're doing that, let me Sam, question? Yeah.
I have a very dumb question. Can you just state what the standard is that we should be ranking on?
No. The short answer is we have this question every year, and I think the basic idea is we want to have teams that are going to A, be successful, and B, show the school well. So that might be a team that has a small probability of being a unicorn. It may be a team that has a high probability of being a really successful, good company. But we've given money to both, and it's a discussion that we have in the judging room, which we always argue about.
How important is venture scalability?
I would say, I would just repeat what I just said. We want companies that are going to make the school. A, we want to help the students, and B, we want it to be something that's good for the school. Very good. So now let me thank all of the teams who presented. Let's give them a round of applause. I mean, they were great. They were hugely improved from March. They've done a ton of work, and they were terrific. So thank you to the teams. Let's thank the Polsky staff again, who's put this together. And last, let me thank the judges. I realize we've just used a day of your time, which is immensely valuable, and we appreciate it. The teams appreciate it. I appreciate it. It is just awesome, and thank you so much. And now the judges, are going to go up to 219 again and figure things out, and we will be back sometime after what is it, 4:45? We, sometime after 4:45, which is unknown, depends how easy or hard it is. Yeah, with Sam there, you know it's going to be pretty hard now. So we will see you all in a little bit.
The sports betting research industry wasn't built with the bettor in mind. Right now, bettors need to trust so-called experts or algorithms if they want to research before placing a bet. Essentially, there's no easy way to conduct quality personal research. I'm Spencer Kronthal, CEO and co-founder of Alloy. Alloy was created to put fans back in command of their sports betting, to let users bet on themselves. With Alloy, fans can easily build and test their own sports betting strategies in seconds. Nearly 90% of sports bettors conduct research prior to placing a bet. Alloy makes conducting that research quick, easy, and efficient. To date, we have over 500 users on the platform as we launched our live beta for the NBA playoffs. Our team has expertise in engineering, data analytics, sports betting, and marketing, and are fully focused on the betting space being transparent and for the people. At Alloy, we look to learn from the evolution of the stock market to be the easy-to-use Bloomberg terminal for sports betting, where if you're not using Alloy before you place a bet, you're doing something wrong.
Hey everybody, my name is Akshay. I'm founder, CEO at Blackcurrant. I'm here to talk to you about the most exciting field to decarbonize our economy. Batteries take a long time to charge, and fossil fuels are no reliable way to decarbonize. That's where hydrogen comes in. It's an easiest way for a transportation company, power generation company, or heating and cooling business to decarbonize their fleet. Amazon and Walmart are doing it today. They're decarbonizing using clean hydrogen produced from wind and solar. What's Blackcurrant then? Blackcurrant is a B2B marketplace that offers the fastest way to trade hydrogen for your business. It's a marketplace that can do a hydrogen transaction in one day, which takes weeks and weeks in the current market scenario. Time is now. Join Blackcurrant and be part of the clean energy revolution. Thanks.
As you probably already know, there's been a huge wave of new entrants into the Web3 ecosystem recently. This means both new startups who are interested in getting customers excited about their products and Web3 users who are eager to take part in the market's generational growth story. However, we believe there will continue to be one thing that continues to hold back the Web3 ecosystem and all its participants: accountability. Because Web3 systems are completely decentralized, anonymous, and permissionless, anyone can make countless identities and leverage undue influence to commit cyber attacks. This leaves new startups who are eager to engage with their customers through token distributions or rewards programs in a really tough position because they can become really easily exploited. But that's why I'm here to tell you about BlockRank. Our team is building the first ever tool for Web3 for companies to interact with their customers confidently and safely through automated token distributions and cutting-edge fraud detection analytics systems. We believe our team of 3 co-founders has a rare combination of skills that will enable us to succeed in building network algorithms, researching blockchain technologies, and shipping AI products. However, we need the help of the MBC team because we believe with your coaching, resources, and network, we can get BlockRank to the top of the blockchain, analytics, and KYC market. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Matt Shea, co-founder and CEO of Canopy Aerospace, and we make heat shields for the space industry. Our materials will protect multi-million-dollar spacecraft, such as reusable rockets, space capsules, and hypersonic spacecraft from an extremely destructive environment of reentry. So while launch costs have gone down significantly due to better manufacturing processes, heat shields are still a difficult component for space companies to make efficiently and one of the most critical parts for space exploration. So that's where Canopy comes in as the industry's first fully integrated factory that will immediately service a $5 billion market opportunity, lowering launch costs, shortening lead times, and increasing overall safety for the future space industry. So today, we have a formal partnership agreement with NASA to develop materials, $76 million in letters of intent with $300 million more in the pipeline. And we're in Star Wars Aero, a premier aerospace and space accelerator with less than 3% acceptance rate. We're also currently developing multiple prototypes of materials. So join us as we take part in the next great space race, making the science fiction of your childhood dreams a reality for the future.
Hi, I'm Camila Arcizábal, and I have worked my whole life in the construction industry, and so has my family. One of the biggest challenges we face is access to quality machinery. New equipment is very expensive in Colombia, which makes buying second-hand equipment a necessity and the rule in the region. However, it is very hard to find the equipment I need in the second-hand market because word of mouth is the only thing I can rely on. And even when I find equipment, the verification process is very expensive and logistically inconvenient. I usually have to go and inspect the item myself or send technicians to verify it.
Cami is not alone.
After speaking with over 20 agriculture, construction, and mining business owners and receiving over 200 survey responses, the insights are almost unanimous. Buying secondhand is a necessity, but there is little to no trust in transactions. Verification is key to generate trust, but it's innately complex and inconvenient. Safety and security are real concerns when dealing with high-ticket items. And the secondary market is for a business only as big as its network, hindering its access to opportunities. This is where Circular comes in.
Circular is a B2B marketplace for secondhand agricultural, construction, and mining equipment and services in LATAM. Circular partners with technicians to verify the quality of the items. We also partner with insurers, shippers, banks, and lawyers to provide a one-stop shop for businesses looking to procure used equipment. Circular is led by 3 American-Colombian entrepreneurs with complementary skills and diverse experience. Camila's background is in construction, and her family owns one of the largest construction companies in Colombia. She was CFO of her construction company, and she has the financial skills and the network to launch in the construction industry. Alejandro was previously in consulting for McKinsey and Matrix, and he worked on projects in mining and agriculture in Colombia, Chile, and Peru. He has also been an angel investor in agriculture businesses and counts with a network in agriculture and mining that spans the region. Lastly, my experience is more technical in software. I co-founded a B2B SaaS platform with over 300,000 users and led the product development and hiring of the engineering teams based in Colombia.
MVC can catapult us forward. It will provide better tools to understand the market we're serving. We'll be able to stress test our model and refine our value proposition so as to add the most value and create a product our customers will know and love. And we'll be able to leverage investors and judges' expertise and perspectives towards scaling our business and generating value to our region.
Today, there's no second-hand equipment marketplace for the agricultural, construction, or mining industry, and there is a dire need for one.
Hi everyone, my name's Gabe and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Chirp Snacks. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the future of pet food. So since the start of the lockdown, pet ownership has increased drastically. And that is in spite of the fact that our pets today consume roughly 1/3 of the total output from the livestock industry. So the climate ills related to livestock, be it land use, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, 1/3 of that is oriented towards our pets. And we think that we have a sustainable solution for the long term. Crickets are not only exponentially more sustainable, but they're also more nutritious, and they even have omega fats like salmon. The best of yet, they're hyperallergenic, so they won't cause any allergic reactions in dogs like chicken and beef often do. And with that, we are Chirp Snacks. We have a little sample here. Come here, you can put in the jar. Oh, good job, Doris. Thank you all, and have a great weekend.
Hey there, and welcome to my plant-based kitchen. My name is Andrew Shine, and I'm the founder of Earthy. At Earthy, we make healthy and delicious plant-based meals for flexitarians. But what's a flexitarian? A flexitarian is someone who wishes to consume less meat for either environmental or health reasons. 60% of the US today is trying to eat more plant-based, but 90% of them are unsatisfied with current options. I know firsthand because I tried to go vegan and I failed, and that's why we created Earthy. We partnered with 10 amazing Booth students who you may have seen running around campus in vegetable costumes. We also partnered with a New York Times bestselling nutritionist and a James Beard nominated chef with Michelin star experience to bring flexitarians the most delicious, approachable, plant-based meals in the world. We're Earthy and we're so excited to be part of the New Venture Challenge.
Hi everyone, my name is Bryce Wytrack, MBA student, Master of Wine candidate, and now co-founder and CEO of Flights, a wine collective. We are a smart wine club that leverages the most underutilized resources in the wine world, whether they be faraway regions or rare heirloom grape varieties, to deliver the best bottle of wine you've never heard of straight to your doorstep. Flights is the only wine club that allows you to discover the full diversity of the wine world, not just France and Italy, but Cyprus, Uruguay, Japan. By getting away from the name brand regions and familiar grapes, we are able to deliver far superior quality and still at a great price. With our applications of machine learning new to the wine industry, we curate a complete wine experience for our customers, optimized to their values, interests, and tastes. For the past 10 years, I've worked as a leading wine journalist and critic and met some extraordinary wine growers who make some exquisite wines. I cannot wait to share their stories and bottles with you through flights. Cheers.
Uno, dos, tres. Hi, I'm Santiago. And I'm Michael. And we're the founders of Medici. We're helping 3.7 million informal retailers in Latin America access financing, grow their business, and ultimately improve their lives. Altogether, informal retail represents $500 billion in sales every year.
However, out of these 3.7 million stores, less than 1% have access to formal financing for two reasons. 80% of transactions are in cash, and only 50% of people in Latin America have a bank account, so banks will never service them.
At Medici, we're using cell phones to give financing in the form of products. We partner with CPGs, think Unilever or PepsiCo, to access their historical transaction data and convert it into a credit score that works for corner stores.
And we're changing people's lives here. We're already lending to over 30 stores, and we've closed 2 partners in the region to lend over $85 million.
Thanks for all the support during NVC, and help us fill the $500 billion credit gap for corner stores in Latin America.
Gracias.
Thank you.
SoftMed is a software platform that connects diagnostic centers to radiologists in India. If you are like the vast majority of people in India, it will take you about 4 days from your first visit to get your radiology report. You can't get the help you need before that. In the US, a technology infrastructure called PACS allows your treatment to start within hours of your first visit. The reason it takes so much time in India is because access to PACS is limited to large hospitals. Diagnostic centers love our product because it allows them to access the system over the cloud, and that accelerates the turnaround time for their patients. Also, they don't need to worry about having radiologists on their payroll because they get access to radiologists contracting through our platform. We already have 168 paying customers, or diagnostic centers. We are looking to raise $1.7 million to scale across India.
Hi, my name is Janice. I'm the co-founder and CEO of True to Form. The fashion industry today is broken. It's impossible to find clothing that fits. There's massive overproduction across the supply chain, and our best alternative, made-to-measure clothing, is expensive and difficult to produce efficiently. We at True to Form are starting at the root of that problem by building a body scanning app that generates custom 3D avatars to enable scalable made-to-measure fashion. Our remote fitting tool enables designers to access real data on the body shape and size of their actual customers from the earliest stages of design and product development. This unlocks a massive opportunity for us to bring made to measure to the $93 billion hard to fit apparel categories, including plus sizes, petites like myself, swimwear, undergarments, you name it. Since entering NVC, we've completed the build of our body scanning app, converted our first 7 paying customers, and opened our beta earlier this May, resulting in over 70 new account signups. We're now raising $2 million to prepare our platform to scale. Thanks for listening.
The sports betting research industry wasn't built with the bettor in mind. Right now, bettors need to trust so-called experts or algorithms if they want to research before placing a bet. Essentially, there's no easy way to conduct quality personal research. I'm Spencer Kronthal, CEO and co-founder of Alloy. Alloy was created to put fans back in command of their sports betting, to let users bet on themselves. With Alloy, fans can easily build and test their own sports betting strategies in seconds. Nearly 90% of sports bettors conduct research prior to placing a bet. Alloy makes conducting that research quick, easy, and efficient. To date, we have over 500 users on the platform as we launched our live beta for the NBA playoffs. Our team has expertise in engineering, data analytics, sports betting, and marketing, and are fully focused on the betting space being transparent and for the people. At Alloy, we look to learn from the evolution of the stock market to be the easy-to-use Bloomberg terminal for sports betting, where if you're not using Alloy before you place a bet, you're doing something wrong.
Hey everybody, my name is Akshay. I'm founder, CEO at Blackcurrant. I'm here to talk to you about the most exciting field to decarbonize our economy. Batteries take a long time to charge, and fossil fuels are no reliable way to decarbonize. That's where hydrogen comes in. It's an easiest way for a transportation company, power generation company, or heating and cooling business to decarbonize their fleet. Amazon and Walmart are doing it today. They're decarbonizing using clean hydrogen produced from wind and solar. What's Blackcurrant then? Blackcurrant is a B2B marketplace that offers the fastest way to trade hydrogen for your business. It's a marketplace that can do a hydrogen transaction in 1 day, which takes weeks and weeks in the current market scenario. Time is now. Join Blackcurrent and be part of the clean energy revolution. Thanks.
As you probably already know, there's been a huge wave of new entrants into the Web3 ecosystem recently. This means both new startups who are interested in getting customers excited about their products and Web3 users who are eager to take part in the market's generational growth story. However, we believe there will continue to be one thing that continues to hold back the Web3 ecosystem and all its participants: accountability. Because Web3 systems are completely decentralized, anonymous, and permissionless, anyone can make countless identities and leverage undue influence to commit cyber attacks. This leaves new startups who are eager to engage with their customers through token distributions or rewards programs in a really tough position because they can become really easily exploited. But that's why I'm here to tell you about BlockRank. Our team is building the first ever tool for Web3 for companies to interact with their customers confidently and safely through automated token distributions and cutting-edge fraud detection analytics systems. We believe our team of 3 co-founders has a rare combination of skills that will enable us to succeed in building network algorithms, researching blockchain technologies, and shipping AI products. However, we need the help of the MBC team because we believe with your coaching, resources, and network, we can get BlockRank to the top of the blockchain, analytics, and KYC market. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Matt Shea, co-founder and CEO of Canopy Aerospace, and we make heat shields for the space industry. Our materials will protect multi-million-dollar spacecraft, such as reusable rockets, space capsules, and hypersonic spacecraft from an extremely destructive environment of reentry. So while launch costs have gone down significantly due to better manufacturing processes, heat shields are still a difficult component for space companies to make efficiently and one of the most critical parts for space exploration. So that's where Canopy comes in as the industry's first fully integrated factory that will immediately service a $5 billion market opportunity, lowering launch costs, shortening lead times, and increasing overall safety for the future space industry. So today we have a formal partnership agreement with NASA to develop materials, $76 million in letters of intent with $300 million more in the pipeline. And we're in Starburst Aero, a premier aerospace and space accelerator with less than 3% acceptance rate. We're also currently developing multiple prototypes of materials. So join us as we take part in the next great space race, making the science fiction of your childhood dreams a reality for the future.
Hi, I'm Camila Aristizabal, and I have worked my whole life in the construction industry, and so has my family. One of the biggest challenges we face is access to quality machinery. New equipment is very expensive in Colombia, which makes buying second-hand equipment a necessity and the rule in the region. However, it is very hard to find the equipment I need in the second-hand market because word of mouth is the only thing I can rely on. And even when I find equipment, the verification process is very expensive and logistically inconvenient. I usually have to go and inspect the item myself or send technicians to verify it.
Cami is not alone. After speaking with over 20 agriculture, construction, and mining business owners and receiving over 200 survey responses, the insights are almost unanimous. Buying secondhand is a necessity, but there is little to no trust in transactions. Verification is key to generate trust, but it's innately complex and inconvenient. Safety and security are real concerns when dealing with high-ticket items. And the secondary market is for a business only as big as its network, hindering its access to opportunities. This is where Circular comes in.
Circular is a B2B marketplace for secondhand agricultural, construction, and mining equipment and services in LATAM. Circular partners with technicians to verify the quality of the items. We also partner with insurers, shippers, banks, and lawyers to provide a one-stop shop for businesses looking to procure used equipment. Circular is led by 3 American-Colombian entrepreneurs with complementary skills and diverse experience. Camila's background is in construction, and her family owns one of the largest construction companies in Colombia. She was CFO of her construction company, and she has the financial skills and the network to launch in the construction industry. Alejandro was previously in consulting for McKinsey and Matrix. and he worked on projects in mining and agriculture in Colombia, Chile, and Peru. He has also been an angel investor in agriculture businesses and counts with a network in agriculture and mining that spans the region. Lastly, my experience is more technical in software. I co-founded a B2B SaaS platform with over 300,000 users and led the product development and hiring of the engineering teams based in Colombia.
MVC can catapult us forward. It will provide better tools to understand the market we're serving. We'll be able to stress test our model and refine our value proposition so as to add the most value and create a product our customers will know and love. And we'll be able to leverage investors and judges' expertise and perspectives towards scaling our business and generating value to our region.
Today, there's no second-hand equipment marketplace for the agricultural, construction, or mining industry, and there is a dire need for one.
Hi everyone, my name's Gabe and I'm the CEO and co-founder of ChirpSnacks. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the future of pet food. So since the start of the lockdown, pet ownership has increased drastically. And that is in spite of the fact that our pets today consume roughly 1/3 of the total output from the livestock industry. So the climate ills related to livestock, be it land use, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, 1/3 of that is oriented towards our pets. And we think that we have a sustainable solution for the long term. Crickets are not only exponentially more sustainable, but they're also more nutritious, and they even have omega fats like salmon. The best of yet, they're hyperallergenic, so they won't cause any allergic reactions in dogs like chicken and beef often do. And with that, we are ChirpSnacks. We have a little sample here. Come here, you can put in the jar. Oh, good job, Doris. Thank you all, and have a great weekend.
Hey there, and welcome to my plant-based kitchen. My name is Andrew Shine, and I'm the founder of Earthy. At Earthy, we make healthy and delicious plant-based meals for flexitarians. But what's a flexitarian? A flexitarian is someone who wishes to consume less meat for either environmental or health reasons. 60% of the US today is trying to eat more plant-based, but 90% of them are unsatisfied with current options. I know firsthand because I tried to go vegan and I failed, and that's why we created Earthy. We partnered with 10 amazing Booth students who you may have seen running around campus in vegetable costumes. We also partnered with a New York Times bestselling nutritionist and a James Beard nominated chef with Michelin star experience to bring flexitarians the most delicious, approachable, plant-based meals in the world. We're Earthy and we're so excited to be part of the New Venture Challenge.
Hi everyone, my name is Bryce Wytrack, MBA student, Master of Wine candidate, and now co-founder and CEO of Flights, a wine collective. We are a smart wine club that leverages the most underutilized resources in the wine world, whether they be faraway regions or rare heirloom grape varieties, to deliver the best bottle of wine you've never heard of straight to your doorstep. Flights is the only wine club that allows you to discover the full diversity of the wine world, not just France and Italy, but Cyprus, Uruguay, Japan. By getting away from the name brand regions and familiar grapes, we are able to deliver far superior quality and still at a great price. With our applications of machine learning new to the wine industry, we curate a complete wine experience for our customers, optimized to their values, interests, and tastes. For the past 10 years, I've worked as a leading wine journalist and critic and met some extraordinary wine growers who make some exquisite wines. I cannot wait to share their stories and bottles with you through Flights. Cheers.
Uno, dos, tres. Hi, I'm Santiago.
And I'm Michael.
And we're the founders of Medici.
We're helping 3.7 million informal retailers in Latin America access financing, grow their business, and ultimately improve their lives. Altogether, informal retail represents $500 billion in sales every year.
However, out of these 3.7 million stores, less than 1% have access to formal financing for two reasons. 80% of transactions are in cash, and only 50% of people in Latin America have a bank account, so banks will never service them.
At Medici, we're using cell phones to give financing in the form of products. We partner with CPGs, think Unilever or PepsiCo, to access their historical transaction data and convert it into a credit score that works for corner stores.
And we're changing people's lives here. We're already lending to over 30 stores, and we've closed 2 partners in the region to lend over $85 million.
Thanks for all the support during NVC, and help us fill the $500 billion credit gap for corner stores in Latin America.
Gracias.
Thank you.
SoftMed is a software platform that connects diagnostic centers to radiologists in India. If you are like the vast majority of people in India, it will take you about 4 days from your first visit to get your radiology report. You can't get the help you need before that. In the US, a technology infrastructure called PACS allows your treatment to start within hours of your first visit. The reason it takes so much time in India is because access to PACS is limited to large hospitals. Diagnostic centers love our product because it allows them to access the system over the cloud, and that accelerates the turnaround time for their patients. Also, they don't need to worry about having radiologists on their payroll because they get access to radiologists contracting through our platform. We already have 168 paying customers or diagnostic centers. We are looking to raise $1.7 million to scale across India.
Hi, my name is Janice. I'm the co-founder and CEO of True to Form. The fashion industry today is broken. It's impossible to find clothing that fits. There's massive overproduction across the supply chain, and our best alternative, made-to-measure clothing, is expensive and difficult to produce efficiently. We at True to Form are starting at the root of that problem by building a body scanning app that generates custom 3D avatars to enable scalable made-to-measure fashion. Our remote fitting tool enables designers to access real data on the body shape and size of their actual customers from the earliest stages of design and product development. This unlocks a massive opportunity for us to bring made to measure to the $93 billion hard to fit apparel categories, including plus sizes, petites like myself, swimwear, undergarments, you name it. Since entering NVC, we've completed the build of our body scanning app, converted our first 7 paying customers, and opened our beta earlier this May, resulting in over 70 new account signups. We're now raising $2 million to prepare our platform to scale. Thanks for listening.
The sports betting research industry wasn't built with the bettor in mind. Right now, bettors need to trust so-called experts or algorithms if they want to research before placing a bet. Essentially, there's no easy way to conduct quality personal research. I'm Spencer Kronthal, CEO and co-founder of Alloy. Alloy was created to put fans back in command of their sports betting, to let users bet on themselves. With Alloy, fans can easily build and test their own sports betting strategies in seconds. Nearly 90% of sports bettors conduct research prior to placing a bet. Alloy makes conducting that research quick, easy, and efficient. To date, we have over 500 users on the platform as we launched our live beta for the NBA playoffs. Our team has expertise in engineering, data analytics, sports betting, and marketing, and are fully focused on the betting space being transparent and for the people. At Alloy, we look to learn from the evolution of the stock market to be the easy-to-use Bloomberg terminal for sports betting, where if you're not using Alloy before you place a bet, you're doing something wrong.
Hey everybody, my name is Akshay. I'm founder, CEO at Blackcurrent. I'm here to talk to you about the most exciting field to decarbonize our economy. Batteries take a long time to charge, and fossil fuels are no reliable way to decarbonize. That's where hydrogen comes in. It's an easiest way for a transportation company, power generation company, or heating and cooling business to decarbonize their fleet. Amazon and Walmart are doing it today. They're decarbonizing using clean hydrogen produced from wind and solar. What's Blackcurrent then? Blackcurrent is a B2B marketplace that offers the fastest way to trade hydrogen for your business. It's a marketplace that can do a hydrogen transaction in 1 day, which takes weeks and weeks in the current market scenario. Time is now. Join Blackcurrent and be part of the clean energy revolution. Thanks.
As you probably already know, there's been a huge wave of new entrants into the Web3 ecosystem recently. This means both new startups who are interested in getting customers excited about their products and Web3 users who are eager to take part in the market's generational growth story. However, we believe there will continue to be one thing that continues to hold back the Web3 ecosystem and all its participants: accountability. Because Web3 systems are completely decentralized, anonymous, and permissionless, anyone can make countless identities and leverage undue influence to commit cyber attacks. This leaves new startups who are eager to engage with their customers through token distributions or rewards programs in a really tough position because they can become really easily exploited. But that's why I'm here to tell you about BlockRank. Our team is building the first ever tool for Web3 for companies to interact with their customers confidently and safely through automated token distributions and cutting-edge fraud detection analytics systems. We believe our team of 3 co-founders has a rare combination of skills that will enable us to succeed in building network algorithms, researching blockchain technologies, and shipping AI products. However, we need the help of the MVC team because we believe with your coaching, resources, and network, we can get BlockRank to the top of the blockchain, analytics, and KYC market. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Matt Shea, co-founder and CEO of Canopy Aerospace, and we make heat shields for the space industry. Our materials will protect multi-million-dollar spacecraft, such as reusable rockets, space capsules, and hypersonic spacecraft from an extremely destructive environment of reentry. So while launch costs have gone down significantly due to better manufacturing processes, heat shields are still a difficult component for space companies to make efficiently and one of the most critical parts for space exploration. So that's where Canopy comes in as the industry's first fully integrated factory that will immediately service a $5 billion market opportunity, lowering launch costs, shortening lead times, and increasing overall safety for the future space industry. So today, we have a formal partnership agreement with NASA to develop materials, $76 million in letters of intent with $300 million more in the pipeline. And we're in Starburst Aero, a premier aerospace and space accelerator with less than 3% acceptance rate. We're also currently developing multiple prototypes of materials. So join us as we take part in the next great space race, making the science fiction of your childhood dreams a reality for the future.
Hi, I'm Camila Aristizabal, and I have worked my whole life in the construction industry, and so has my family. One of the biggest challenges we face is access to quality machinery. New equipment is very expensive in Colombia, which makes buying second-hand equipment a necessity and the rule in the region. However, it is very hard to find the equipment I need in the second-hand market because word of mouth is the only thing I can rely on. And even when I find equipment, the verification process is very expensive and logistically inconvenient. I usually have to go and inspect the item myself or send technicians to verify it.
Cami is not alone. After speaking with over 20 agriculture, construction, and mining business owners and receiving over 200 survey responses, the insights are almost unanimous. Buying secondhand is a necessity, but there is little to no trust in transactions. Verification is key to generate trust, but it's innately complex and inconvenient. Safety and security are real concerns when dealing with high-ticket items. And the secondary market is for a business only as big as its network, hindering its access to opportunities. This is where Circular comes in.
Circular is a B2B marketplace for secondhand agricultural, construction, and mining equipment and services in LATAM. Circular partners with technicians to verify the quality of the items. We also partner with insurers, shippers, banks, and lawyers to provide a one-stop shop for businesses looking to procure used equipment. Circular is led by 3 American-Colombian entrepreneurs with complementary skills and diverse experience. Camila's background is in construction, and her family owns one of the largest construction companies in Colombia. She was CFO of her construction company, and she has the financial skills and the network to launch in the construction industry. Alejandro was previously in consulting for McKinsey and Matrix, and he worked on projects in mining and agriculture in Colombia, Chile, and Peru. He has also been an angel investor in agriculture businesses and counts with a network in agriculture and mining that spans the region. Lastly, my experience is more technical in software. I co-founded a B2B SaaS platform with over 300,000 users and led the product development and hiring of the engineering teams based in Colombia.
MVC can catapult us forward. They will provide better tools to understand the market we're serving. We'll be able to stress test our model and refine our value proposition so as to add the most value and create a product our customers will know and love. And we'll be able to leverage investors and judges' expertise and perspectives towards scaling our business and generating value to our region.
Today, there's no second-hand equipment marketplace for the agricultural, construction, or mining industry, and there is a dire need for one.
Hi everyone, my name's Gabe and I'm the CEO and co-founder of ChirpSnacks. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the future of pet food. So since the start of the lockdown, pet ownership has increased drastically. And that is in spite of the fact that our pets today consume roughly 1/3 of the total output from the livestock industry. So the climate ills related to livestock, be it land use, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, 1/3 of that is oriented towards our pets. And we think that we have a sustainable solution for the long term. Crickets are not only exponentially more sustainable, but they're also more nutritious, and they even have omega fats like salmon. The best of yet, they're hyperallergenic, so they won't cause any allergic reactions in dogs like chicken and beef often do. And with that, we are Chirp Snacks. We have a little sample here. Come here, you can put it in the jar. Oh, good job, Doris. Thank you all, and have a great weekend.
Hey there, and welcome to my plant-based kitchen. My name is Andrew Shine, and I'm the founder of Earthy. At Earthy, we make healthy and delicious plant-based meals for flexitarians. But what's a flexitarian? A flexitarian is someone who wishes to consume less meat for either environmental or health reasons. 60% of the US today is trying to eat more plant-based, but 90% of them are unsatisfied with current options. I know firsthand because I tried to go vegan and I failed, and that's why we created Earthy. We partnered with 10 amazing Booth students who you may have seen running around campus in vegetable costumes. We also partnered with a New York Times bestselling nutritionist and a James Beard nominated chef with Michelin star experience to bring flexitarians the most delicious, approachable, plant-based meals in the world. We're Earthy and we're so excited to be part of the New Venture Challenge.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bryce Wytrack, MBA student, Master of Wine candidate, and now co-founder and CEO of Flights, a wine collective. We are a smart wine club that leverages the most underutilized resources in the wine world, whether they be faraway regions or rare heirloom grape varieties, to deliver the best bottle of wine you've never heard of straight to your doorstep. Flights is the only wine club that allows you to discover the full diversity of the wine world, not just France and Italy, but Cyprus, Uruguay, Japan. By getting away from the name brand regions and familiar grapes, we are able to deliver far superior quality and still at a great price. With our applications of machine learning new to the wine industry, we curate a complete wine experience for our customers, optimized to their values, interests, and tastes. For the past 10 years, I've worked as a leading wine journalist and critic and met some extraordinary wine growers who make some exquisite wines. I cannot wait to share their stories and bottles with you through Flights. Cheers.
Uno, dos, tres. Hi, I'm Santiago.
And I'm Michael.
And we're the founders of Medici.
We're helping 3.7 million informal retailers in Latin America access financing, grow their business, and ultimately improve their lives. Altogether, informal retail represents $500 billion in sales every year.
However, out of these 3.7 million stores, less than 1% have access to formal financing for two reasons. 80% of transactions are in cash, and only 50% of people in Latin America have a bank account, so banks will never service them.
At Medici, we're using cell phones to give financing in the form of products. We partner with CPGs, think Unilever or PepsiCo, to access their historical transaction data and convert it into a credit score that works for corner stores.
And we're changing people's lives here. We're already lending to over 30 stores, and we've closed 2 partners in the region to lend over $85 million.
Thanks for all the support during NVC, and help us fill the $500 billion credit gap for corner stores in Latin America.
Gracias.
Thank you.
SoftMed is a software platform that connects diagnostic centers to radiologists in India. If you are like the vast majority of people in India, it will take you about 4 days from your first visit to get your radiology report. You can't get the help you need before that. In the US, a technology infrastructure called PACS allows your treatment to start within hours of your first visit. The reason it takes so much time in India is because access to PACS is limited to large hospitals. Diagnostic centers love our product because it allows them to access the system over the cloud, and that accelerates the turnaround time for their patients. Also, they don't need to worry about having radiologists on their payroll because they get access to radiologists contracting through our platform. We already have 168 paying customers or diagnostic centers. We are looking to raise $1.7 million to scale across India.
Hi, my name is Janice. I'm the co-founder and CEO of True to Form. The fashion industry today is broken. It's impossible to find clothing that fits. There's massive overproduction across the supply chain, and our best alternative, made-to-measure clothing, is expensive and difficult to produce efficiently. We at True to Form are starting at the root of that problem by building a body scanning app that generates custom 3D avatars to enable scalable made-to-measure fashion. Our remote fitting tool enables designers to access real data on the body shape and size of their actual customers from the earliest stages of design and product development. This unlocks a massive opportunity for us to bring Made to Measure to the $93 billion hard-to-fit apparel categories, including plus sizes, petites like myself, swimwear, undergarments, you name it. Since entering NVC, we've completed the build of our body scanning app, converted our first 7 paying customers, and opened our beta earlier this May, resulting in over 70 new account signups. We're now raising $2 million to prepare our platform to scale. Thanks for listening.
The sports betting research industry wasn't built with the bettor in mind. Right now, bettors need to trust so-called experts or algorithms if they want to research before placing a bet. Essentially, there's no easy way to conduct quality personal research. I'm Spencer Kronthal, CEO and co-founder of Alloy. Alloy was created to put fans back in command of their sports betting, to let users bet on themselves. With Alloy, fans can easily build and test their own sports betting strategies in seconds. Nearly 90% of sports bettors conduct research prior to placing a bet. Alloy makes conducting that research quick, easy, and efficient. To date, we have over 500 users on the platform as we launched our live beta for the NBA playoffs. Our team has expertise in engineering, data analytics, sports betting, and marketing, and are fully focused on the betting space being transparent and for the people. At Alloy, we look to learn from the evolution of the stock market to be the easy-to-use Bloomberg terminal for sports betting, where if you're not using Alloy before you place a bet, you're doing something wrong.
Hey everybody, my name is Akshay. I'm founder, CEO at Blackcurrent. I'm here to talk to you about the most exciting field to decarbonize our economy. Batteries take a long time to charge, and fossil fuels are no reliable way to decarbonize. That's where hydrogen comes in. It's an easiest way for a transportation company, power generation company, or heating and cooling business to decarbonize their fleet. Amazon and Walmart are doing it today. They're decarbonizing using clean hydrogen produced from wind and solar. What's Blackcurrent then? Blackcurrent is a B2B marketplace that offers the fastest way to trade hydrogen for your business. It's a marketplace that can do a hydrogen transaction in one day, which takes weeks and weeks in the current market scenario. Time is now. Join Blackcurrent and be part of the clean energy revolution. Thanks.
As you probably already know, there's been a huge wave of new entrants into the Web3 ecosystem recently. This means both new startups who are interested in getting customers excited about their products and Web3 users who are eager to take part in the market's generational growth story. However, we believe there will continue to be one thing that continues to hold back the Web3 ecosystem and all its participants: accountability. Because Web3 systems are completely decentralized, anonymous, and permissionless, anyone can make countless identities and leverage undue influence to commit cyber attacks. This leaves new startups who are eager to engage with their customers through token distributions or rewards programs in a really tough position because they can become really easily exploited. But that's why I'm here to tell you about BlockRank. Our team is building the first ever tool for Web3 for companies to interact with their customers confidently and safely through automated token distributions and cutting-edge fraud detection analytics systems. We believe our team of 3 co-founders has a rare combination of skills that will enable us to succeed in building network algorithms, researching blockchain technologies, and shipping AI products. However, we need the help of the NVC team because we believe with your coaching, resources, and network, we can get BlockRank to the top of the blockchain, analytics, and KYC market. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Matt Shea, co-founder and CEO of Canopy Aerospace, and we make heat shields for the space industry. Our materials will protect multi-million-dollar spacecraft, such as reusable rockets, space capsules, and hypersonic spacecraft from an extremely destructive environment of reentry. So while launch costs have gone down significantly due to better manufacturing processes,
let's figure out how we're going to do the form.
It's a little much crowded than in previous years.
Yeah.
I wonder whether that's COVID. Oh, no, finals.
Yeah.
So it's not
Sure.
during the quarantine.
It was on Saturday.
Right, and when is it next year? Did we pick a date? 'Cause
I have to look.
Carol has to put it in her calendar.
I have to
both
look.
the dinner
I have
and
to look.
this.
We'll figure it out.
So.
It's on our agenda.
Okay.
And do we have the live stream going? Lucas is coming down.
We're ready? Okay, here we go. We are ready. Everybody's here. So thank you. Right, all right. Yeah. So we
also spread out. Come closer.
Ah, good. Well, they're all shy. That's weird. Okay, this year's Edward L. Kaplan New Venture Challenge was the 26th year. And as you know, we've launched more than 300 companies that have raised over $1 billion and have generated over $8 billion in exits. And we are hoping that this year's contestants will add to that in terms of money raised, money created, jobs created, value created. Now, before we announce the winners of this year's NBC, we want to just recognize the winner of the GNBC and the SNBC. So the winner of the 2022 GNBC is See-Through AI, a Chicago-based startup that helps companies use machine learning and AI to navigate the regulatory compliance process. So that's nice. And the winner of the 2022 SNVC is Together.Science, which is making STEM tools for the next generation of students, and congratulations to them. And now the moment you've been waiting for, the winners of the 2022 Edward L. Kaplan New Venture Challenge are... Now, first I have to tell you a few things. But yeah, we have a few people to thank. So first we want to thank the judges, again, for giving a full day, which were amazing. So thank you. You know, and just to know what we're going to award, so we're going to award a Moonshot Prize, which will be awarded to a team whose unique technologies are catalyzing innovative solutions to global challenges. And special thanks to the Kesenick family for supporting that prize. Then we have a People's Choice Award, which we offered for the first time last year, that provided all of you a chance to vote for a team. And thank you for casting votes. And then the big one is the Ratan El Kosa First Place Prize. And as a major component of the Ratan El Kosa Student Entrepreneurs Program at the Polsky Center, the First Place Prize is awarded to the winner of the New Venture Challenge, and that prize comes with $180,000 from the Polsky Center, which Ratan gifted to us, and Ratan also added money, or is giving money that he's investing in on top of that. So let's give a big round of applause for Ratan. Okay, so while we announce the winning teams, we ask that you celebrate on social media. You can follow the hashtag ChicagoNVC on Twitter or the Polsky Center account on Instagram. Retweet and repost to show your support. Okay, so now we're going to give out the awards. So the deliberations were difficult and a huge amount of fun, as they always are. I hope someday some of you can come into the judging room, because it's a lot of fun. People argue, and everybody thinks they're right, and but then we ultimately agree. And we started out with, like, I think 1.1, 1.2 million. We ended up with $1.75 million, so we went over last year. And that could go up, so the numbers you're going to hear now are preliminary, because we have other people looking at companies tomorrow, and then we have a couple of the judges who said they would get back to me later. So so there you go. So Mark, you want to do? Yeah, you do. I want you to do something. Why do I have to do all the work? Go ahead. You know who it is.
As everyone knows, while the judges were deliberating, we were running all your 1-minute pitches, and we have a prize which is, unlike the other investments which are in safe notes, this is a straight-up check to the business to go and celebrate and enjoy all the burdens of what got them there to be the People's Choice Award. And so we went through all of it. It was heavy betting, heavy choosing and stuff. But the winner of the People's Choice Award will receive a $5,000 cash award. And this year's winner is Earthy. We don't have a paper, no.
We don't have a check. Okay.
All right. So congratulations.
Now you tell them they should come up, right?
No, we'll let them come up when they get their turn. Okay, so congratulations to Earthy. We'll make sure you get the $5,000 cash. We don't have a big check for that, but we've got another check that's got your name on it too. So we'll hold off for that one. All right, so the next team, well, let's go ahead and.
So we had two teams that tied for 10th. And when we announce you, just come up and we're going to give you your check. We'll do it one at a time, so alphabetically. So the first one that tied for 10th, and we have a $10,000 safe note in the form of a fake check, is Alloy.
Great job. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Do we keep this? Yeah, that's yours. You can't cash it, but we'll make sure you get a wire transfer.
The other 10th place team, also $10,000 safe, is Cricket Hill.
Really fun. Tall kid behind me. I'm always in the back, always in the front. All right, thank you.
And, it's actually important. We should also add, some of you are maybe disappointed, but just remember, the 11 teams that made the finals, it's terrific. It was a really high bar to make the finals. All the teams had something real, and that's why they were there. And then remember, the judges don't always get it right. right? We had some big, Foxtrot and didn't make the finals. Neither did blanking Telehealth, the company, which raised a lot of money. Ben and Frank came in almost last in its year and has done extremely well. So we are not perfect. Making the finals is great, and winning, you may not, who knows, but it's our best judgment at this point. So everybody should feel good, and there you go. So number 9, $30,000, Medici.
We'll wait for them. I got it. Yeah, wait for them. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, now we have a tie for 7th. And so first at 7th, $35,000, SoftMed.
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. 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 See you, join the winning team. Oh. Sorry about that. See you on the winning team after all.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
And also 7th, $35,000, true to form.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have our 6th place team, and the dollars are going to go up. This is $85,000 for flights.
Here you come on both sides there. Congratulations. There you get to take that with you. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. You earned it. You earned it. Here you go. Thank you. Don't want to cover the face.
Nice tie.
Congratulations.
Okay, now the numbers are going to be very close for the next few. This is $150,000. What? Yeah. This is $150,000 for Earthy.
Squeeze on down. No, thank you. Congratulations. We'll get another check for you.
So now that's an interesting one. That's where the people's choice was different from the judges. And in 5 years, let's see who's right. Okay. Fourth, at $160,000, block rank.
Awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thanks so much. So, you guys did a great job. Here's a check. Here, here's your check. Congratulations. Hey, you get to keep it. It's yours.
Okay, now we're down to the top three. And the third place team shared the Moonshot Award with the second place team. So the third place team, including the Moonshot Award, has $167,500. And the Moonshot team is really going to the moon. It's Canopy.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Professor.
You bet. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, Professor.
You bet.
I didn't give you.
Good job. Congratulations. Thank you.
Second, yeah, and Ratan should be up here with us, because for second and first, sure. Okay, Ratan, join. We're going to do second and then first, but once we announce second, you know who's first. So the top two teams, again, were just terrific. And the second place team, which shares the Moonshot Award, is Black Currant.
They just figured out the elimination. Congratulations. All right, that leaves us the first. Congratulations. Hang on.
I didn't say how much. I neglected to say how much the total was, $352,500. So, and the winning team, as you know, is Oris DX. This is the Ratan Kosa Award. And wait. Don't you want to know how much money you
Oh, but you want to know.
You want to know the total is $640,000. So.
Thank you, sir. So much. 10 years of work. Thanks so much. Let's call guys in the middle. Nishan, get in the middle. Nishan, get in the middle. You have to get in the middle. Nishan, congratulations. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, no rush. All right, Evgeny, you want to lower it down. Where's the time? You get it back. Lower it down. There you go.
Yeah, lower. There. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Yeah, there you go.
Good luck.
Can we tell them they will pay our Oh, really? Wow. That's amazing. Okay, we gotta talk. Thank you so much, sir.
We have.
And we got. And
Here, do you want to say goodbye? So you say the closing words. Go ahead.
all right. So now the checks are distributed. We want to congratulate again all of our winners tonight. And as Steve said, we don't often get it right. We do sometimes. But everyone that was here in the MVC has done a fabulous job. It is by far the most competitive MVC we have ever had. And even the teams that didn't make the finals, we could have taken those next 6 and put them in any other year, and they would have been phenomenal. So thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. And for those that are graduating on Saturday, congratulations.